The Dragon Phoenix True Body and Green Lotus True Body transformed into two spots of light and disappeared at the end of the firmaments before long. The two milky white beams of light dissipated as well. When the experts of Tianhuang mainland retracted their gazes, they noticed something unusual. The third milky white beam of light still penetrated the world and enveloped the Martial Dao Prime Body. The Martial Dao Prime Body did not leave and continued standing in midair, looking up at the skies. What's the Martial Emperor's third true body doing? I'm not sure. He seems to be resisting the guidance of the upper world. Many experts discussed in shock. The milky white beam of light intensified and a powerful suction force acted on the Martial Dao Prime Body, wanting to take him away from Tianhuang mainland. However, the Martial Dao Prime Body remained unmoved. Both parties exerted strength and the Martial Dao Prime Body channeled his blood qi slowly. In the end, he even conjured a bloodline phenomenon, a gigantic furnace that burned furiously in midair to fight against the power of guidance. Before this tribulation transcendence, Su Zimo had already made his decision. The Dragon Phoenix True Body and Green Lotus True Body would undergo tribulation transcendence at the same time and ascend to the upper world. However, his Martial Dao Prime Body would choose to stay in Tianhuang mainland. Firstly, the sort of dangers and living beings he would encounter upon arriving in the upper world was completely unknown. If he left the Martial Dao Prime Body in Tianhuang mainland, he would not die even if the Dragon Phoenix True Body and Green Lotus True Body encountered any variables. One day, the Martial Dao Prime Body would still be able to ascend to the upper world. Secondly, Su Zimo had many old friends in Tianhuang mainland. For example, Xiaoning had only just entered the Mahayana realm. She would have to cultivate for a long time before she could attempt the tribulation transcendence. Su Zimo was the most worried about Xiaoning. Of course, apart from Xiaoning, there were also Monkey, Night Spirit and his siblings, as well as bosom buddies like Little Fatty, Ji Chengtian, Leng Rou and Lin Xuanji. There was also Nian Qi and Tao Yao, his two disciples. With so many old friends still in Tianhuang mainland, Su Zimo would be worried if he were to leave right away. Third, Su Zimo wanted to sever some karma. What is the Martial Emperor thinking? Why is he resisting the guidance of the upper world? Commotion broke out in the crowd. He's probably worried about some old friends in Tianhuang mainland, someone guessed. Another person said, however, if that's the case, why bother to undergo the tribulation transcendence? Now that he has passed the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation, he chose to defend against the guidance of the upper world. This is no longer heaven-defying. He's challenging the rules of the heavenly Tao. That's right. This is a dangerous move that might attract divine punishment. Tribulation transcendence was a necessary step. The Martial Dao Prime Body could only continue cultivating after tribulation transcendence. Back when experts of the upper world descended, they were all killed by Dai Yu and left behind many treasures and cultivation resources. However, those treasures could not be refined and absorbed without experiencing the tribulation transcendence. The Martial Dao Prime Body wanted to continue cultivating in the lower world. Zimo, why are you doing this? In the crowd, a woman in a pale yellow robe looked at the figure above the East Sea and murmured worriedly, Sister, could he be staying for your sake? At the side, a girl in pink with a veil asked softly. The yellow-robed woman frowned and pursed her red lips. Her heart was completely focused on the person above the East Sea, and she did not hear what the girl beside her was saying. The power of guidance was still increasing within the milky white beam of light. The Martial Dao Prime Body did not relax at all. After his bloodline phenomenon, for fate rings were released as well, forming 4 purple halos behind him that almost broke through the milky white column of light. The clash between the two powers was silent. However, everyone from Tianhuang mainland watched nervously with sweaty palms. That was because the void above the East Sea was twisting wildly, disintegrating and collapsing. It shattered against the confrontation of the two powers. Old man, what will happen if Brother Su continues to resist? Lin Xuanji could not help but ask. The storyteller had a grim expression as he said slowly, Nobody knows what will happen. After all, something like this is unprecedented. After a brief pause, he sighed. The martial emperor is going against the will of the heavens and challenging the rules of the heavenly Tao. Although the storyteller did not continue, Lin Xuanji's heart sank. He could tell that the storyteller was implying that Su Zimo's actions would probably attract trouble. Before long, the milky white light that pierced through the world gradually dissipated. The figure of the martial Tao prime body reappeared and stood on the East Sea. His face was a little pale, but his gaze was still calm. This struggle consumed a lot of the martial Tao prime body as well. He had just passed through the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation and was almost exhausted after resisting the power of guidance from the upper world. Is it over? The guidance failed and gave up? It decided to allow the martial emperor to stay in the lower world. The living beings of the 10,000 races had different expressions. This scene seemed to be vastly different from what they had imagined. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the firmaments. An extremely terrifying might emanated from the crack with a chilling killing intent that threatened to destroy everything. Crack. There was a deafening bang. A purple thunderbolt descended from the skies and arrived instantly, descending on the martial Tao prime body. Everywhere the purple thunderbolt passed, the world was sliced into 2. The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked. The emperors were astounded. Nobody could describe the power of that purple thunderbolt. The might of the purple thunderbolt was far less shocking than the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation. However, the combined power of the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation was far inferior to the killing power of the purple thunderbolt. The purple thunderbolt seemed to be a punishment from the heavens that wanted to destroy all living beings who wanted to challenge the will of the heavens and the rules of the heavenly Tao. It was too fast. The moment the purple light flashed, the purple thunderbolt had already landed on the martial Tao prime body. Boom! A series of blood lights burst forth from the purple light, right in front of everyone. The martial Tao prime body was destroyed in body and soul by the purple thunderbolt without a corpse left. All the living beings who saw that widened their eyes and mouths instinctively. The emperors even forgot to breathe and froze on the spot. All the emperors had witnessed the strength of the martial Tao prime body before. Even the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation could not destroy the martial Tao prime body. However, the purple thunderbolt destroyed him with ease and shattered his soul. A moment later, the crack in the firmaments closed slowly. It was as though the purple thunderbolt earlier on was a hallucination of the living beings of the 10,000 races. However, above the East Sea, the figure that looked down on the world and history was completely destroyed by the purple thunderbolt and became a thing of the past. Sigh! Many experts shook their heads and sighed. The martial emperor has clearly succeeded in his tribulation transcendence, but he still wanted to provoke the heavens. It's truly a little... He can't blame anyone for his ending. No matter what, the 2 true bodies of the martial emperor succeeded in the tribulation transcendence and have already ascended to the upper world. At the very least, he managed to retain them. That's already quite a blessing. The living beings of the 10,000 races discussed and lingered around the East Sea for a long time. Some experts even wanted to search for the storage bag of the martial Tao prime body, but to no avail. Against that power, his storage bag should have turned into ashes. That was what many experts thought. Actually, the moment the purple thunderbolt descended on the martial Tao prime body, no one noticed that a silver light fell into the East Sea and vanished under the cover of the blazing purple light. As Su Zimo's 2 true bodies ascended, the martial Tao prime body was destroyed in body and soul by the purple divine punishment. The living beings of the 10,000 races lingered around the East Sea for a long time before dispersing. The martial emperor's ascension this time round had a huge impact on the living beings of the 10,000 races. Some living beings even chose to sit by the East Sea and comprehend the Tao. Some experts gave up on the thought of tribulation transcendence and ascension completely. However, some people had even firmer Tao hearts. Nobody noticed that a silver light floated and fell into the depths of the East Sea. When Su Zimo underwent tribulation transcendence, no living being dared to linger in the vicinity of the East Sea that was enveloped by the tribulation clouds. Naturally, no living being in the depths of the sea discovered the existence of that silver light. It was a silver mask. The silver mask came from the upper world and landed on Tianhuang mainland at the same time as the bronze square tripod. Furthermore, there was a drop of sentient blood in the mask, caused the mask to turn blood red. However, the drop of blood was imprisoned by the martial spirit fire and red lotus karmic fire of the martial Tao prime body, causing the mask to revert to its original appearance. Since the martial Tao prime body decided to disobey the will of the heavenly Tao, he had already expected a divine punishment or heavenly tribulation to descend. His combat strength was invincible in the lower world. However, a divine punishment as such could destroy him with ease. Therefore, the silver mask was the final trump card of the martial Tao prime body. When the divine punishment descended, the martial Tao prime body had already sensed that he could not defend against it. Therefore, the martial Tao prime body made a prompt decision and hid a drop of essence blood in the silver mask. Indeed, his body was struck into nothingness by the divine punishment. However, the silver mask fell into the depths of the sea unscathed against the divine punishment. At the bottom of the East Sea, a drop of essence blood suddenly flew out from the silver mask. A powerful divine power spread, and in the blink of an eye, the figure of the martial Tao prime body reappeared with a terrifying aura. Blood rebirth. Under normal circumstances, the heavenly Tao rules did not allow the power of the upper world to appear in the lower worlds. That was the reason why those who underwent tribulation transcendence would ascend to the upper world. Furthermore, it was difficult for experts of the upper world to descend as well. Even if they did, they would suffer immense punishment. However, what the martial Tao prime body did was equivalent to concealing the heavenly secrets and deceiving the world. The tribulation transcendence allowed heaven and earth essence chi to baptize his flesh and essence spirit. While he obtained the power of the upper world, he stayed in the lower world. The existence of the martial Tao prime body was a variable to begin with. It was beyond the 3 realms and 5 elements. However, as long as the martial Tao prime body cultivated, he would leave behind traces in the lower world and enter the cycle of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, when the martial Tao prime body underwent tribulation transcendence, the heavenly Tao would sense it and send down a heavenly tribulation. This time round, the martial Tao prime body made use of the divine punishment to erase his traces once more and escape the cycle of the heavenly Tao. The martial Tao prime body had a calm expression as he picked up the silver mask casually and swiped his palm gently in front of him. A deep crack appeared in the depths of the sea, but the seawater could not surge in. The martial Tao prime body entered in a flash and disappeared into the depths of the East Sea. The crack closed, and before long, the bottom of the East Sea returned to normal. North Region, Pingyang Town. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the courtyard of Su Zimo's residence, and the figure of the martial Tao prime body appeared, walking out slowly. Young master. Not far away, an obedient and tender boy walked forward and called out softly with a delighted expression. The boy was Tao Yao. Tao Yao carried a storage bag and handed it to the martial Tao prime body, saying joyfully, "Young master, here." The martial Tao prime body only told a single person about his decision, Tao Yao. Before the martial Tao prime body underwent the tribulation transcendence, he made some arrangements. He imparted the earth-slaying sword art to the green lotus true body and left behind the essence condensation elixirs and essence spirit stones from the experts of the upper world, as well as the drop of imprisoned blood in a storage bag. One, in order to prevent any accidents, the martial Tao prime body handed his storage bag to Tao Yao for safekeeping. Indeed, the descent of the divine punishment almost destroyed everything. The body of the martial Tao prime body did not even have a corpse left. If he had his storage bag with him, it would have been destroyed a long time ago. The martial Tao prime body received the storage bag and his spirit consciousness moved, retrieving the drop of imprisoned blood within. At that moment, the cage formed by the martial spirit fire and red lotus karmic fire could not injure the foundation of that drop of blood and could only imprison it within. "Who are you?" the martial Tao prime body asked. "What's the origin of this silver mask and the bronze square tripod?" The drop of blood remained motionless in the cage without any response. "Answer whatever I ask lest you suffer," the martial Tao prime body said blandly. "Humph. When the drop of blood heard the threat of the martial Tao prime body, it finally could not help but sneer. Your strength is not enough to threaten me. I'm the great Lord Heavenly Wolf. If you let me go now, I can even impart to you some cultivation techniques and secret skills that will last you a lifetime. If you continue to be stubborn, I'll definitely skin you alive and burn your bones into ashes when my master is born. Heavenly Wolf? The martial Tao prime body raised his brow slightly and asked, Who is your master? My master is the great. Heavenly Wolf seemed to have realized something and shut its mouth hurriedly. The martial Tao prime body smiled indifferently. It's fine if you don't say it. I can let you try out the technique I just comprehended. As he said that, the martial Tao prime body channeled his essence spirit and pinched his fingertip, igniting a blue flame. The flame exuded a shuddering aura that seemed familiar. This was not a divine power. That aura was extremely similar to the heavenly tribulation that descended earlier on. What is that? Heavenly Wolf dodged and hollered. The martial Tao prime body said, This is a power I comprehended when I was undergoing tribulation transcendence. I call it the tribulation fire. Tribulation was an extremely special power and no one knew how it was born. Tribulation seemed to exist through the ages and coexisted with heaven and earth. There were all sorts of forms and they were everywhere. At the Mahayana realm, there was the divine power tribulation. There was a heavenly tribulation if one wanted to ascend. There might be other tribulations in the upper world. The 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation was not much of a threat to the martial Tao prime body. That was the reason why he could comprehend the origin of the heavenly tribulation while undergoing the tribulation transcendence and condense it in the form of flames. The heavenly tribulation descended in the form of lightning. As for the martial Tao prime body, he controlled a heavenly tribulation in the form of flames. In other words, if the martial Tao prime body wanted to, he could even replace the heavenly Tao and send down a heavenly tribulation on Tianhuang mainland right now. The power of the tribulation fire condensed by the martial Tao prime body right now was comparable to the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation. The level 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation was sky blue. Furthermore, as the cultivation of the martial Tao prime body advanced, the power of the tribulation fire would continue to increase. The martial Tao prime body tapped his fingertip gently and fused the sky blue tribulation fire into the flaming cage in midair. Apart from the martial spirit fire and the red lotus karmic fire, there was now another tribulation fire in the cage. Whoosh! The flames intensified. Ah! 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 Heavenly Wolf's tragic cries sounded in unbearable pain. When the 3 balls of flames burned and refined the drop of blood at the same time, Heavenly Wolf let out a tragic howl and could barely hold on. If it was just the power of the lower world, it would be difficult for the martial Tao prime body to threaten Heavenly Wolf no matter how many divine powers he comprehended or fused. That was the reason why Heavenly Wolf was fearless. But now, the martial Tao prime body underwent tribulation transcendence and fused with the heaven and earth essence chi. While obtaining the power of the upper world, he deceived the world and made use of the divine punishment to erase his traces in the lower world, staying behind. The tribulation fire could already threaten Heavenly Wolf. As time passed by, the martial Tao prime body would fuse the heaven and earth essence chi with the martial spirit fire and red lotus karmic fire, and the power of the 2 balls of flames would increase significantly. At that time, he would truly be burned to ashes. The martial Tao prime body had a calm expression and a deep gaze as he said coldly, You joined forces with Blood Fiend and caused so many calamities in Tianhuang mainland. My patience with you is limited. That's none of my business. Heavenly Wolf shrieked. I merely imparted some cultivation techniques to him and guided his cultivation. I've never participated in his actions. Although the martial Tao prime body remained silent, the flames in the cage intensified. Under the boundless starry skies, 2 milky white beams of light tore through the world and 2 figures flew towards the upper world rapidly. It was a mysterious sensation. Su Zimo felt as though he had passed through layers of barriers and was getting closer to the vast starry sky above him, flying towards another world. At that moment, the 2 true bodies showed no signs of separating and were not far apart. On the other side, under the healing of the milky white beam of light, the injuries of the dragon phoenix true body had already recovered. At that moment, he was holding the bronze square tripod and observing it carefully. After Su Zimo obtained the bronze square tripod, although he tried to refine it as his destiny dermic weapon, there was no reaction from it. Su Zimo could not use the bronze square tripod to release any divine powers or dermic arts either. Therefore, he rarely used it. He had tried to repair the bronze square tripod before as well. Although the bronze square tripod was filled with cracks and was almost smashed into pieces, it was still incomparably tough and invulnerable to fire, water, and could not be repaired. But now that it endured the baptism of the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation, the bronze square tripod was infused with a lot of heaven and earth essence chi as well. There was finally a reaction from the tripod. A faint light shone from the crack of the tripod. The dragon phoenix true body stared fixedly at the bronze square tripod and observed it carefully, gradually discovering something unusual. There seemed to be 4 patterns etched on the outer walls of the bronze square tripod. However, the tripod was severely shattered and Su Zimo could not tell what patterns were etched on the walls. The green lotus true body that was not far away from the dragon phoenix true body was looking down with a hint of shock in his eyes. He was getting further and further away from Tianhuang mainland. In his vision, Tianhuang mainland became smaller and smaller, gradually turning into a spot of light. At that moment, Su Zimo looked down and saw that there were millions of such spots of light in the vast universe below, countless like a river of sand. These spots of light must be the billion minor kiliocosms. Su Zimo thought to himself. It was these endless minor kiliocosms that formed the entire lower world. Tianhuang mainland was merely a speck of sand in the vast river of sand. It was tiny and insignificant compared to the entire lower world. It was only now that Su Zimo truly understood what the human emperor had said to him. In the upper world, there were countless paragons and monster incarnates. Emperors of the lower world ascended and most of them became ordinary people in the upper world. There's a saying in the Buddhist sutras that there's a world in a sand. Could this billion minor kiliocosms really be a handful of gravel left behind by some big shot? Su Zimo's imagination ran wild. Right then, a gigantic shadow swept past him. Shocked, Su Zimo turned over. Through the milky white beam of light, Su Zimo could clearly see that the gigantic shadow was an incomparably massive star. The surface of the star was uneven with mountains and ravines. Wild winds howled and sand and rocks flew without any signs of life. However, that star still emitted an extremely vast power, as though it could devour all living beings. In the face of that star, Su Zimo was like a speck of dust. Those were true stars. In Tianhuang mainland, all living beings looked up at the starry skies. Right now, Su Zimo was truly beside a star. Su Zimo's gaze continued to extend. In the vast void, there were countless stars and celestial bodies floating. Some of them were circular stars, while others looked like floating continents. He could even sense signs of life from some of the celestial bodies. In fact, many strange living beings even ran out from some of the continents and looked at Su Zimo, who was ascending curiously. The entire world and the massive universe were extremely vast. There were countless living beings and races of all shapes and sizes. All of them had different legends in their respective worlds. Su Zimo was only one of them. Right then, the milky white beam of light on the dragon phoenix true body suddenly shifted and flew in a direction. As for the green lotus true body, he flew in another direction as though he was pulled by an inexplicable gravity. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Daiyu had once said that the dragon phoenix true body had the highest chance of ascending to one of the 3 worlds, the dragon, parasol tree, or great wilderness. The green lotus true body could ascend to the heavenly world. The current scene should be a sign that the 2 true bodies had ascended to 2 different worlds. Su Zimo had a calm expression. He could only allow himself to be drawn in by that power and could not do anything about it. He could not choose which world he wanted to ascend to. Suddenly, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat, as though something terrifying was about to descend on him. His expression changed. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never felt such a terrifying sense of trepidation. Back when he was at the Void Reversion Realm, he was hunted by experts of the half-martial ancestor. Even against such strong foes, there was never such a huge reaction. Suddenly, an unimaginable might descended. Against that might, the milky white beams of light that enveloped the two true bodies cracked and let out a jarring sound. Boom! Immediately after, a loud bang sounded above Su Zimo's head. Instinctively, he looked up. A gigantic palm enveloped his two true bodies. Su Zimo's pupils constricted violently. The terror of that palm had already surpassed his imagination. The stars that floated beside him earlier on were as tiny as gravel against that palm. Boom! 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 Before the palm descended, many stars and celestial bodies in the surrounding void shattered and turned into ashes. The living beings in those stars and celestial bodies could not resist at all and were killed in the blink of an eye. A single palm could destroy many stars and celestial bodies with ease. That power was completely beyond Su Zimo's understanding. The cruelty behind it made Su Zimo's heart turn cold. In the eyes of the owner of the palm, the lives of the living beings on the stars were like grass and were killed without hesitation. However, that palm was clearly aimed at him. Su Zimo truly could not imagine how he had attracted such a terrifying enemy before he even ascended to the upper world. More than that, he had not expected to encounter such a calamity when he was ascending. In other words, this person had even predicted his ascension and arrived a step earlier to kill him. This person knew very well that he might not be able to kill Su Zimo if the latter were to ascend to another world. Su Zimo's eyes widened. He could not move at all against the aura released by the gigantic hand. Before the terrifying palm descended, the aura and pressure released by it was enough to restrict Su Zimo completely. Su Zimo felt a sense of helplessness. That was an absolute suppression through strength. Even when he faced the experts of the upper world back then, he did not feel this way. Fufufu. Suddenly, a cold laughter sounded from the starry skies. "Aunt, we meet again." The voice sounded once more. Su Zimo was shocked. That voice sounded familiar. It's that person. A figure flashed through Su Zimo's mind and his heart sank. Back then, experts of the upper world descended upon Tianhuang mainland one after another. In the end, a white-robed man who referred to himself as a king appeared. In fact, he could locate the existence of the Green Lotus true body in Tianhuang mainland with a single thought and was extremely powerful. Furthermore, he learned from Dai Yu that what descended on Tianhuang mainland was only a clone of the white-robed man. Dai Yu had once told Su Zimo that this person had a high status in the heavenly world and was a king who could rule over an entire area. Unfortunately, that person met Dai Yu and his clone was destroyed. Furthermore, Dai Yu snatched away his Dao fruit. Right now, the Dao fruit was in the hands of the martial Dao prime body. Dai Yu had once told Su Zimo to be careful of this person if he ascended to the heavenly world. However, Su Zimo had not expected that this person would attack him before he could ascend to the upper world. "I don't care what your relationship with that blood butterfly is. Since she destroyed one of my clones, I'll make you pay for it." The white-robed man's voice sounded once more, his tone cold and filled with resentment. Su Zimo knew in his heart that the white-robed man was not only here for revenge, but also for his Green Lotus true body. Indeed, the white-robed man said coldly, "Initially, I intended to raise your Dragon Phoenix clone as an immortal pet. However, since my clone was destroyed, your clone will have to die with me. Don't worry, I won't kill your Green Lotus true body immediately. I still want to refine your true body into immortal herbs and elixirs to cultivate." The moment he said that, the gigantic palm closed slowly. A terrifying pressure descended on the Dragon Phoenix true body instantly. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard from the Dragon Phoenix true body. It was an endless pain that seeped into his soul. The Dragon Phoenix true body could not move at all. Against that power, his bones shattered bit by bit and his life force was destroyed. During this process, although the Dragon Phoenix essence spirit could not move, the situation was incomparably terrible as it felt the pain from various parts of its body. Under the immense pressure, the dragon phoenix true body had already begun to transform and distort. Given the white-robed man's methods, he could probably crush the dragon phoenix true body with a single finger. But now, the white-robed man was slowly destroying the dragon phoenix true body to torture Su Zimo. He wanted Su Zimo to experience that pain and despair personally. The scales of the dragon phoenix true body had already turned into dust. In a short dozens of breaths, the bones of the dragon phoenix true body were completely crushed by that terrifying power. For the dragon phoenix true body, those dozens of breaths seemed like hundreds of years had passed. The dragon phoenix true body wanted to vent but could not, and could only endure the pain silently. Before long, the destructive pressure seeped into the organs of the dragon phoenix true body. Even his scales, flesh and bones could not withstand that power. In the blink of an eye, the organs of the dragon phoenix true body were crushed into pieces without any life. The dragon phoenix true body was covered in blood and was already unrecognizable. He was almost squeezed into a blood-colored meatball by the powerful force. Fufufu. The white-robed man's laughter continued. He seemed to be very satisfied with his masterpiece. That's the bloodline of the dragon phoenix. It would be a pity. Suddenly, another voice sounded in the starry skies. He's just a beast that ascended from the lower world. There's nothing to pity. This humanoid creation Green Lotus is the true utmost treasure, the white-robed man replied. Although Su Zimo's vision was completely blocked by the gigantic hand above his head, it was clear that there was someone else in the starry skies apart from the white-robed man. Eh? Suddenly, the voice exclaimed softly, "This tripod can actually defend against your power and isn't completely crippled yet? What lousy tripod is that? Why is it shattered to such an extent?" The white-robed man added, seemingly puzzled as well. Right then, another domineering power burst forth from the starry skies and struck the white-robed man's palm. Boom! The two powers collided with a loud bang and the surrounding starry skies trembled slightly. King Yunyu, as an immortal king, you're actually so despicable as to interfere with the ascension of living beings from the lower worlds. Immediately after, a woman's shout sounded from the starry skies. Humph! The white-robed man harumphed coldly. Where did this crazy woman come from? You're not qualified to comment on my actions. You can't stop me either. Although that was the case, Su Zimo felt his body lighten when the woman interfered and fought against King Yunyu. Although the suffocating aura of death was still lingering around him, he was temporarily freed from his imprisoned state and could move again. Without hesitation, the dragon phoenix essence spirit broke free from the battered dragon phoenix true body and hid in the bronze square tripod, speeding towards the green lotus true body. The body of the dragon phoenix true body had already lost its life force and was completely severed from the dragon phoenix essence spirit. There was no need to heal it. Blood rebirth. The dragon phoenix essence spirit hid in the bronze square tripod and channeled its divine powers hurriedly, wanting to reconstruct its body. However, the divine power dissipated the moment it was released. There was no flesh around the dragon phoenix essence spirit. When he noticed that, Su Zimo's expression turned cold and his heart sank. Humph! As though he sensed Su Zimo's intentions, King Yunyu could not help but sneer. As expected of a frog in the well. How ignorant. You still want to release that blood rebirth technique after leaving your inferior lower world. I said that I'm going to destroy one of your clones. Your clone will definitely be crippled and no one will be able to save you. In that short period of time, the battered and exhausted dragon phoenix true body had already fallen. Su Zimo had not expected to encounter such a calamity before he even ascended to the upper world. He had not expected that his blood rebirth would be useless in these boundless starry skies. Su Zimo's expression was dark and his gaze was cold. At that moment, the dragon phoenix essence spirit had just arrived beside him with the bronze square tripod. The bronze square tripod was his only hope of survival, although even that was a slim chance in these starry skies against such a great enemy. Su Zimo looked at the gradually disappearing dragon phoenix true body, and his mind raced as he thought of countermeasures. This dragon phoenix true body had cultivated for so many years and was transformed from his initial mortal body. Was he going to give up just like that? However, what could he do if he did not give up? The life force of this dragon phoenix true body had already been destroyed by the King Yunyu, and there was no chance of him reviving. If he wanted to use blood rebirth, the dragon phoenix essence spirit would have to return to the lower world and Tianhuang mainland. However, he had already ascended through the tribulation transcendence and left the lower world. If he returned now, he would be stopped by the laws of the lower world. Dai Yu mended the heavens and the laws were complete. There was no way the dragon phoenix essence spirit could return to Tianhuang mainland. Furthermore, the prerequisite of blood rebirth was that one had to possess a drop of bloodline with life force. As for the bloodline life force of the dragon phoenix true body, it was completely destroyed by King Yunyu. Even if the dragon phoenix essence spirit returned to the lower world, it would be useless. In a flash, Su Zimo's eyes flashed coldly, and he made up his mind. Abandon the dragon phoenix true body. Abandoning it did not mean that the dragon phoenix true body would disappear. The dilapidated dragon phoenix true body had no life force and would fall back to Tianhuang mainland along the original path under the shattered milky white beam of light. The laws of the lower world restricted living beings and everything that possessed life. Things such as the withered creation lotus platform, heaven-slaying sword art, earth-slaying sword art, and bronze square tripod would not be restricted by the laws of the lower world. As for the dragon phoenix true body, he would naturally not be stopped after his life force was destroyed by King Yunyu and he fell to Tianhuang mainland. Furthermore, the martial Dao prime body was still in Tianhuang mainland. Su Zimo's decision was to separate his spirit and flesh. Since the dragon phoenix true body could no longer be saved, he would let it return to Tianhuang mainland and pass it to the martial Dao prime body. With the help of the martial Dao furnace, he could refine it and fuse it into his prime body. The martial Dao prime body was originally conjured by the martial Dao fruit and did not have a body of flesh. This time round, if the martial Dao prime body could fuse the dragon phoenix true body, which was Su Zimo's initial body, into his body, he would completely be the prime body. The physical body of the dragon phoenix would be handed to the prime body. As for the dragon phoenix essence spirit, he would leave it to the green lotus true body. Those two essence spirits were cultivated by Su Zimo to begin with and were one. If they could fuse once more, it would mean a lot to Su Zimo. The fusion of the two essence spirits was also an obvious boost to Su Zimo's strength. The most direct thing was definitely the increase in the power of his essence spirit. More importantly, the many divine powers and secret skills comprehended by the dragon phoenix essence spirit would fuse into Su Zimo's body without losing them. This was way too important for Su Zimo. The dragon phoenix true body knew many powerful divine powers and secret skills. If he lost them just like that, it would be an irreparable loss for Su Zimo. However, that would not have happened if his essence spirits could fuse. In other words, if Su Zimo's idea succeeded, although the dragon phoenix true body was destroyed, it would fuse into the body of the martial Dao prime body and green lotus true body and exist in another way. Of course, the prerequisite was that Su Zimo could escape this calamity. Boom! 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 Although the woman who appeared later on did not appear in the starry skies, she fought against King Yunyu and released a violent fluctuation. Humph! King Yunyu sneered. You want to interfere in my affairs after merely forming a minor grotto heaven? You must have a death wish. Before his sentence was finished, King Yunyu attacked once more. Boom! Boom! The starry skies trembled. In the depths of the starry skies, the woman grunted. During this process, Su Zimo had long hidden in the bronze square tripod with the dragon phoenix essence spirit. He wanted to control the bronze square tripod and escape from this place. However, the energy fluctuation released by the battle outside attacked the bronze square tripod continuously. Su Zimo was completely helpless against that terrifying power. He could only hide in the bronze square tripod and collide everywhere in the chaotic power, scurrying through the nearby starry skies helplessly. Although Su Zimo could not see the situation outside, it was clear that the woman was not a match for King Yunyu. More importantly, King Yunyu was not alone. If anyone else joined forces with King Yunyu, that woman would definitely be defeated. I wonder who that woman is. I hope she's fine, Su Zimo thought to himself. His life and death was no longer up to him, and he could only leave it up to fate. Right now, Su Zimo merely hoped that this woman would not be implicated because of him. The aura outside was getting more berserk. Su Zimo threw out the 9 heavens living soil, and a ball of yellow sand sealed the mouth of the tripod as he curled his body within. He took a deep breath of air, and with a single thought, the dragon phoenix essence spirit entered the consciousness of the green lotus true body. One of them had shoulder-length scarlet hair and was filled with demonic chi, while the other had elegant black hair that was ethereal. Gritting his teeth, Su Zimo controlled his mind, and the 2 essence spirits collided. The 2 human figures fused and released a violent spirit consciousness fluctuation. Ugh! As though he was struck by lightning, Su Zimo shuddered and grunted. His vision darkened and he almost fainted. Initially, he thought that he shouldn't encounter much resistance fusing the 2 essence spirits since they came from the same origin. However, in reality, the forceful fusion of the 2 essence spirits still resulted in an intense clash. Neither side gave in, and they were almost destroyed on the spot. Actually, if the 2 essence spirits were fused at their birth, there wouldn't be much danger. But now, the 2 essence spirits were separate individuals. One of them had already become a taboo dragon phoenix, and its demonic chi was torrential. The other was an utmost treasure of the universe that was filled with a resplendent glow. Although the 2 essence spirits came from the same origin, they were completely different. This fusion was simply courting death. Even King Yunyu and the others who were fighting in the starry skies would not dare to do that, let alone Su Zimo, who had just ascended. In reality, if not for the fact that the Dragon Phoenix true body was destroyed and Su Zimo was forced into such a desperate situation, he would not have taken the risk to fuse 2 essence spirits. But now he had no other choice. Even if he stopped, both essence spirits had already suffered immense damage that could not be salvaged. He could only rely on his powerful will to try his best to maintain his clarity and fuse forcefully. Su Zimo did not realize that his current actions were already half a step into the gates of hell. If he did not stop, the 2 essence spirits would not fuse. Instead, they would die together and their souls would dissipate. The battle outside the bronze square tripod was getting more intense, and the mysterious woman that appeared later was clearly not a match for King Yunyu. The surrounding starry skies trembled in the collision of the 2 experts, as though they could not withstand the impact of the power. If the mysterious woman was defeated, Su Zimo would definitely die as well. But now, Su Zimo was also facing immense danger within the bronze square tripod. The Dragon Phoenix essence spirit and Green Lotus essence spirit were irreconcilable and intertwined. Although the 2 essence spirits came from the same origin, they had already undergone a complete transformation up till this point of their cultivation. The forceful fusion caused an intense conflict to break out. Ah! Curled up, Su Zimo hugged his head with both hands and growled from the bronze square tripod. A sharp pain shot through his mind and seeped into his bones. He felt as though his head was about to explode. Su Zimo's features were contorted and green veins popped out on his neck. His aura was intermittently weak and strong, fluctuating as though he could die at any moment. In the process, his consciousness had long turned blurry. If not for his strong willpower and unshakable Tao heart, he would have fainted from the impact of the pain. At that moment, the 2 essence spirits had already fused, but the scarlet and green lights did not relent, illuminating one another. Even if Su Zimo wanted to separate the 2 essence spirits, he could no longer do it. As time passed by, the conflict between the 2 essence spirits intensified. Dong! 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 The sharp pain in his mind almost caused Su Zimo to break down. He clenched his fists and smashed the inner wall of the bronze square tripod repeatedly with dull thuds. Su Zimo released all his strength and hammered the walls of the tripod wildly. In fact, he did not even notice that his fist was dripping with blood. The pain on his body was not even a fraction of the pain caused by the fusion of his essence spirit in his mind. Ah! 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 Su Zimo let out a deep growl from the depths of his throat, and his consciousness was blurry. He scratched around wildly, and his fingernails broke as they crossed the cracks of the tripod. In the blink of an eye, his fingers were mangled, Fingers were connected to the heart and the pain finally eased the situation slightly. Even so, the pain in his mind surged like a tide and struck Su Zimo's spirit. Su Zimo closed his eyes tightly with a pained expression and continued grabbing wildly in the dark and cramped bronze square tripod. Suddenly, his fingertips seemed to have accidentally touched a hard stone in a corner of the bronze square tripod. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain in his mind. The stone seemed to have entered his body through his finger and entered his mind. It was a familiar feeling. It seemed like, ah! Suddenly, Su Zimo howled and opened his eyes. It was as though a pitch-black stone had appeared in his left eye. In a flash, his entire left eye had turned pitch-black. However, his right eye had turned completely white. It was like a blazing sun that was embedded in his right eye, emitting a blinding light that illuminated the dark bronze square tripod like daylight. A dark and deep light emanated from Su Zimo's left eye as well, as though it wanted to devour everything. At that moment, Su Zimo regained his senses. It's the illumination stone, Su Zimo thought to himself. Earlier on, apart from the bronze square tripod, the illumination stone was the only thing that was intact against the attack of King Yunyu. The dragon phoenix true body was destroyed and his flesh, tendons, bones and organs were shattered. The illumination stone was also squeezed out by the power and fell into the bronze square tripod. Even the dragon phoenix essence spirit did not notice it. To think that by some freak coincidence, the illumination stone would also enter the green lotus true body and fuse with his right eye. Illumination and nether glow had immense backgrounds and were definitely not items from the lower world. Illumination contained the unyielding power of extreme yang. Nether glow contained the cold and dark power of extreme yin. Back in Tianhuang mainland, when he fought against the emperors of the primordial races, Su Zimo's two true bodies released two visual techniques that transformed into yin-yang fishes that bit one another. Under the entanglement of the yin-yang fishes, the Thousand-Eye Emperor's supreme divine power dissipated before it could truly form. However, the power of the yin-yang fishes continued to rise and was even out of his control. Su Zimo hurriedly severed one of the powers to break the pursuit of the yin-yang fishes and disperse the terrifying power. Even so, blood flowed out of Su Zimo's eyes at that time. If he did not stop in time, Su Zimo might have been destroyed by the pursuit of the yin-yang fishes. But now that the illumination and nether glow were gathered in a single body, the yin-yang fishes had reappeared. However, the yin-yang fishes this time round did not appear outside. The illumination stone was in the dragon phoenix true body's body all year round and was connected by bloodline. The power of extreme yang fused with the dragon phoenix essence spirit. The power of extreme yin of the nether glow stone fused with the green lotus essence spirit. Initially, the two essence spirits were in an intense conflict and refused to give in to one another. However, due to the fusion of the powers of extreme yin and yang, they gradually stopped. The two essence spirits seemed to have transformed into yin-yang fishes that spun slowly in Su Zimo's consciousness, chasing one another. An extremely terrifying spirit consciousness fluctuation emanated from the bronze square tripod. If King Yunyu and the others could notice this, they would definitely be shocked. That spirit consciousness fluctuation should not have been released by a cultivator who had just ascended after tribulation transcendence. The pain in Su Zimo's mind lessened significantly. However, the danger before him was not resolved yet. That was because Su Zimo knew very well that the two powers of extreme yin and yang were in balance right now. However, as the two powers rose, the conflict between the yin-yang fishes would become more intense and they might even bite one another. At that time, the two essence spirits would also be destroyed by the pursuit of the power of yin and yang. What should I do? Su Zimo was anxious. He was helpless against that scene. Right now, the situation in his consciousness was completely out of his control. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang sounded from outside the bronze square tripod. The two experts attacked and released a shocking collision. The power was so terrifying that it even pierced a part of the starry skies near the bronze square tripod. Cracks appeared around the pierced starry skies. Immediately after, the starry skies began to collapse and a cave appeared. It grew deeper and deeper and was pitch black, as though it wanted to devour all living beings. Black hole! King Yunyu exclaimed, as though he was extremely wary of the black hole. The starry skies could not withstand the attack of two experts, and a change happened. As for the black hole, it was extremely terrifying. Even light would be devoured by it, let alone living beings of the 10,000 races. Even King Yunyu did not dare to enter. Before Su Zimo could escape from danger within the bronze square tripod, he felt a tremendous suction force acting on it. He had no choice but to fall into the endless abyss. Immediately after, Su Zimo heard King Yunyu's exclamation about the black hole. Black hole? What was that? In Su Zimo's consciousness, his two essence spirits contained the power of extreme yin and yang as they spun slowly. His aura rose continuously and turned increasingly berserk, showing signs of collapse. Su Zimo could no longer think about anything else. His consciousness was in chaos. If not for the fact that the creation lotus platform was beneath and spewed out streams of green light that surged into the two essence spirits, his soul would have long dissipated. He was faced with troubles both internally and externally. The black hole was a scene that could only be formed in the starry skies of the upper world after many changes. It could devour all living beings, and even immortal kings would not dare to step foot into it. When he saw the bronze square tripod sucked into the black hole in the starry skies, King Yunyu was shocked and furious with a livid expression. He was about to obtain the creation green lotus, but it was sucked into the black hole. Even though he had torrential combat strength, he was helpless at the moment. Swoosh! Right then, a streak of silver light burst forth from one end of the starry skies like a bolt of lightning and entered the black hole instantly. It was a horsetail whip. As though it was sentient, the silver threads on the horsetail whip were extremely extraordinary. They charged into the black hole in the starry sky and reached towards the bronze square tripod, wanting to sweep it out. The person who attacked was not King Yunyu, but the other person. Prior to this person did not attack when King Yunyu fought the mysterious woman. However, at that moment, when he saw that the creation green lotus was about to be devoured by the black hole, he finally could not hold it in and summoned a dermic treasure. However, the silver threads on the horsetail whip dimmed the moment they entered the black hole. By the time the silver threads arrived above the bronze square tripod, they were already at the end of the road and were torn apart by the power of the black hole. In the blink of an eye, the silver threads turned into dust. In that short period of time, the bronze square tripod had already disappeared into the depths of the black hole. Sigh. When the mysterious woman saw that, she sighed and retreated. King Yunyu's face was filled with killing intent. Just as he was about to chase after her, a voice sounded from the side. Don't go. Although your combat strength is stronger than hers, you won't be able to catch up to her. Who was that woman? King Yunyu's expression darkened. That woman seems to be shrouded by a fog and her appearance can't be seen clearly. Can you tell who she is? On the other end of the starry skies, a figure appeared faintly with a bare horsetail whip in his hands. It was the person who wanted to retrieve the bronze square tripod earlier on. I can't tell, the person said. However, there should be very few kings in the heavenly world who can possess such methods. Damn it! King Yunyu had an indignant expression and said hatefully, I came in a group just to only destroy a clone of this lad? The person seemed a little indignant as well and harumphed coldly. Not only did I gain nothing by coming with you, I even lost a grotto heaven dermic treasure. My horsetail whip has been nurtured for hundreds of thousands of years. To think that it would be destroyed in this black hole today. Suddenly, King Yunyu said, however, both of us were wrong. That battered bronze tripod is a rare treasure. That's right. The person nodded slightly. My horsetail whip was torn by the black hole in the starry skies. However, although that bronze tripod was filled with cracks, it was not completely shattered. It's clear that it has a powerful background. However, it's meaningless to talk about that now. There's no way to retrieve the bronze tripod that fell into the black hole of the starry skies. With that said, the figure gradually faded and disappeared into the depths of the starry skies. King Yunyu stood on the spot and looked at the black hole not far away. After standing for a long time, although he was indignant, he could only leave helplessly. There was no time or light in the black hole. The space within was distorted, and anything that fell into it would be torn into pieces by the power of the black hole. Even if there were any utmost treasures that could defend against the power of the black hole, there was no way they could leave this place. The black hole was like an endless dark ocean. At that moment, a battered bronze square tripod floated in the ocean. Under normal circumstances, there should be no light in a black hole filled with darkness. But now, the bronze square tripod was emitting a faint glow. Furthermore, as time passed by, the light emitted by the bronze square tripod intensified. A strange change was happening within the bronze square tripod. When the silver threads of the horsetail whip were shredded by the black hole and turned into silver dust, they should have scattered into the black hole. However, the strange thing was that a powerful suction force burst forth from the bronze square tripod and sucked all the silver dust over. The silver dust passed through the 9 heavens living soil and fell into the bronze square tripod. Although Su Zimo's consciousness was in a mess, he could still sense that scene. Immediately after, he could sense that the bronze square tripod was boiling. Although the heat did not hurt Su Zimo, it smelted all the silver dust and emanated an extremely powerful aura. While the silver dust was shattered, it was a grotto heaven dermic treasure. Be it its material or the power it contained, it was extremely shocking. At that moment, the bronze square tripod began to absorb the power of the silver dust on its own after smelting it. The bronze square tripod was like a starving person, gulping in huge mouthfuls. There were 4 sides to the bronze square tripod. In the process, the crack on the inner walls of the bronze square tripod healed bit by bit. Initially, after the baptism of the heavenly tribulation and absorbing the heaven and earth essence chi, the bronze square tripod had already undergone some changes. It had already reacted by emitting a faint glow. However, the tripod was still battered and showed no signs of recovery. But now, the bronze square tripod was recovering on its own after devouring and refining the silver dust. Su Zimo was delighted when he noticed that. Right then, another violent impact sounded in his mind. As though he was struck by lightning, Su Zimo's face turned pale and he nearly fainted. In his consciousness, the chase between the 2 essence spirits intensified and he could no longer withstand it. If he could not think of a solution, his 2 essence spirits would collapse completely and his soul would dissipate. Ah! Su Zimo clenched his fists and growled with a pained expression. Suddenly, a golden light seemed to flash before Su Zimo's eyes. He looked over with widened eyes. As the cracks on one side of the bronze square tripod healed, lines of words appeared on one of the inner walls, shimmering with a faint golden light. The golden words were extremely strange and did not belong to Tianhuang mainland. Instead, they were ancient Sanskrit of the Buddhist monasteries. If it was anyone else, they would not be able to recognize a single word of the Sanskrit. However, Su Zimo was well versed in Buddhism. When he was immortal, Dai Yu placed the Siraka flower in his body and turned it into his wisdom root. As such, he had a deep understanding of the Sanskrit of Buddhism. Enduring the pain in his mind, Su Zimo was on the brink of a mental breakdown and instinctively read out the first 5 words on the inner wall of the bronze square tripod. Prajna 1. Nirvana Sutra. Boom! A loud bang sounded in Su Zimo's mind. The 2 essence spirits that were fused with the power of extreme yin and yang were initially in a frenzied chase and collision that intensified. However, the moment Su Zimo released the Sanskrit words, the 2 essence spirits paused for a moment. The power of extreme yin and yang seemed to have mellowed and was no longer as sharp as before. Su Zimo regained a momentary respite of clarity and vaguely realized that the golden Sanskrit words on the inner walls of the bronze square tripod were most likely the key to resolving the danger in his body. Prajna represented wisdom in Buddhism. The nirvana of Buddhism was completely different from the nirvana of the Phoenix race. In Buddhism, nirvana represented the entire process of a monk's enlightenment. By cutting off the attachment to time, he could reach a supreme realm where he could transcend mortality and attain enlightenment. Su Zimo widened his eyes and continued reading the golden Sanskrit words on the inner wall. With that look, Su Zimo felt that the Sanskrit was extremely mysterious, as though it contained the deepest essence of the Buddhist Tao. Every single golden Sanskrit word contained endless wisdom after careful analysis. Given Su Zimo's current attainments in Buddhism, it was difficult for him to comprehend those Sanskrit words in a short period of time. In Tianhuang mainland, one of the 6 Buddhist monasteries was Wisdom One Monastery. Su Zimo had cultivated the Prajna Sutra, an important secret classic of the Buddhist monasteries in Wisdom Monastery. However, the profoundness of the Prajna Sutra paled in comparison to the Prajna Nirvana Sutra before him. Right then, in Su Zimo's mind, the two essence spirits collided once more. His body shuddered and he could not help but cry out in pain. If this continued, his head would explode and his two essence spirits would be destroyed within a few breaths. Su Zimo composed himself hurriedly and focused his gaze, chanting the Sanskrit words on the inner walls of the bronze square tripod one after another. A series of ancient Sanskrit sounds reverberated through the almost sealed bronze square tripod. It was divine and boundless. Su Zimo's eyes shone with a bedazzling golden light. He seemed to have an illusion that the golden Sanskrit words on the inner walls of the bronze square tripod were falling one after another and swarming into his consciousness. A divine and peaceful power descended on the two essence spirits that were in pursuit. Under the augmentation of that power, the two essence spirits gradually calmed down. The two essence spirits that were fused with the power of extreme yin and yang seemed to have transformed into two different fish, black and white. Their heads and tails were connected as they gradually closed in. Initially, the power of the yin-yang fishes was fiercely at odds and could not fuse together. However, at that moment, a golden thread appeared between the yin-yang fishes, forming a perfect arc that fused the two powers. That golden thread was formed from the power of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. Under the connection of the golden thread, the yin-yang fishes fused almost perfectly and spun slowly while their auras gradually stabilized. Su Zimo panted heavily, drenched from head to toe. However, his eyes shone with the joy of surviving a calamity. Even after absorbing the weapon of the immortal king expert, only a single wall of the bronze square tripod was repaired. However, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra recorded on the wall of the tripod was incomplete and could only be considered as one of the volumes. If those Sanskrit words could not suppress the extreme yin and yang as well as his two essence spirits, he would be helpless. At that moment, the black and white yin-yang fishes spun slowly on the creation lotus platform, absorbing the green glow that spewed from it and emitting a powerful aura. As time passed by, the yin-yang fishes gradually transformed and condensed another essence spirit. It looked exactly like Su Zimo. Success. Su Zimo was delighted. The two essence spirits fused successfully. Not only that, Su Zimo could clearly sense that the brand new essence spirit was much stronger than his current cultivation realm. What surprised Su Zimo even more was that his essence spirit was not only nourished by the creation lotus platform. The two illumination and nether glow stones that had fused into his eyes were also emitting wisps of power that were nourishing his essence spirit. That way, the potential of the green lotus essence spirit would be limitless and there would be a greater chance for it to grow to grade 10, 11, or even the legendary grade 12. Dai Yu had once said that the later 4 grades of the creation green lotus contained great opportunities. Now that Su Zimo's green lotus true body had transformed to grade 9, that statement had come true. He obtained an utmost treasure, the 9 heavens living soil. He did not know what sort of opportunities would be born in the later 3 grades. This time round, Su Zimo had no other choice than to fuse his essence spirits. This was the only way he could minimize the loss of this calamity. Notwithstanding the huge increase in his essence spirit realm after the essence spirit fusion, by some freak coincidence, he even activated the bronze square tripod completely and obtained an ancient Buddhist sutra from it. It was clear that this Buddhist sutra had an extremely powerful effect on cultivating one's essence spirit. If that was not the case, he would not have been able to fuse his two essence spirits through the intersection of yin and yang. More importantly, the reverse scale and barren secret skills in the Dragon Phoenix essence spirit were not lost, and were completely fused with the Green Lotus true body. One after fusing with his essence spirit, the combat strength of the Green Lotus true body increased significantly as well. For his ascension to the upper world, this was way too important. He had already encountered such a calamity before he ascended to the upper world. It was hard to imagine the danger he would face once he truly arrived. Of course, the fusion of the two essence spirits was not without losses. At the very least, the current Green Lotus true body could no longer release the nirvana divine power of the Phoenix race. Apart from comprehension, the most important thing to activate this innate divine power was to possess the blood of the divine phoenix. The Dragon Phoenix true body had phoenix blood flowing through his body, but the Green Lotus true body did not. For Su Zimo, that loss was nothing much. Even if he could activate that divine power, he would not dare to. That was because the Nirvana divine power had a slim chance of survival to begin with. Relying on that divine power would not be of much benefit to his cultivation. King Yunyu, once I ascend to the upper world, I'll definitely take revenge. In the bronze square tripod, Su Zimo could not help but say word by word with a cold expression and killing intent when he thought of the destroyed Dragon Phoenix true body. Su Zimo did not know that although his essence spirit was temporarily out of danger, he was not out of the woods just yet. Now that he was devoured by the black hole in the starry skies, he was in a space without light, time and essence chi. He could not leave at all, let alone ascend to the upper world. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have to float in the black hole forever until his lifespan was up. Tianhuang Mainland, North Region, Pingyang Town. The Martial Dao Prime Body stood in the courtyard and looked at the firmaments. His gaze was cold and he was filled with a chilling killing intent. The atmosphere in the courtyard turned extremely tense. Tao Yao frowned slightly at the side, worried. He had accompanied the Martial Dao Prime Body for many years but had never seen the latter reveal such a gaze and emit such a terrifying aura. Even in the battle against the primordial races and Blood Fiend back then, the Martial Dao Prime Body remained calm. But now, something major must have happened for the Martial Dao Prime Body to reveal such a gaze. Young Master, did something happen? Tao Yao could not help but ask. The Martial Dao Prime Body was silent and shook his head gently without explaining. Although he could not see the situation in the starry skies, he could still sense the calamity that the Dragon Phoenix true body encountered clearly. A moment later, the Martial Dao Prime Body appeared in the depths of the firmaments in a flash. Outside Tianhuang Mainland, a gigantic ball of flames was descending. It was filled with blood chi and had a terrifying might. The gigantic ball of flames was the Dragon Phoenix true body that was destroyed by King Yunyu. Although the life force of the Dragon Phoenix true body was destroyed by King Yunyu, the bloodline that flowed through his body still possessed immense power. The Martial Dao Prime Body extended his palm and condensed a space to receive the Dragon Phoenix true body. Immediately after, he tore through the void and returned to Pingyang Town. What is this? Tao Yao asked in surprise when he saw the Martial Dao Prime Body return with a battered item soaked in blood. The Dragon Phoenix true body's life force had long been shattered by King Yunyu's palm and was in an unrecognizable state. Even his skeleton could not be seen. This is the Dragon Phoenix true body that I cultivated. It was destroyed by someone, the Martial Dao Prime Body said slowly. Ah! Tao Yao exclaimed in shock. What about your Green Lotus true body? Is it all right? Tao Yao was smart and immediately recognized that Su Zimo's two true bodies must have encountered a calamity after they ascended to the upper world. I don't know. The Martial Dao Prime Body shook his head. When he caught the Dragon Phoenix true body earlier on, there was still a faint connection between him and the Green Lotus true body. However, right now, the Martial Dao Prime Body could no longer sense the existence of the Green Lotus true body. That was because at that moment, the Green Lotus true body was devoured by the black hole along with the bronze square tripod and was completely isolated from the outside world. The Martial Dao Prime Body took a deep breath and regained his composure. No matter what happened to the Green Lotus true body, the only thing he could do right now was to wait patiently and continue cultivating. Thankfully, for some reason, the Martial Dao Prime Body did not choose to ascend and stayed on Tianhuang Mainland. Otherwise, the martial Tao prime body would have been doomed as well. The martial Tao prime body pondered for a moment and his spirit consciousness moved, retrieving heavenly wolf that was burned by the 3 flames from his storage bag. After the martial Tao prime body comprehended the tribulation fire, he combined it with the martial spirit fire and red lotus karmic fire to burn heavenly wolf. This was the drop of blood in the silver mask. What's the origin of that bronze tripod and what treasure is it? The martial Tao prime body asked. I don't know. Heavenly wolf shouted in pain. I already lost my memories when I woke up. I only know that it's called the hell suppression tripod. Apart from that, I've forgotten everything. It's useless even if you burn me. The martial Tao prime body sneered. It was clear that heavenly wolf was dishonest. If what he said was true and he had already lost his memories, why would he impart the 3 corpses technique to Tao Lord Bloodfiend? The 3 corpses technique was a top-tier cloning technique of the Fiend sections. If Heavenly Wolf could remember such a secret skill clearly, how could he forget the origin of the bronze square tripod? The martial Tao prime body had a cold gaze and glared at Heavenly Wolf in the flaming prison in silence. Although Heavenly Wolf jumped and shrieked repeatedly from the 3 flames, he could still hold it in and refuse to say anything. The 3 flames could only threaten Heavenly Wolf. They were not enough to refine the latter completely. The martial Tao prime body ignored him and threw him into his storage bag. Tao Yao, I'm prepared to enter seclusion. I'll leave this place to you. The martial Tao prime body turned and said softly to Tao Yao, Don't worry, young master. I'll definitely protect Pingyang Town and you. Tao Yao said hurriedly with worry in his eyes. After a brief pause, he asked, Young master, are you all right? Tao Yao knew the origin of the Dragon Phoenix true body and knew what this body meant to Su Zimo. That was the reason why he was worried that Su Zimo would not be able to withstand the blow. If he were to cultivate in seclusion under such circumstances, it would be extremely easy for him to develop mental demons or even go berserk. I'm fine. The martial Tao prime body smiled faintly. Although the Dragon Phoenix true body was destroyed, it was not gone. In this seclusion, the martial Tao prime body was prepared to fuse the Dragon Phoenix true body into this body. It might be extremely difficult for the Green Lotus true body to fuse with the Dragon Phoenix true body. However, it was relatively simple for the martial Tao prime body to smelt the Dragon Phoenix true body. The martial Tao prime body brought the Dragon Phoenix true body back to the cultivation field set up by Dai Yu and channeled his blood chi slowly. In the blink of an eye, the martial Tao prime body vanished. In his place was a gigantic furnace burning with raging flames. There were 3 types of flames burning around the furnace alone. The body of the martial Tao prime body was like a gigantic furnace that could smelt 100 sutras, divine powers, and even flesh. The martial Tao prime body threw the Dragon Phoenix true body into the furnace and began refining. If he could refine the Dragon Phoenix true body completely, the martial Tao prime body might be able to master another flame. The black hole. Su Zimo had been floating here for a long time, curled up in the bronze square tripod as he frowned with a pale expression. Although he could hide in the bronze square tripod and not be devoured by the power of the black hole, he could not sense the passage of time here. There was no sound in the surroundings. A maddening sense of loneliness surged into his heart. His surroundings were dark, as though he was the only one left in the darkness, wandering aimlessly without an end. The bronze square tripod could only isolate physical power. However, the invisible power within the black hole was affecting Su Zimo at all times. Initially, Su Zimo could still calm down and comprehend the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. However, as time passed by, he felt increasingly frustrated. To be precise, he did not know how much time had passed. A month? A year? 10 years? If he could sense the passage of time, Su Zimo would feel much better. However, the emptiness, loneliness, and helplessness tortured him constantly. This was even more terrifying than any other power. He could only wait alone in this cramped space. His connection with the martial Tao prime body had been completely severed. Su Zimo shouted from the bronze square tripod, but there was no response, leaving only his echo that gradually weakened in the tripod. His spirit consciousness tried to probe the outside world through the 9 heavens living soil. However, his spirit consciousness was devoured by the power of the black hole the moment it left the bronze square tripod. Just like that, he floated. After a long time, Su Zimo's spirit was almost at the brink of collapse. Actually, Su Zimo was within the bronze square tripod and could not see what was happening outside. The black hole wasn't completely devoid of light. The outer wall of the bronze square tripod was the only light in the black hole. If there were other living beings in the black hole, they would definitely be able to discover the shimmering bronze square tripod. 3 sides of the bronze square tripod were shattered, but the cracks on one of the tripod walls had already healed. A divine dragon carving that spiraled up appeared on the repaired wall of the tripod. It was lifelike and emitted a powerful might. The divine dragon etched on the walls of the tripod faced the vast world with its head and eyes closed. Suddenly, the divine dragon seemed to have come alive and its eyes suddenly opened. Its gaze was deep and exuded an unparalleled aura of indifference towards all living beings. Roar! A majestic dragon roar sounded, piercing through metal and cracking rocks. The divine dragon crawled out slowly from the wall of the tripod. It was covered in green scales that shone with a cold glint, and its claws were sharp, as though they could penetrate everything. The divine dragon on the bronze square tripod had truly come alive. It looked around and seemed to have realized where it was. Its gigantic tail coiled around the bronze square tripod and it flew in a direction. Dragon roar! In the bronze square tripod, Su Zimo murmured with a lost expression, "Am I imagining things?" Immediately after, Su Zimo felt his body slam heavily against the inner wall, as though he was moving rapidly in a certain direction. It had been a long time since he felt that way. In the black hole, Su Zimo could not sense the passage of time, direction, or even whether he was moving. But now all those senses had returned to him. He could not believe it. After a long time, Su Zimo suddenly felt his body lighten. Although he was still in the relatively cramped bronze square tripod, he no longer had the maddening feeling of emptiness and annihilation. A long-awaited aura seeped into the bronze square tripod through the 9 heavens living soil. It seemed to be heaven and earth essence chi. Immediately after, Su Zimo sensed the passage of time. Could I have already left the black hole? Su Zimo's eyes widened in shock. By the time the green divine dragon carried the bronze square tripod and charged out of the black hole, its power seemed to have been exhausted and it dimmed. After floating in the black hole for so long, the divine dragon escaped with the bronze square tripod and had long deviated from the location where King Yunyu attacked. The surroundings were vast starry skies with some stars floating. On the other side of the stars was a gigantic shadow that seemed endless. The divine dragon sensed for a moment and swept up the bronze square tripod, descending towards a star around the shadow. Initially, the speed of the bronze square tripod's descent was still under control. The light emitted by the divine dragon dimmed and eventually turned into a green streak of light, returning to the intact wall of the bronze square tripod. The bronze square tripod was falling out of control and was getting faster. In the bronze square tripod, Su Zimo suddenly realized that something was amiss. He hurriedly put away the 9 heavens living soil and released his spirit consciousness, wanting to check out the situation outside. At that moment, the surroundings were already burning with flames because the bronze square tripod was falling too quickly. Su Zimo had wandered in the black hole for a long time before escaping, and his reaction was still a little slow. He was alarmed and wanted to control the speed of the bronze square tripod, but it was too late. Boom! There was a loud bang. The bronze square tripod had already landed heavily on the star, creating a huge pit as dust billowed. Although Su Zimo was in the bronze square tripod, he suffered a huge impact and was sent flying. He rolled dozens of feet on the ground before stopping. This time round, Su Zimo was severely injured. His head was spinning and his tendons and bones felt like they were about to split. Of course, compared to King Yunyu's attack and the dread in the black hole, this injury was nothing to him. The most important thing was that he had survived. He escaped from King Yunyu's pursuit and the black hole. Although the pain on his body was unbearable and he was covered in mud, Su Zimo was delighted and relieved. Right then, a racket sounded from afar, as though many people had heard the commotion and were rushing over. Suzimo could not help but laugh. He had floated in the black hole for a long time without any sound or life. Although he did not know if these people were friends or foes, nor did he know what sort of existences they were, those voices sounded incomparably warm to Suzimo at the moment. What happened? Why is there such a huge commotion? I saw a ball of flames descending from the sky earlier on. It should be a meteor. From the direction, it seems to be the spirit field under Duan Tianliang's jurisdiction. Immediately after, Suzimo heard chaotic footsteps approaching from afar. Pest! Impressive! Someone gasped. The huge pit created by the meteor destroyed more than 10 mu one of the spirit field. 1,000 essence-nourishing grass and rain frost flowers have all been destroyed. Hee, this is a natural disaster. There's no one to blame. Duan Tianliang is probably going to cry to death. Someone gloated. Keep your voice down. Don't let him hear you. That fatty is extremely petty and might come after us to vent his anger upon knowing about this. Suzimo had yet to recover from the heavy fall. He sprawled on the ground and recuperated in silence to recover from his injuries. Given the regeneration capabilities of the Green Lotus True Body, such injuries could be healed in less than half an hour. Although it was thin, Suzimo could sense the heaven and earth essence chi around him. If he was not wrong, this should be the upper world. There was a trichiliocosm in the upper world, and he did not know which world he had fallen into. He was extremely unfamiliar with the essence-nourishing grass and rain frost flower that the people not far away were talking about and had never seen them in the ancient books of Tianhuang mainland. Eh? Right then, someone exclaimed softly, "This doesn't seem like a meteor falling. There seems to be a bronze tripod beneath that pit." Indeed, many people approached, and some of them could not hold back their curiosity and jumped into the pit to pick up the bronze tripod. "Heh!" The person exhaled and said. After lifting the bronze tripod, he placed it down heavily. "This sure is heavy. I wonder what grade of dermic treasure this bronze tripod is. It's useless no matter what dermic treasure it is. It's already useless given how shattered it is." The person threw the bronze tripod at his feet without taking another look. Everyone subconsciously thought that the bronze tripod was shattered because it fell from the skies and struck the ground. Suzimo chuckled internally. Although one of the walls of the bronze square tripod was repaired, the other 3 walls were still battered. Even an expert like King Yun was wrong, let alone these people. Why is there a ravine dozens of feet long over there? Someone pointed to the edge of the pit and frowned. Everyone looked in the direction of the ravine. There seems to be someone over there. This ravine was created by this person on the ground? Hurry and take a look. There's no need to look. If the spirit field beneath our feet is already in such a state, how can any body of flesh and blood withstand it? They must have died a long time ago. As everyone discussed, the figure at the end of the ravine moved. Immediately after, right in front of everyone, the figure crawled up from the mud bit by bit. He's not dead. Everyone was shocked. The person looked like he had fallen badly. His clothes were torn and his face was filled with blood and mud. His original appearance could not be seen clearly. Only his eyes were bright and clear. Suzimo looked wretched and extremely miserable. However, in that short period of time, his injuries were mostly healed. The wounds on his body had long recovered and stopped bleeding. He's a grade 1 black immortal. Yes, I reckon that he must have just descended from the lower world. However, I don't know why he fell from the skies and landed in our snow-wind ridge. Suzimo could clearly sense the people before him scanning him with their spirit consciousnesses. Daiyu once told him that after ascending to the upper world, he would have to face 3 major realms, the Black Essence, Earth Essence, and Heaven Essence realms. Each major cultivation realm had 9 levels. Immortal cultivators of the Black Essence realm were called Black Immortals. The grade 1 Black Immortal they were referring to was most likely cultivators at level 1 of the Black Essence realm. Just a grade 1 Black Immortal? Suzimo frowned slightly. To think that even after ascending through the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation in the lower world, he was only a grade 1 Black Immortal in the upper world. Su Zimo released his spirit consciousness as well and scanned the dozens of people before him. He could also clearly sense that most of the dozens of people before him were at Grade 1 Black Immortal realm. However, the two people leading them were Grade 2 Black Immortals. Although he was facing Grade 2 Black Immortals, Su Zimo had a feeling that the power within his body could crush them with ease. It was not because of the Grade 9 Green Lotus True Body or any secret skills or divine powers. It was a sensation that felt like a suppression of cultivation realms. Su Zimo had just ascended to the upper world and was unfamiliar with everything. He merely felt that something was amiss. He felt the ground beneath his feet and breathed in the air around him, trying his best to sense, adapt, and familiarize himself with it. Everything here was vastly different from Tianhuang mainland. Under normal circumstances, given the strength of the Grade 9 Green Lotus True Body's flesh, he would be perfectly fine even if he fell from the skies onto Tianhuang mainland. But now that Su Zimo was injured after falling, it was mainly because the gravity here was dozens of times stronger than in Tianhuang mainland. If an ordinary person were to arrive here without tribulation transcendence and their flesh was infused with heaven and earth essence chi, they would explode on the spot and die from the gravity. Furthermore, Su Zimo had just stomped on the ground gently, and he could clearly feel that the ground beneath his feet was even firmer. Even when the bronze square tripod descended from the skies, it merely created a huge pit on the ground. If that power were to smash into Tianhuang mainland, a gigantic valley would be formed. What's going on? Make way! A fat, round-faced fatty ran over from outside with an ugly expression and an aggressive aura. Fatty Duan is here. Hurry and dodge. Heh! That lad is going to suffer for destroying more than 10 mu of the spirit field. Someone shook his head gently and whispered, Duan Tianliang is narrow-minded and heartless. He won't let this person off easily. Although they lowered their voices, Su Zimo's hearing was strong and he heard everything clearly. When Duan Tianliang approached and saw the huge pit in the spirit field not far away with cracks spreading everywhere, his round face darkened completely. Duan Tianliang shifted his gaze towards Su Zimo and asked coldly, You did this? Yes. Su Zimo nodded. I've only just arrived and destroyed your spirit field by accident. Do advise me on how I should compensate you. Su Zimo was polite not because he wanted to show weakness. Only he was indeed in the wrong for this matter. Furthermore, he had just ascended to the upper world and everything around him was unknown. It was better to be careful. Fufu. When they heard Su Zimo's words, everyone laughed and shook their heads. Duan Tianliang's expression turned even uglier as he grit his teeth. Humph, more than 10 mu of my spirit field was destroyed just like that. The life of a Grade 1 Black Immortal like you isn't even worth the thousands of spirit herbs in this spirit field. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze in silence. What's going on? Right then, a gentle voice sounded. Su Zimo glanced sideways and saw 6 people walking over not far away. Their leader was a young woman wearing a snow-white cloak. The woman was extremely beautiful and elegant. She had an oval face and her beautiful eyes were clear. She wore light makeup and her black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. The woman no longer had an ethereal immortal aura. Instead, she had a pugilistic aura that made one feel closer to her. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness swept past the woman. The woman's cultivation realm clearly surpassed Duan Tianliang's. Su Zimo's initial guess was that this woman was most likely a Grade 4 Black Immortal. The woman seemed to have a high status and was followed by 5 Black Immortals who looked like guards. One of the men wore battle armor and followed closely behind the woman with a cold expression. His cultivation realm was similar to hers. The remaining 4 guards followed behind the man. Their cultivation realms were also lower than the man. The mistress is here. A soft exclamation sounded from the crowd in front of the spirit field. Greetings, mistress. Immediately after, everyone in the spirit field cupped their fists towards the young woman. The woman smiled gently with a warm expression and returned the greeting with cupped fists. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Greetings, Commander Liang. Everyone bowed to the cold man behind the woman. The cold man raised his head slightly with a haughty expression and merely grunted in response. When Duan Tianliang saw the two of them, he jogged over hurriedly as well. The gloominess on his face earlier on had vanished completely, leaving only grievance and indignance as he wailed loudly. "Mistress, you have to uphold justice for me. For dozens of years, I've worked hard and diligently to manage this spirit field, not daring to slack off at all." At that point, many people pouted their lips. Duan Tianliang continued, "Just as the essence nourishing grass and rainfrost flower were about to ripen, this person destroyed more than 10 mu of the spirit field. 1,000 stalks of essence nourishing grass and rainfrost flower were gone. Mistress, it's not my fault. It's all his fault." Right from the beginning, Su Zimo did not speak or argue. He merely stood there quietly. The young woman looked at Su Zimo with a hint of surprise in her eyes that disappeared quickly. Commander Liang glanced at Su Zimo and could not help but feel disgusted when he saw the latter covered in blood and mud. He retracted his gaze and refused to look further. "Who are you? Where did you ascend from?" The young woman looked at Su Zimo and asked with a bright gaze. "I'm Su Zimo from the Pingyang mainland of the lower world." Su Zimo's words were half true. There was nothing to hide about his name. Even if he said it, it would not attract much attention. Although King Yun Yu was his great enemy, the former did not know his name. However, he had just arrived in the upper world and everything around him was unknown. Out of caution, Su Zimo hid Tianhuang mainland and changed it to the name of his hometown, Pingyang Town. There were a billion minor kiliocosms in the lower world. Even if he made things up, the woman before him would not be able to discover any flaws. "Why did you descend from the skies and land here?" the young woman asked again. Su Zimo said, "When I ascended, something unexpected happened. I wonder where this is. I heard that the upper world is vast and boundless with a trichiliocosm. Which world of the upper world is this?" Su Zimo merely mentioned his experience of ascending casually before changing the topic and taking the initiative to ask. When everyone saw Su Zimo like this, they laughed. They had experienced this before as well. Back when they ascended here, everything in the upper world was unknown and new to them. Commander Liang smirked in disdain. The young woman did not show anything. "This is the Dragon Abyss Star, a star under the jurisdiction of Green Cloud County. The land beneath your feet belongs to the territory of Snow Wind Ridge." Dragon Abyss Star? Green Cloud County? Snow Wind Ridge? Su Zimo was dazed. A single star was under the jurisdiction of a county? How big was Green Cloud County? As for which world of the upper world this is, I don't know either. The young woman hesitated for a moment. "That's because I've never left the Dragon Abyss Star." Stunned, Su Zimo looked around instinctively. The others had calm expressions as well. It was clear that they had no doubts about the young woman's words. In other words, none of them knew which world of the upper world this was and had never left the Dragon Abyss Star. "Why don't you leave?" Su Zimo asked. "Humph! Ignorant person." When he heard that, Commander Liang sneered. "Notwithstanding the Dragon Abyss Star, you'll be considered capable if you can survive beyond 5,000 kilometers of Snow Wind Ridge in this lifetime of yours." Initially, Duan Tianliang did not dare to interrupt when the young woman was conversing with Su Zimo. He was observant and jumped out hurriedly when he heard Commander Liang's mockery. Pointing at Su Zimo, he hollered, "What kind of a country bumpkin from Pingyang mainland are you? Are you laughing at your mistress? You're just asking for a beating." Duan Tianliang turned around and cupped his fists towards the young woman. "Mistress, don't worry. Leave this person to me. I guarantee that I'll tidy him up obediently." Someone at the side could not take it lying down and tried to smooth things over. "He just ascended and doesn't know the situation. It's not his fault. Fellow brother, let me tell you, I've ascended for tens of thousands of years and have never left the Dragon Abyss Star before as well. That's right. It's meaningless even if you know which world this is. It's already not bad if we get the chance to visit Dragon Abyss City in this lifetime," everyone said. Su Zimo was shocked and his heart suffered a huge blow. Those who could ascend were all paragons and monster incarnates of the lower worlds. However, even after ascending for tens of thousands of years, none of them could leave the Dragon Abyss Star. It was only now that Su Zimo truly experienced the vastness and mysteriousness of the upper world. Mistress, there's no need to explain so much to this person. Just leave him to the medicinal farmers, Commander Liang said softly. The young woman nodded slightly and looked at Su Zimo. No matter what, you have to compensate for destroying this spirit field. According to the rules of Snow Wind Ridge, all Grade 1 Black Immortals have to start from being a medicinal farmer. The two types of immortal herbs planted are the essence-nourishing grass and rain frost flower. Under normal circumstances, every medicinal farmer has to farm 10 mu of land. Since you destroyed 13 mu of land, we'll leave the medicinal herbs planted here to you. You can only leave Snow Wind Ridge after these two immortal herbs ripen. Of course, you can also choose to stay. In Snow Wind Ridge, everyone is treated equally. If you can cultivate to become a Grade 2 Black Immortal, you can be a steward in Snow Wind Ridge and manage the medicinal farmers. At that point, Su Zimo looked at Duan Tianliang, who was not far away. The young woman smiled. You're not wrong. Duan Tianliang is one of the stewards of Snow Wind Ridge. If you have any doubts, you can ask him. Mistress, don't worry. Duan Tianliang patted himself on the chest. Leave this person to me. The young woman frowned slightly. He has just ascended and is severely injured. Let him rest and recuperate for a period of time first. There's no need to worry about farming. Why, yes. Duan Tianliang nodded hurriedly in agreement, but he sneered internally. Rascal, you've destroyed more than 10 mu of my spirit field. Watch how I torture you. The young woman cupped her fists towards everyone and bid farewell. Before long, the young woman who was about to leave turned back as though she recalled something. She came before Su Zimo and took out a jade bottle and a talisman from her storage bag. Handing it over, she said softly, there are some spirit herbs in this jade bottle that might be of some help to your injuries. In the lower world, dust removal is merely a minor dermic art. However, in the upper world, the dust removal art is an immortal art. Since you haven't cultivated it yet, take this dust removal talisman first. Go back and clean the mud on your body and recuperate well. Su Zimo's expression changed slightly. Although it was nothing much, he felt a sense of warmth in his heart. He had just ascended and did not know the woman before him. Even in the cultivation world of Tianhuang mainland, it was extremely rare for a woman as such who would be friendly to a stranger. Fellow brother, accept it. Our mistress is a very nice person. Honest middle-aged man at the side said with a smile. Don't just stand there. Take it. When the young woman saw that Su Zimo was still motionless, she took the initiative to pull Su Zimo's mud-covered palm and place the bottle and dust removal talisman on it. The young woman's actions were very natural and carefree without the restraints of etiquette. More importantly, even though Su Zimo was dirty right now, she did not disdain him at all. Initially, Su Zimo was hesitant about whether he should stay in Snow Wind Ridge. Given his capabilities, Duan Tianliang would definitely not be able to stop him if he wanted to leave. It was only at this moment that he decided to stay in Snow Wind Ridge for the time being and familiarize himself with the Dragon Abyss Star before making further plans. At that thought, Su Zimo suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly. He had once thought that ascending to the upper world would definitely be extremely dangerous and every single step would be filled with danger. It would be inevitable for him to fight in all directions and be drenched in blood. He would have to clash against countless paragons. He would have to compete against all the experts of the upper world. However, he had never expected that he would become a farmer upon ascension to the upper world. Su Zimo looked at the bottle and dust removal talisman in his hands and smiled gently. He looked at the young woman and asked, "How may I address you, miss?" That question was a little abrupt. After all, to outsiders, the difference in status and cultivation realm between the two of them was immense. However, there was no hint of blame in the young woman's eyes and she merely smiled. "Who do you think you are?" Right then, Commander Liang strode forward and glared at Su Zimo coldly, berating. "A lowlife like you is not qualified to ask about the name of the young mistress." Lowlife? Su Zimo raised his brow. This was the first time he had heard someone refer to him as a lowlife up till this point of his cultivation. "Liang Qiu, The young woman frowned slightly and glanced sideways in displeasure. I've told you many times that everyone ascended from the lower world. There's no distinction between our statuses. You've only ascended a couple dozen thousand years earlier than him. Why are you mocking him? Mistress, you are right. Xianxia lowered his head slightly with a terrible expression, but he did not dare to refute. The young woman looked at Su Zimo and smiled apologetically. My name is Xia Qingying. Xianxia is not a bad person by nature. He merely said it in a nasty manner. Please don't take offense. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. Xianxia glared at Su Zimo secretly and whispered to the young woman. Mistress, there's nothing much here. Let's leave. The young woman nodded slightly and turned to leave once more. All right, that's enough. Everyone, head back to look after your own spirit fields. There's nothing much to see here. When Duan Tianliang saw Xia Qingying and Xianxia leave, he straightened his back and ordered everyone arrogantly. Many people looked at Su Zimo with pitiable expressions before dispersing. Duan Tianliang walked towards Su Zimo. He was fat and not tall. When he arrived before Su Zimo, he even had to raise his head and look up. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent and his gaze was calm. Duan Tianliang sneered. Country bumpkin. Don't worry. The mistress has orders for you to recuperate first, so I won't make things difficult for you. All right, you'll live there. Duan Tianliang pointed to a straw hut not far away. Su Zimo could not be bothered with that person. Arriving at the pit, he put away the bronze square tripod and turned towards the straw hut. Looking at Su Zimo's back view, Duan Tianliang spat and sneered. Bloody hell, what's a grade 1 black immortal getting cocky for? You'll be in for it in a few days. The straw hut was simple and crude with a bamboo bed, table and a few bamboo stools. Su Zimo had just escaped from the black hole in the starry skies and spent countless years curled up in the bronze square tripod. To him, this straw hut was a paradise. After Su Zimo entered the hut, he tore apart the dust removal talisman and a mysterious power enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, the mud on his body vanished completely. He took out a new set of green robes from his storage bag and pondered as he wore it. Although he had already ascended to the upper world and arrived on the Dragon Abyss star, he still had many doubts. The greatest doubt was naturally which world this was. Xia Qingying had once said that everyone had ascended from the lower world. Was she referring to everyone in Snowwind Ridge or the entire Dragon Abyss star? If it was the latter, that would be strange. Were there no native living beings of the upper world on such a massive star? Also, there was the matter of his cultivation. Was he only a grade 1 black immortal after ascending through the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation? In addition, he did not know the purpose of the 2 immortal herbs that he had to plant, the essence nourishing grass and the rainfrost flower. Right then, footsteps sounded from outside. Su Zimo frowned slightly. Could Duan Tianliang be so anxious to cause trouble for him so soon? Young man. Right then, the person had already arrived at the door and knocked gently, calling out. Su Zimo was slightly stunned. Come in. The person pushed the door open and entered. He had a dark face and an honest expression. It was one of the onlookers who had spoken up for Su Zimo a few times. Su Zimo had some impression of this person. The person was stunned when he saw Su Zimo, who was neatly dressed after removing the mud. Young man, to think that you're so young and refined, like a scholar, he said with a smile. Thereafter, as though he recalled something, the person asked with widened eyes. Young man, you're not injured? But earlier on, those were only minor injuries. I'm fine after consuming the elixirs of the mistress. Su Zimo waved the bottle in his hands. Actually, this was merely the powerful regeneration capabilities of the Green Lotus True Body. However, Su Zimo had experienced being hunted by King Yunyu before and knew in his heart that the secret of the Green Lotus True Body must not be exposed after he ascended to the upper world. Otherwise, he would attract endless killing intent. Su Zimo changed the topic and asked with cupped fists. How may I address you, fellow Taoist? Why are you here? Heh! The person waved it off. There aren't so many rules in Snowwind Ridge. You can just call me Old Yen. To put it nicely, I'm an immortal farmer. Actually, I'm just a farmer. Right? I'm not sure yet. What's the use of the essence nourishing grass and rain frost flower that we're going to plant? Su Zimo followed up with Old Yan's topic. These two immortal herbs are used to refine an immortal pill called the essence condensation pill. Old Yan said, if you use normal breathing and expiration techniques to absorb heaven and earth essence chi, your cultivation will be too slow. By consuming this essence condensation pill, you can better condense essence chi and speed up your cultivation. I see. A look of realization flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. Back when experts of the upper world descended upon Tianhuang mainland and were all killed by Daiyu, she gave him many essence condensation pills. Those essence condensation pills were now in the hands of the martial Tao prime body. At that thought, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He was prepared to find a time to try and establish a connection with the martial Tao prime body. Old Yen said, young man, you've just ascended. There are many things that are very different from the lower worlds in the upper world. Let me tell you beforehand lest you suffer. Thank you very much. Su Zimo cupped his fists hurriedly in thanks. Right now, he was worried that no one would be able to clear the doubts in his heart. Old Yen said, cultivating in the upper world requires heaven and earth essence chi. Different cultivation techniques have different effects. The space of the upper world is extremely stable and the ground is even sturdier. It's definitely impossible to tear through space as casually as in the lower worlds. Su Zimo nodded. When he first descended, he had already sensed something amiss. Old Yen thought for a moment and continued, right, we black immortals can't release blood rebirth in the upper world. You have to be careful. Only the legendary Earth immortal experts can regrow an arm, let alone blood rebirth. At that point, Su Zimo's gaze turned cold when he thought of the dragon phoenix true body that was destroyed by King Yunyu. Old Yen, did all the cultivators of Snow Wind Ridge ascend from the lower worlds? Su Zimo asked. Of course, Old Yen said. There aren't many native exalted immortals of the upper world on the entire Dragon Abyss star, let alone Snow Wind Ridge. Almost all of them are in Dragon Abyss City. Right? As though he recalled something, Old Yen said, it doesn't matter what we call each other. However, if you see anyone with a higher cultivation realm than you outside, you'll still have to address them as exalted immortals. I've seen it with my own eyes. Someone was killed on the spot just because he called the other party fellow Taoist. At the mention of that, Old Yen shook his head gently and sighed. Pondering for a moment, Su Zimo frowned and asked, why is the Dragon Abyss star filled with only people who ascended? You've just ascended and don't know yet. At the mention of that, a look of melancholy flashed through Old Yan's eyes. The Dragon Abyss star is the most remote star beneath Green Cloud County, and the heaven and earth essence chi is thin. In the eyes of the native immortals, they don't take us who ascended from the lower worlds seriously at all. Anyone who passes the one of 9 heavenly tribulation will ascend to these remote stars. I heard that only those who pass the 2 of 9 heavenly tribulation, 3 of 9 heavenly tribulation and 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation are qualified to cultivate elsewhere in Green Cloud County. What's the difference between the heavenly tribulations? Su Zimo asked again. There's a huge difference, Old Yen said. Under normal circumstances, once one passes the one of 9 heavenly tribulation and ascends to the upper world, as long as they stay in the upper world for a period of time and adapt to the environment of the upper world, fusing with the surrounding heaven and earth essence chi, their cultivation realm will stabilize and they will become a grade 1 black immortal. Following that, those who pass through the 2 of 9 heavenly tribulation will become grade 2 black immortals once their cultivation realms stabilize. Those who can pass through the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation and ascend to the upper world will become grade 4 black immortals, the same level as the mistress and Commander Liang. When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he understood. Under normal circumstances, after he passed the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation and ascended to the upper world, he should be a grade 4 black immortal when he interacted with the heaven and earth essence chi in the surroundings. However, his ascension process was forcefully interrupted by King Yunyu. Thereafter, he hid in the bronze square tripod and was devoured by the black hole. However, there was no heaven and earth essence chi, air, spirit chi, or anything else in the black hole. Therefore, his cultivation realm was maintained at grade 1 black immortal. Now, he had already ascended to the upper world and descended on the Dragon Abyss Star. According to Old Yen, as long as he stayed on the Dragon Abyss Star for a period of time and interacted with the surrounding heaven and earth essence chi, his cultivation realm would rise rapidly, and he would reach grade 4 black immortal. It was also because living beings who had passed the one of 9 heavenly tribulation would ascend to remote stars like the Dragon Abyss Star that Xianxia and the others had the preconceived notion that Su Zimo had only passed the one of 9 heavenly tribulation. 1. The upper world is vast and filled with heaven and earth essence chi everywhere. Why is the heaven and earth essence chi on the Dragon Abyss Star so thin? Su Zimo frowned slightly. I don't know about that. Old Yen shook his head. Actually, we're just some of the abandoned people. Those high and mighty exalted immortals don't take us who ascended from the lower worlds seriously at all and left us here to fend for ourselves. Brother Su, follow me. Suddenly, Old Yen said and led the way out, looking up at the distant firmaments. Su Zimo followed his gaze. Brother Su, can you see that? Old Yen pointed to the end of the firmaments. There's a gigantic shadow over there. I heard that green cloud county is there. The heaven and earth essence chi there is 10 times richer than on the Dragon Abyss Star. When Su Zimo left the black hole, he caught sight of the gigantic shadow up close. It covered the skies and was extremely vast and shocking. The wish of every cultivator that ascends to the Dragon Abyss Star is to leave this place and head to the legendary green cloud county. Why don't you leave? Su Zimo asked. Old Yen smiled bitterly. There's a distant starry sky between the Dragon Abyss Star and that place. Only legendary heaven immortal experts can cross the starry skies. Su Zimo was shocked. Did he have to cultivate to the heaven immortal realm to leave the Dragon Abyss Star? Old Yen said, Of course. I heard that there's a teleportation formation in Dragon Abyss City that can teleport people over as well. However, the conditions for teleportation are way too stringent. Most people on the Dragon Abyss Star won't be able to achieve that even if they exhaust their entire lives. At the mention of that, Old Yan's eyes dimmed. Back in my lower world, I was also the notorious Hell Emperor. Everyone said that I was the reincarnation of Yama. Old Yen smiled bitterly. However, I still ended up in this state after my ascension to the upper world. Su Zimo was silent. As Old Yen had said, none of those who could ascend were nobodies. All of them were paragons and monster incarnates of the lower worlds. However, these people ascended and were abandoned on this remote star. The heaven and earth essence chi was thin and their cultivation speed was slow. Even their wills gradually dimmed and were no longer the same as before. Old Yen, how long has it been since you ascended? Su Zimo asked. Old Yen reminisced for a moment before saying sadly, More than 10,000 years. Even after more than 10,000 years, Old Yen was only at the grade 1 black immortal realm. The situation on the Dragon Abyss Star was even worse than Su Zimo had imagined. Old Yen said, 100,000 years pass in the blink of an eye. I reckon that I won't have the chance to leave in this lifetime. After ascending to the upper world, Su Zimo could sense that his lifespan had not changed much and was still 100,000 years. Su Zimo said, In that case, there's really nothing good about the upper world. After ascending, your lifespan did not increase. Instead, you were abandoned on this desolate star. It's better to be invincible and carefree in the lower worlds. It's different. When he heard that, Old Yan's eyes lit up with a bright glint. He was invigorated and his earlier depression was swept away. Brother Su, do you know that infants born in the upper world are innately fused with heaven and earth essence chi? They save a lot of effort in cultivating and start from the grade 1 black immortal realm. The foundation of an infant born in the upper world is much higher than the lower worlds. Their future accomplishments will far surpass mine. Let me tell you, the descendants of those exalted immortals will have to use countless universal treasures to assist, nourish, refine their flesh, tendons, and bones. There's even a superior grade spirit gathering technique that can create essence spirits for them. Old Yen smiled. To be honest, my son has just turned 2 months old. I intend to save up more essence condensation pills. Even if there aren't any universal treasures, I'll have to exchange a cultivation technique that can condense essence spirits and lay a good foundation for him. Although I have no hope of leaving Dragon Abyss Star in this lifetime, I hope that he can go out and take a look at Green Cloud County and roam the world. At the mention of that, Old Yen became excited. Su Zimo smiled as well. At that moment, the middle-aged man before him was not the Hell Emperor or Old Yen who dominated the lower world. He was only a father. Let's not talk about that anymore. Old Yen snapped out of his stupor and said with a smile, "When I have time, I'll bring that son of mine over for you to take a look. He really looks like me." "Heh. Sure thing," Su Zimo replied with a smile as well. Old Yen said, "Let's talk about something serious. You've offended that fatty and he'll definitely cause trouble for you in the future. You've got to be careful. However, don't worry. The people of Snowwind Ridge can't kill one another casually. At most, he'll just look for trouble with you and scold you. Just endure it. There's no need to stoop to his level." Su Zimo smiled without replying. Old Yen took out 2 jade scrolls from his storage bag and placed them on his glabella for a moment before handing them to Su Zimo. "These are 2 lesser immortal arts of the upper world, Cloud Rain Technique and Flora Art. Put them away and comprehend them as soon as possible so that you can prepare in advance." Su Zimo received the 2 jade scrolls and scanned them with his spirit consciousness. There were indeed 2 cultivation techniques in the jade scroll. Given Su Zimo's experience, he already had a rough idea of them after a single glance. The cloud rain technique was actually a technique to create clouds and rain to irrigate the spirit field. The flora art was even simpler. It was used to remove the weeds in the spirit field before using the essence of the weeds to nourish the 2 immortal herbs, speeding up their ripening. Although the cloud rain technique and flora art are immortal arts of the upper world, they have many similarities with dermic arts of the lower worlds. Old Yen said, "It's not difficult for us to cultivate these 2 immortal arts. Back then, I only cultivated for a year and I managed to cultivate both immortal arts." Su Zimo nodded. The 2 immortal arts were extremely superficial, and he had already comprehended most of them during their short conversation. "Actually, there's nothing much about farming 13 mu of spirit fields," Old Yen said. "To put it simply, the process of sowing seeds is nothing more than watering, weeding and taking care of them while waiting for them to ripen." "How long does it take for 2 immortal herbs to ripen?" Su Zimo asked. Old Yen let out a long breath. 100 years. "What?" Su Zimo was shocked. The 2 immortal herbs took 100 years to ripen. In other words, the spirit herbs required to condense elixirs also required 100 years of waiting. In the upper world, the cultivation time required was easily 1,000 years. It was common for some exalted immortals to be in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. Old Yen smiled bitterly. "There's nothing we can do about it. The heaven and earth essence chi in the Dragon Abyss Star is thin and the immortal herbs grow at an extremely slow speed. I heard that under the jurisdiction of Green Cloud County, immortal herbs will ripen much faster in places with rich heaven and earth essence chi." Su Zimo was silent. It was no wonder why Old Yen was still at grade 1 Black Immortal after ascending for 10,000 years. Most of the others were also at grade 1 or 2. The heaven and earth essence chi of the Dragon Abyss Star was rare to begin with. Coupled with the fact that immortal herbs grew slowly and cultivation resources were scarce, there was naturally no way for one's cultivation speed to increase. Old Yen thought for a moment and continued, "Of course, we have to be careful when the immortal herbs are about to ripen. Don't let any random living beings or bandits steal it away." "Random living beings?" Su Zimo frowned slightly. Old Yen said, "Most of the people on the Dragon Abyss Star are humans. Of course, there are also a few other living beings that ascended. However, they are few and insignificant. There's no need to worry. There will be guards patrolling Snowwind Ridge day and night. If any intruders are discovered, all you have to do is shout. Given the strength of Snowwind Ridge, we can easily chase away some weak bandits. I've been out for a while. I've got to go back and look after my spirit field." Old Yen pointed to the east. "My place isn't far from yours. If you have any doubts, look for me there." "All right." Su Zimo nodded. After sending Old Yen off, Su Zimo turned and entered the room. He sat cross-legged on the bamboo bed with many questions in his mind. Pondering for a moment, he took out the bronze square tripod from his storage bag and observed it carefully. Now that he arrived at Snow-Wind Ridge of the Dragon Abyss Star, he was settled down temporarily. He could not help but recall his experience in the black hole. The bronze square tripod had already recovered one of its walls after devouring the weapon of an expert. The inner wall of the tripod was etched with the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. On the outer wall, there was a lifelike divine dragon etched on it. It was green all over and coiled with its head raised, bearing its sharp fangs and claws. However, the divine dragon's eyes were closed and it looked less lively. He did not know how he escaped from the black hole. However, before he escaped, he seemed to have heard a loud and clear dragon roar. Could it be related to the divine dragon on the bronze square tripod? Su Zimo murmured softly. After pondering for a long time, he still found nothing. Su Zimo tried to summon the martial Tao prime body in his heart. He could vaguely sense the existence of the martial Tao prime body. However, the latter did not reply. There was a high chance that he was refining the Dragon Phoenix true body and had no time to be distracted. Putting this matter aside for the time being, Su Zimo put away the bronze square tripod and began to cultivate. He had to sense the heaven and earth essence chi in the surroundings as soon as possible and recover his cultivation realm. Once his cultivation realm was restored to that of a grade 4 black immortal, he would at least be able to protect himself in Snow-Wind Ridge. Before long, night descended. In the spirit field, the sound of frogs and crickets chirping could be heard from time to time, making the long night seem even quieter. In the morning, Su Zimo let out a long breath and opened his eyes. 2 resplendent divine lights burst forth from his eyes before vanishing rapidly. Level 2 Black Essence Realm. In just a single night, Su Zimo's cultivation had already recovered to a grade 2 Black Immortal. At this speed, it would not take long for him to recover to a grade 4 Black Immortal. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo closed his eyes and continued absorbing and refining the surrounding heaven and earth essence chi. Right then, his ears twitched and he heard footsteps. The footsteps were rather heavy and headed straight for his straw hut. It was clearly different from Old Yan's footsteps yesterday. Su Zimo frowned. Bang! There was a loud bang. The door was kicked open violently and a round-faced fatty stood at the entrance, almost blocking the entire room. He glanced askance at Su Zimo with an unfriendly expression. It was Duan Tianliang. Just after a single night, Duan Tianliang could not hold it in any longer. Hey, country bumpkin! Duan Tianliang raised his head slightly and hollered. Don't pretend to be dead there. Get up and hurry and plant the immortal herbs in the 13 mu of spirit fields. These are seeds of the 2 immortal herbs. Hurry and go. Don't dawdle. As he said that, Duan Tianliang threw a storage bag on the ground. Su Zimo opened his eyes slowly and looked at Duan Tianliang quietly. His eyes were deep and bright, but he did not say anything. For some reason, Duan Tianliang felt chills run down his spine when he was stared at by those eyes. It was as though he was not facing someone who had just ascended, but an extremely terrifying and powerful existence. A terrifying beast that devoured humans. Duan Tianliang closed his eyes and shook his head, as though he wanted to purge the illusion. Actually, this was not Duan Tianliang's imagination. Right now, Su Zimo's essence spirit was not only the Green Lotus essence spirit, but also the Dragon Phoenix essence spirit. It was indeed a terrifying taboo living being. Even if it was powerful living beings of other races, they would feel their hearts skip a beat against Su Zimo's gaze, let alone Duan Tianliang. Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, Duan Tianliang glared back and grit his teeth. Fuck! What are you looking at? I told you to go farm. Didn't you hear me? Su Zimo's expression was calm as he said indifferently, What if I don't want to go? He intended to stay in Snow-Wind Ridge for the time being, but he did not intend to farm personally. At the very least, for now, he only wanted to recover his cultivation as soon as possible. You have to go even if you don't want to. Duan Tianliang's expression darkened as he said coldly, I call the shots in Snow-Wind Ridge. It's not up to you. Su Zimo did not reply and his spirit consciousness moved. The door creaked and closed slowly. For some reason, Duan Tianliang felt a chill run down his spine. "What are you doing?" Duan Tianliang hollered. Su Zimo remained silent. The atmosphere in the straw hut turned strange and repressive. "Stop trying to play tricks in front of me. Since you refuse to be disciplined, I'll teach you a lesson." Finally, Duan Tianliang could not hold it in any longer. He strode forward and extended his palm, slapping Su Zimo's face. Swoosh! The moment Duan Tianliang moved, he felt his vision blur and a green shadow flashed. Before he could react, he felt his rotund body float into the air. The next moment, he felt an extremely painful suffocation. Unknowingly, Su Zimo had leaped down from the bed and arrived before him in a flash. Grabbing him by the throat, Su Zimo lifted him from the ground. Duan Tianliang's eyes widened and his face flushed red with panic. Against Su Zimo's palm, he could not exert any strength at all. He felt as though his throat was not grabbed by a hand, but a hard and cold iron hoop. As long as the iron hoop tightened slightly, his throat would be snapped. How could this be? Duan Tianliang was flustered. How could this grade 1 black immortal who had just ascended possess such power? No, he was not a grade 1 black immortal. Instinctively, Duan Tianliang scanned Su Zimo with his spirit consciousness. Grade 2 black immortal. This time round, Duan Tianliang was shocked. Due to the thin heaven and earth essence chi and lack of cultivation resources on the Dragon Abyss star, it was extremely difficult to raise a cultivation realm. In Snow Wind Ridge, news of anyone who could break through and advance would spread through the entire place. Su Zimo had just ascended and it had only been a single night. Duan Tianliang had not expected that Su Zimo would advance to the level 2 black essence realm. He only realized it when he fell into Su Zimo's hands with his life on the line. He could not help but feel shocked. He no longer had the mood to think about how Su Zimo's cultivation increased by a realm overnight. Right now, the only thing on his mind was how to survive. What are you trying to do? Duan Tianliang stomped his feet and said with difficulty. "I want to cultivate in peace for a period of time. Don't disturb me," Su Zimo said indifferently. "As for the spirit field outside, help me farm it. How about that?" Sure. I'll do it." Duan Tianliang agreed without hesitation. If the person before him were to crush his throat, his body would be completely crippled. Even if his essence spirit escaped, he would not have the chance to reconstruct his body. All right. Su Zimo released his grip and let Duan Tianliang down. Duan Tianliang staggered a few steps back and leaned against the closed door, clutching his chest and panting heavily. Although he seemed like he was recovering, he was actually glancing at Su Zimo from the corner of his eye. As a steward of Snow Wind Ridge and a grade 2 black immortal, how could he be controlled by others so easily? Furthermore, this was someone who had just ascended. "I was merely careless when I was caught earlier on." To think that this lad would have the strength of a grade 2 black immortal. Duan Tianliang lowered his head slightly with a dark expression as he thought to himself, "If I take out my black grade dermic treasure, I'll definitely be able to suppress that lad. This lad has just ascended and is only using scrap metal from the lower world. There's no way he has a black grade dermic treasure. If I can't suppress that lad today, won't he be riding on my head in the future? Where will I put my face? How am I going to survive in Snow Wind Ridge in the future?" At that thought, Duan Tianliang made up his mind. As Duan Tianliang lowered his head and pondered, Su Zimo said nothing the entire time and merely looked at him with a fake smile. Finally, Duan Tianliang raised his head and shouted with widened eyes, "Lad, I'll let you witness the capabilities of the immortals today." Duan Tianliang slapped his storage bag with his chubby palm and withdrew a black brick the size of a face. He channeled his essence chi and a pattern shone on the black brick. His aura surged and immortal light coiled around him, looking extraordinary. "Go!" Duan Tianliang threw the black brick into the air and pointed it at Su Zimo. The black brick smashed down fiercely on Su Zimo's shoulder. No matter the status of the cultivators of Snow Wind Ridge, they could not kill one another casually. Duan Tianliang did not dare to kill either. Furthermore, he merely wanted to take Su Zimo down a notch. Su Zimo was still motionless as he looked at the descending black brick calmly. This is the 1,000-ton brick. Your body is strong, but no matter how strong it is, can it match my black-grade dermic treasure? When Duan Tianliang saw that Su Zimo seemed to be scared out of his wits, he could not help but laugh smugly. Country bumpkin, eat my brick. When he saw the scene immediately after, the smile on his face froze instantly. Suddenly, Su Zimo reached out and removed the aggressive 1,000-ton brick that was shrouded by black light. He held it in his palm and examined it left and right. Duan Tianliang was stunned and his smile vanished. Immediately after, Duan Tianliang was scared out of his wits when he saw another scene. That's all there is to your immortal methods. Su Zimo held the 1,000-ton brick and weighed it in his hands. Casually, he gripped both sides of the 1,000-ton brick and started rubbing. In the blink of an eye, the square 1,000-ton brick turned into a black iron ball right in front of Duan Tianliang. Duan Tianliang's eyeballs nearly popped out. In the upper world, black immortals, earth immortals, and heaven immortals corresponded to 3 different grades of dermic treasures: black, earth, and heaven. Each level corresponded to a different quality. Similar to the lower worlds, it was divided into inferior, middle, superior, supreme, perfect, and connate grades. Although Duan Tianliang's 1,000-ton brick was only at inferior black grade, it took him 20,000 years of accumulation to exchange for it. Many stewards of Snow Wind Ridge did not even have inferior black-grade dermic treasures. Duan Tianliang treated that 1,000-ton brick like a treasure and would not reveal it easily. When he exchanged it for it, many people were envious. But now, the 1,000-ton brick was gone, leaving only a pitch-black 1,000-ton ball. Even without using any blood chi, Su Zimo's current green lotus true body was much stronger than any inferior black-grade dermic treasure. In his hands, that inferior black-grade dermic treasure was like a soft mud that could be kneaded casually. Su Zimo weighed the black iron ball in his hands and looked at Duan Tianliang playfully with a faint smile on his face. Su Zimo was smiling. However, Duan Tianliang was about to cry. He had not expected that a country bumpkin who had just ascended and knew nothing would be such a ruthless character. If that person wanted to kill him, it would be as simple as killing a chick. Even grade 3 or 4 black immortals might not possess the strength to accomplish what he had just done. Boss Su, I was wrong. With a thud, Duan Tianliang knelt on the ground and kowtowed. No matter which world one was in, the path of cultivation was heaven-defying and filled with danger. The reason why he was able to cultivate to this point and ascend to the upper world was because he was adaptable to the situation. To him, dignity was merely a worldly possession. Survival was the most important thing. In his life, he knelt to countless people and was trampled by countless people. However, in the end, he was the one who laughed till the end and ascended to the upper world. Boss Su, I was blind to not know your methods. Duan Tianliang slapped himself fiercely. I truly don't know my place. To think that I would dare to show off my skills in front of someone like you. You are the resplendent stars in the night sky and the bright full moon. Compared to you, my methods are merely like the light of a firefly. Duan Tianliang blurted out those flattering words without thinking, as though he had said them countless times. Su Zimo was unmoved with an indifferent expression. Anyone who could ascend to the upper world would be a peerless paragon of the lower world, even if they had only passed through the one of 9 heavenly tribulation. How could they submit so easily? Su Zimo's gaze was deep as he said coldly, You had better not play any tricks. If I find out, I'll need you like it. He pointed to the black iron ball in his hands. Duan Tianliang shuddered in fear. Initially, he had other thoughts and was prepared to escape from this place first before making further plans. But now, Duan Tianliang was truly afraid when he heard that. Boss Su, you must be joking. How is that possible? Duan Tianliang said hurriedly, From now on, I'll follow your lead. If you want me to head east, I'll definitely not head west. Sure. Su Zimo nodded. Help me farm the 13 mu of spirit fields outside. Duan Tianliang's expression froze. Ever since he broke through to the level 2 Black Essence realm and became a steward, he had never gone to farm personally. Why? You're unwilling. Su Zimo raised his brow. Of course not. Duan Tianliang shuddered and blurted, I'm more than willing. I should be the one to do something like farming. It's a supreme honor to be able to gain your trust, Boss Su. All right, don't disturb me during this period of time if there's nothing important, Su Zimo said indifferently and threw the black iron ball in his hands to Duan Tianliang. Duan Tianliang received it with a pained expression. A perfectly fine inferior black-gray dermic treasure had now turned into a huge iron egg. You may leave. Su Zimo waved his sleeves gently and returned to the bamboo bed. Duan Tianliang felt as though he was pardoned. As he retreated, he mumbled, My ancestors have blessed me to be able to farm for Boss Su. It's truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. I have no regrets in life. Before long, Duan Tianliang left Su Zimo's straw hut and closed the door gently. The flattery on his face vanished instantly and his gaze darkened. Duan Tianliang glared at the door with a dark expression. A moment later, Duan Tianliang closed his eyes and took a deep breath before turning to leave. He was still indignant. However, the situation was pressing and he intended to endure it for the time being and look for another opportunity. Duan Tianliang arrived at the destroyed spirit field and grit his teeth. Bending down, he stuck out his butt and started planting. At that moment, it was already noon. Many medicinal farmers of Snow Wind Ridge had already woken up and headed to the spirit fields under their jurisdiction to check. Some of them conjured rain while others removed weeds. Isn't that Fatty Duan? Strange, that spirit field should be planted by the new arrival, Brother Su. Why is Fatty Duan planting it personally? All the medicinal farmers who saw that were amazed. News of this spread one after another. Before long, all the nearby medicinal farmers heard about it and came over to watch the show. Steward Duan, why are you farming personally? This spirit field should belong to Brother Su. Another steward of Snow Wind Ridge could not help but ask. Duan Tianliang looked at Su Zimo's straw hut with resentment. In front of Su Zimo, he was extremely obedient. However, in front of others, he did not want to admit it out of respect. Duan Tianliang coughed gently. This new buddy is severely injured after all and can't move freely. Nobody knows how long it'll take for him to recover. We're all family in Snow Wind Ridge. As a steward of Snow Wind Ridge, it's only right for me to help him plant it in advance. Officially, the earlier we plant the 2 immortal herbs, the earlier they'll ripen. It's a good thing for Snow Wind Ridge and all of us. Duan Tianliang's words were emotional and righteous. However, those words sounded a little strange coming from him. Did Fatty Duan take the wrong medicine? Did he have a stroke? To think that he would suddenly be so kind. Many medicinal farmers whispered, Something isn't right. Right then, Old Yen rushed over. I just returned from Brother Su's place yesterday. His injuries had already healed after he consumed the elixirs of the mistress. Fuck! Duan Tianliang cursed internally and wished that he could stuff the 1,000-ton ball in his storage bag into Old Yan's mouth. Brother Su has only recovered from his external injuries. However, his internal injuries will still require some time to recover. Duan Tianliang braced himself and explained. Old Duan? Another steward walked forward and said, Let me take a look at that 1,000-ton brick of yours again. I've saved some essence condensation pills this time round, and I'm prepared to exchange for an inferior black-grade dermic treasure as well. Get lost. At the mention of that, Old Duan's expression darkened as he cursed. The steward was dumbfounded. Duan Tianliang looked at the crowd with a terrible expression and hollered, Disperse! Disperse! What are you guys looking at? Don't you have to take care of your own spirit fields? Many medicinal farmers shook their heads and dispersed. The steward had a lost expression and did not know why he was snubbed. If it was any other time, Fatty Duan would have proudly taken out that treasure to show off in front of everyone. Su Zimo sat in the straw hut. The Green Lotus True Body's hearing was shocking, and he heard everything Duan Tianliang said in the spirit field clearly. However, he did not expose the latter. As long as Duan Tianliang did not play any tricks, Su Zimo did not care at all. Right now, the most important thing for him was to recover his cultivation as soon as possible. A large effort was required to plant 2 types of immortal herbs in 13 mu of spirit fields. Duan Tianliang worked for a long time before planting 1,000 immortal herb seeds in the 13 mu of spirit fields. He was already drenched in sweat. Night descended. By now, the other medicinal farmers had already gone back to rest. Duan Tianliang had not consumed so much energy in a long time and his body ached. Coupled with the mental blow he received from Su Zimo, he felt exhausted both physically and mentally. He sat down on the spirit field and looked at the straw hut in the distance with a bitter expression, spitting fiercely. "Damn it, one day, I'll trample you beneath my feet." Duan Tianliang cursed softly and lay down without caring about the mud on the ground. Looking at the stars that filled the skies, Duan Tianliang felt a sense of fatigue. His eyelids grew heavy and he fell asleep in the spirit field. Su Zimo cultivated in the straw hut and comprehended the Prajna Nirvana Sutra on the bronze square tripod continuously, absorbing the surrounding heaven and earth essence chi. The Prajna Nirvana Sutra was extremely profound. Even though it was incomplete, Su Zimo could not comprehend it completely given his current attainments in Buddhism. He merely understood that this secret skill was more inclined towards the cultivation of the essence spirit. That was also the reason why the power condensed by the secret skill could neutralize yin and yang and fuse the dragon phoenix and green lotus essence spirits. Strange, Su Zimo lamented internally. The Prajna Nirvana Sutra is clearly a secret classic of the Buddhist monasteries. Why is it etched in this bronze square tripod? Could the owner of this bronze tripod have been an expert of the Buddhist monasteries? What about the divine dragon etched on the outer wall of the bronze square tripod? Those doubts flashed through Su Zimo's mind, but he did not think too much about them. He merely tried his best to absorb heaven and earth essence chi and recover his cultivation. Heaven and earth essence chi was invisible like air. However, if the top experts of the upper world descended above the Dragon Abyss star, they would definitely be able to sense that the heaven and earth essence chi around the Dragon Abyss star was gathering towards an inconspicuous straw hut in Snow Wind Ridge. The straw hut was like a gigantic vortex that spun continuously, devouring and absorbing the surrounding heaven and earth essence chi like a whale devouring a cow. At the end of the distant firmaments, the essence chi on the gigantic shadow in the starry skies seemed to be gathering towards the Dragon Abyss star. Naturally, black immortals could not sense such a change. However, if anyone could enter Su Zimo's room right now, they would definitely be shocked. In the straw hut, Su Zimo's figure had long vanished and in his place was a jade green lotus that swayed gently. The lotus leaves were crystalline like jade. The pink lotus blossomed and immortal dew condensed on the 81 lotus petals. A bedazzling glow spewed out from the lotus platform. During the process, Su Zimo had a mysterious feeling. It was as though he had transformed into a creation green lotus and was absorbing heaven and earth essence chi wildly. At that moment, his spirit consciousness seemed to have transformed into millions of roots that extended in all directions. In fact, he could clearly sense the immortal herb seeds that had just been planted in the surrounding spirit fields. Sensing his spirit consciousness, the immortal herb seeds seemed to have a mind of their own and emitted a sense of joy and submission. It was an extremely mysterious feeling. Su Zimo was immersed in it and unknowingly. The night passed by in the blink of an eye. The skies had just lit up. Duan Tianliang stretched and sat up, looking drowsy. Because he had just woken up, he looked a little lost. After meditating for a while, he gradually returned to his senses. "Damn it! I actually slept on the spirit fields." Duan Tianliang cursed and patted his butt, prepared to get up. Suddenly, Duan Tianliang's gaze froze. In his vision, green sprouts grew neatly on the spirit field beneath him. "Did I sleep too much? I'm even hallucinating." Duan Tianliang mumbled and shook his head vigorously, rubbing his eyes before opening them. His pupils gradually constricted. He turned around hurriedly and looked around. Without exception, sprouts grew one after another on the spirit fields around him, filled with vitality. To this, Duan Tianliang was stunned. He had just planted the immortal herb seeds in the spirit field beneath him. In just a single night, all the seeds had sprouted and broken out of the ground. Duan Tianliang had stayed in Snow Wind Ridge for more than 10,000 years and had started off as a medicinal farmer. He was extremely familiar with the pattern of the immortal herbs ripening. The heaven and earth essence qi on the dragon abyss star was thin. The two immortal herbs grew slowly, and it would take an entire 100 years for them to mature completely. It would take close to a year for the essence nourishing grass and rain frost flower to sprout and break out of the ground. However, both immortal herbs had sprouted overnight. Bloody hell! If Duan Tianliang had not planted the spirit field personally, he would not have believed that what he saw was real. What's going on? Duan Tianliang frowned in deep thought and thought to himself. Could it be that I'm the reincarnation of some exalted immortal and have already begun to gather fortune? A casual act from me managed to create such immortal phenomenons. He was puzzled. A long time later, Duan Tianliang snapped out of his stupor and was pleasantly surprised to discover that his cultivation realm had advanced as well, although he had yet to advance to the level 3 black essence realm. A single night was equivalent to 100 days of cultivation. Duan Tianliang's eyes shone with excitement. At this cultivation speed, I'll be able to break through to the level 3 black essence realm before long. Duan Tianliang glared at the straw hut in the distance and grit his teeth. Su Zimo, I'm going to teach you a lesson when the time comes. Bossu? Bullshit. Before long, the skies lit up. Many medicinal farmers passed by this place and their jaws nearly dropped to the ground when they noticed the scene in the spirit fields. That's not right. Fatty Duan just planted the spirit field yesterday. I saw it with my own eyes. Fatty Duan, what's going on? How did the immortal herbs in your spirit field grow so quickly? Holy fuck! This is an immortal phenomenon. Many medicinal farmers were shocked. Duan Tianliang stood on the spirit field with his head raised and chest puffed, looking into the distance with an unfathomable expression as he said indifferently, "It's just some small tricks. There's no need to make a fuss." Steward Duan, what's going on? Another Snow Wind Ridge steward could not help but ask. Fatty Duan, is this some illusion technique? Another person shouted. Duan Tianliang was displeased and flicked his sleeves. These immortal herb seeds were planted by me personally. They naturally contain great opportunities and immense fortune. It's not something that you mere commoners can understand. Everyone was dumbfounded. Sigh. Duan Tianliang sighed deeply. I haven't farmed personally for a long time and my technique is a little rusty. That's why these immortal herbs are growing so slowly. Everyone was stunned by his remark. Everyone felt that Duan Tianliang's words were utterly ridiculous. However, the scene before them was indeed real and could not be faked. After a commotion, everyone gradually dispersed. Duan Tianliang was once again in the limelight among the many medicinal farmers and stewards. He could not help but blush and gloat internally. However, he calmed down quickly. That was because he knew that although he was the one who planted the immortal herb seeds, the fact that they grew overnight should have nothing to do with him. It was as though the essence qi gathered in the 13 mu of spirit fields had suddenly turned richer overnight, allowing the two immortal herbs to grow rapidly. Strange. Duan Tianliang rubbed his chin in confusion. There was no way he could link it to Su Zimo. Even Earth Immortals and Heaven Immortals could not do such a thing, let alone someone who had just ascended from the lower world. Duan Tianliang decided to continue guarding here to check things out. At the same time, Su Zimo sensed what was happening outside and gradually understood. The creation Green Lotus was an utmost treasure that stole the creation of heaven and earth. His Green Lotus true body was already at an extremely high level after advancing to grade 9, and it was nothing much for him to absorb heaven and earth essence qi. If Su Zimo wanted to, he could absorb and refine the life force essence of all the immortal herbs within 5 kilometers. The creation Green Lotus was the supreme of plants. Of course, with that, all the immortal herbs within 5 kilometers would wither. It was daytime and there were many medicinal farmers coming and going. Out of caution, Su Zimo did not cultivate and absorb heaven and earth essence qi. Although heaven and earth essence qi was invisible, once he cultivated, the essence qi in the surrounding 13 mu of spirit fields would increase exponentially. It would be much richer than outside and would be easily sensed by others. This matter concerned the creation Green Lotus and must not be casually exposed. The fewer people who knew, the better. Of course, Su Zimo was not idle either. Instead, he continued comprehending the contents of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. There were not many Sanskrit words etched on the walls of the tripod. However, every single word seemed to contain a mysterious truth. Before long, night descended. The surrounding medicinal farmers had already dispersed. Duan Tianliang was the only one lingering around the spirit field. For the entire day, Duan Tianliang had been staring at the spirit field. In the end, he could not gain anything, nor did he find anything unusual. He could not help but feel disappointed. However, after thinking about it, he was still indignant and moved a bamboo chair to sit in the spirit field. When Su Zimo sensed this in the straw hut, he pondered for a moment and decided to start cultivating, absorbing heaven and earth essence qi. It was impossible to hide this from everyone. Furthermore, from the looks of it, Duan Tianliang was clearly prepared to guard this spirit field at all times. It was impossible for Su Zimo to not cultivate just because Duan Tianliang was guarding here. He could control a mere Duan Tianliang. Duan Tianliang leaned against the bamboo chair. Initially, he was a little energetic. However, he looked up at the skies and listened to the sounds of frogs and crickets. Gradually, his gaze turned blurry and he fell asleep. Duan Tianliang had been thinking about this matter the entire time. Even if he fell asleep, he would not feel at ease. Suddenly, Duan Tianliang jolted awake. It was already late at night. Duan Tianliang suddenly felt that something was amiss. The heaven and earth essence qi around him turned extremely rich. Duan Tianliang's eyes widened and he was invigorated instantly. He could not believe it and thought that it was his imagination. He even ran far away from the radius of the surrounding 13 mu of spirit fields. The heaven and earth essence qi elsewhere was still extremely thin. The essence qi was only shockingly rich in the area of these 13 mu of spirit fields. Duan Tianliang looked at the two immortal herbs in the spirit fields. In just a few hours, the sprouts of the two immortal herbs seemed to have grown taller. How could this be? Duan Tianliang's eyes flickered with a bewildered expression. After pondering for a moment, he raised his head and looked at the ordinary straw hut in the middle of the spirit fields. Could it be? He thought of a possibility. It was truly a ridiculous assumption. He had lived in Snow Wind Ridge for 10,000 years. Such a strange situation had never happened before. However, it only happened after that person ascended. In other words, there was a high chance that this matter was related to that person. This is a huge matter. Duan Tianliang shifted his gaze and was prepared to report this matter to the territorial lord of Snow Wind Ridge through the night. He had just turned around when he nearly bumped into someone. Duan Tianliang took 2 steps back instinctively and was about to curse. However, when he saw that person, he could not help but be scared out of his wits. He swallowed the curse words that he was about to say. "BB Boss Su, why are you out so late at night without a single peep of sound? You scared me." Duan Tianliang's voice was trembling. "Cultivating here will only benefit you," Su Zimo said slowly. "Those were not lies. Cultivating in such an environment with rich essence qi would make every day equivalent to 100 days. However, Su Zimo changed the topic. "There are some things that you should keep to yourself and not tell anyone." Definitely. Duan Tianliang said hurriedly. "Boss Su, don't worry. My lips are the tightest." Actually, Duan Tianliang was already planning to report this matter the moment he left this place alive. Su Zimo did not say much. He looked at Duan Tianliang deeply before turning to walk towards the straw hut. Duan Tianliang sneered and was about to leave. For some unknown reason, his heart skipped a beat, and he released his spirit consciousness to circle around Su Zimo. Pest! Duan Tianliang could not help but gasp when he checked. Level 3 Black Essence Realm. At that moment, Duan Tianliang's pupils constricted and his hairs stood on end. A day ago, this person was only a grade 2 black immortal. In just a day, That person was already a grade 3 black immortal. What sort of cultivation speed was that? Could this person be the reincarnation of an exalted immortal? Duan Tianliang was shocked and fearful. Initially, he truly intended to report this matter. But now, he could not help but shudder when he recalled the deep gaze Su Zimo gave him before leaving. No! Duan Tianliang was secretly alarmed. My every move has long been watched by this person. If I leave now, I'll probably die here. At that thought, Duan Tianliang let out a long breath and returned to the spirit field obediently. No matter what, such a cultivation environment was indeed rare, and this matter was a combination of fortune and misfortune. With that thought, Duan Tianliang started cultivating. In just a single night, his cultivation had advanced significantly. The immortal herbs in the spirit field grew rapidly, and news of this spread quickly among the medicinal farmers of Snow Wind Ridge, causing everyone to click their tongues in wonder. However, it was only 13 mu of spirit fields and did not attract much attention from Snow Wind Ridge. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. Duan Tianliang watched as the immortal herbs in the spirit field grew faster and faster. The immortal herbs that were supposed to ripen in 100 years were about to ripen in a short year. This matter finally attracted the attention of some black immortals in Snow Wind Ridge. This day, Su Zimo was cultivating in the straw hut when his ears twitched and he heard a commotion outside. Many chaotic footsteps were speeding over. Here it comes. Su Zimo opened his eyes slowly. Rising, he pushed the door open and walked out. Duan Tianliang was running over, panting with a nervous expression. By the time he arrived before Su Zimo, he was already drenched in sweat. Boss Su, bad news. The mistress knows about this and is rushing over. Duan Tianliang panted and said. Su Zimo glanced at Duan Tianliang. Duan Tianliang shuddered and waved it off hurriedly. Boss Su, it wasn't me who leaked the news. The immortal herbs in these spirit fields had grown so quickly and finely that it was only time before the mistress knew about it. Right then, a group of figures appeared in the distance. Their leader was none other than the young mistress of Snow Wind Ridge, Xia Qingying. Commander Liang Qiu was still following closely behind Xia Qingying. He had a dark expression and sneered at Su Zimo. Many medicinal farmers surrounded Xia Qingying, and Old Yen was among them, looking at Su Zimo with worried eyes. Xia Qingying had not changed much after a year. She looked at the essence-nourishing grass and rain frost flower that were about to ripen in the spirit fields, and her eyes lit up. She had been here personally a year ago and witnessed with her own eyes that the immortal herbs in the spirit field had been destroyed. However, in just a year, the immortal herbs in the spirit fields had already grown so well. Initially, when Xia Qingying heard the rumors, she merely smiled indifferently and ignored them, thinking that the medicinal farmers were spouting nonsense. However, during this period of time, the news became more and more ferocious. Even the guards of Snow Wind Ridge were discussing it and finally attracted her attention. What's going on? Xia Qingying's gaze paused on Su Zimo for a moment before landing on Duan Tianliang's face as she asked slowly. This? Duan Tianliang stammered and averted his gaze, wiping the sweat on his forehead continuously. It's me. Suddenly, Su Zimo said. I once obtained a jade bottle in the starry skies with a drop of spirit liquid in it. I didn't know what it was for. When I used the cloud rain technique, I accidentally shattered this jade bottle. That drop of spirit liquid fused into it and filled these spirit fields. The reason why these spirit fields grew so quickly must be because of that drop of spirit liquid. Su Zimo had expected that this matter would definitely not be hidden. Naturally, he had prepared that explanation a long time ago. Although there were some flaws in his words, it was indeed difficult for others to tell if he was telling the truth. Only Duan Tianliang knew that Su Zimo spent his days cultivating in the straw hut and had never released the cloud rain technique. He was the one who released the cloud rain technique in the spirit field and had never seen any spirit liquid before. However, Duan Tianliang lowered his head in silence and did not expose Su Zimo. What sort of spirit liquid is this powerful? Just a single drop has increased the growth speed of the essence-nourishing grass and rain frost flower by 100 times. That's right. Immortal herbs that require 100 years to mature actually grew to such a state in a single year. The surrounding medicinal farmers whispered with shocked expressions. Humph! Xianxia sneered. What a load of nonsense! What spirit liquid can have such an effect to ripen 2 immortal herbs in a year? Just because you haven't seen it before doesn't mean that there isn't one, Suzimo said indifferently and asked instead. If it wasn't for the spirit liquid, why don't you explain to me what's going on with these spirit fields? You? Xianxia grit his teeth and was speechless. The scene before him could indeed be considered as an immortal phenomenon, and he could not think of any other reason. Xianxia pondered for a moment and asked, How much more of this spirit liquid do you have? That's all. Suzimo shrugged his shoulders gently. There's only 1 drop and it's already used. That was the only way to stop others from thinking about it. What a pity. If we have more spirit liquid, the immortal herbs will ripen 100 times faster, and we can obtain more essence condensation pills to cultivate. Many medicinal farmers shook their heads and sighed. Xianxia looked regretful as well. Humph! Xianxia raised his head slightly with an unfriendly expression. He glared into Suzimo's eyes and sneered. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? I don't believe that you only have a single drop of spirit liquid. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do, Suzimo replied indifferently. Of course there's a way. Xianxia's gaze was ferocious as he suddenly strode forward and shouted, Hand over your storage bag and let me check it. Don't. Xianxia frowned and stopped him hurriedly. However, Xianxia was extremely fast. Without any warning, he darted past Xianxia and arrived before Suzimo, slapping his palm towards the latter's waist. The storage bag was indeed hung on Suzimo's waist. However, it was clear that Xianxia was not aiming for his storage bag and he did not hold back either. If that palm landed, Suzimo's spine would be snapped before the storage bag was even retrieved. In the upper world, a broken spine was considered as a serious injury. If one did not recuperate well, there was a high chance that their lower body would be completely crippled. Xianxia's palm strike was sinister. Many medicinal farmers reacted and exclaimed, It's over. Commander Liang is a grade 4 black immortal. If he attacks with his full strength, Suzimo will most likely lose half his life. This young man has just ascended and is arrogant and immature. Why did he have to go against Commander Liang? Sigh, what a pity. Everyone felt pity and could not bear it. Piak. There was a crisp sound. Xianxia's figure froze instantly. Many medicinal farmers widened their eyes in disbelief. Xianxia's palm froze in midair before it even landed on Suzimo's waist. Suzimo had suddenly attacked and grabbed Xianxia's wrist. Nobody saw how Suzimo attacked. However, Xianxia's wrist froze in midair. No matter how he channeled his strength, he could not descend or move at all. Many medicinal farmers were in an uproar. This young man can actually defend against Commander Liang's attack. That's not right. This young man has just ascended and is only a grade 1 black immortal. How is that possible? Instantly, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Right then, Xianxia looked at Suzimo's face and her eyes lit up. Grade 4 black immortal. Some of the medicinal farmers reacted as well and were shocked when their spirit consciousnesses scanned Suzimo. It's only been a year and this little brother has already cultivated to grade 4 black immortal? What cultivation speed is that? Duan Tianliang was the only one in the crowd with a calm expression. Narrowing his gaze slightly with a hint of killing intent, Suzimo glared at Xianxia and asked slowly, What are you trying to do, Commander Liang? At that moment, Xianxia's face was ashen as he grit his teeth. He felt as though his wrist was locked by an iron hoop and he could not move at all. He felt that his wrist was about to snap, let alone withdraw his palm and break free from Suzimo's control. Xianxia almost fainted from the pain. However, he did not dare to say anything in front of everyone because of his dignity and could only endure it. I just want your storage bag. Hurry and let go. Xianxia gritted his teeth and explained with a trembling voice. Fellow Taoist Su, you should let go. Noticing Xianxia's expression, Xia Qingying could not help but say, Liang Qiu's actions were way too reckless. I'll apologize on his behalf. After all, we're all from Snow Wind Ridge. Please show mercy. All right? Su Zimo nodded. Since the mistress has pleaded, I'll let him off. Su Zimo released his palm. Liang Qiu felt as though he was pardoned and retreated hurriedly. He staggered and almost fell as two guards supported him. His face was pale and his forehead was filled with sweat. His wrist was behind his back and most people could not see it. Only a few people could clearly see that Liang Qiu's wrist was trembling slightly. Liang Qiu's attack was extremely vicious. Although Su Zimo spared his life on account of Xia Qingying, he made him suffer quite a bit. Liang Qiu's wrist was already snapped. Fellow Taoist Su, you hid your cultivation previously? Xia Qingying asked. Liang Qiu could not help but say, Mistress, this person's background is unknown and he hid his cultivation intentionally. He must have ulterior motives. In my opinion, we should hurry and inform the protector to suppress this person and interrogate him. Liang Qiu had never suffered so much since he ascended and naturally hated Su Zimo to the core. The other guards looked at Su Zimo with hostility and caution as well. No matter what, Su Zimo had just ascended for a year and was still an outsider in their eyes. Xia Qingying did not reply and merely looked at Su Zimo, as though waiting for an explanation. I didn't hide my cultivation, Su Zimo said. Something unexpected happened when I was ascending, and that's why I descended on the Dragon Abyss Star. As though she understood something, Xia Qingying suddenly asked, Which heavenly tribulation did you undergo before ascending? 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation, Su Zimo said indifferently. Ah! It's the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation. A series of exclamations sounded. Anyone who ascended to the Dragon Abyss Star underwent the 1 of 9 heavenly tribulation. It was said that those who passed the 2 of 9, 3 of 9 and 4 of 9 heavenly tribulations could only ascend to other regions of the Green Cloud County where the heaven and earth essence chi was many times richer than the Dragon Abyss Star. I see. Xia Qingying nodded. Thereafter, she shook her head gently. What a pity. Why? Su Zimo asked. Xia Qingying explained, I heard from my father that there are some Immortal sect academies in other regions of Green Cloud County. There's a chance for those who have passed the 2 of 9, 3 of 9 and 4 of 9 heavenly tribulations to join these academies. There's none of that on the Dragon Abyss Star? Su Zimo asked again. Xia Qingying shook her head. The essence chi on Dragon Abyss Star is thin and resources are scarce. Everyone here are living beings abandoned by the exalted immortals after ascending from the lower worlds. Why would there be any Immortal sect academies here? Old Yen had said something similar as well. Liang Qiu had just swallowed a medicinal pill secretly and felt the pain on his wrist lessen significantly. When he heard that, he could not help but sneer. Even if he joins those Immortal sect academies, he'll only be a servant. So what if it's the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation? He can't get rid of his status as a lowlife either. Xia Qingying did not say anything, seemingly acknowledging Liang Qiu's words. Su Zimo frowned slightly. The environment of the upper world was even crueler than he had imagined. After crossing the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation, even if he joined Immortal sect academies, he could only be a servant? Let's not talk about that anymore. It's too far away from us. Xia Qingying smiled and looked at Su Zimo. Since you're a grade 4 black immortal, it's not suitable for you to farm here. In Snow Wind Ridge, anyone who can cultivate to grade 2 black immortal is qualified to be a steward. Anyone who can cultivate to grade 3 can become a guard of Snow Wind Ridge. You're a grade 4 black immortal. Xia Qingying was undecided. Under normal circumstances, a grade 4 black immortal of the same cultivation realm as Liang Qiu would naturally have a chance of becoming the commander of the guards of Snow Wind Ridge. However, Su Zimo had only ascended for a year after all. If he were to become the commander of the guards, many people would be indignant and there would be conflicts. At that thought, Xia Qingying said, Fellow Taoist Su, stay by my side from now on and be my personal guard for the time being. Her personal guard. This was a status much higher than ordinary guards. Although Liang Qiu was the commander of the guards in name, He was also Xia Qingying's personal guard. Mistress, no? Liang Qiu said hurriedly. Although he's a grade 4 black immortal, his identity is unknown and his background is suspicious. We can't trust him so easily. It's nothing much. Don't doubt the people you use and don't use those you doubt. I trust him. Xia Qingying waved it off and smiled at Su Zimo. Fellow Taoist Su, what do you think? Actually, Xia Qingying's thoughts were simple. If Su Zimo truly had other motives, he would have continued hiding and would naturally not cause such a huge commotion to attract attention. Duan Tianliang nodded repeatedly at the side. In the crowd, Old Yen gestured for Su Zimo to agree as well. Xia Qingying smiled. In name, although you're my personal guard, I won't restrict your freedom. Furthermore, the treatment of a personal guard is similar to a guard commander and is much better than ordinary medicinal farmers. All right? Su Zimo nodded. Xia Qingying had once given him a spirit herb and a dust removal talisman. Su Zimo had always remembered that. Finally, Xia Qingying left reminders before turning to leave. Before long, Xia Qingying seemed to have thought of something and turned around, declaring, "Right, I'll be escorting this year's ripe immortal herbs to Blood Sun Valley in 10 days. Fellow Taoist Su, come along and take a look." With that said, Xia Qingying left with everyone. Liang Qiu followed behind Xia Qingying and stole a glance at Su Zimo with a venomous look in his eyes. Blood Sun Valley? Su Zimo murmured softly in confusion. Duan Tianliang explained at the side. Blood Sun Valley is one of the 8 major factions on the Dragon Abyss Star, and is also the largest faction in the vicinity. Every 10 years, we collect a batch of ripe immortal herbs in Snowwind Ridge and head to Blood Sun Valley to exchange for essence condensation pills. Oh, Su Zimo frowned and asked, since we have the immortal herbs, why don't we refine them ourselves? Boss Su, you must be joking, Duan Tianliang said. The recipe for the essence condensation pill is in the hands of the immortals of the upper world. We're not qualified to learn it since we ascended from the lower worlds. Furthermore, I heard that whoever dares to leak the recipe for the essence condensation pill will definitely be hunted down by the immortals of the upper world. The immortals of the upper world refused to even impart an ordinary recipe like the essence condensation pill. This meant that most of the cultivation resources of the upper world were under the control of the immortal sect academies. It was almost impossible for living beings that ascended from the lower worlds to attain immortality and grow through their own efforts and talent. For people like Duan Tianliang and Old Yen, although they had only passed through the one of 9 heavenly tribulation, their talent and endowment were definitely top-notch. However, without sufficient cultivation resources, they could only live ignobly on this Dragon Abyss Star. In fact, their cultivation would not increase much after thousands or even tens of thousands of years. As for the descendants of some of the native exalted immortals, they had countless resources and treasures to temper their flesh and establish a foundation the moment they were born. Even if their talent was ordinary, their cultivation realm would increase steadily. Su Zimo thought for a moment and asked again. Blood Sun Valley is one of the 8 major factions of the Dragon Abyss Star. They have people who can refine essence condensation pills. No. Duan Tianliang shook his head. The 8 major factions of the Dragon Abyss Star were also established by many cultivators of the lower worlds who ascended. They're not qualified to refine immortal pills. In that case, where does Blood Sun Valley obtain their essence condensation pills? Su Zimo asked again. Duan Tianliang replied, I heard they exchanged for them in the Dragon Abyss City. However, I don't know the exact details. The Dragon Abyss City was the largest city on the Dragon Abyss Star and was also the center of all the major factions. That was the only place where there were native immortals. Su Zimo nodded and returned to the straw hut. Actually, his cultivation realm had already recovered to the level 4 Black Essence realm more than half a year ago. That was a grade 4 Black Immortal. This could not be considered as an increase in cultivation. It was just a natural recovery of one's cultivation realm after coming to the upper world and interacting with heaven and earth essence chi. In the past half a year, his cultivation had not increased much. Unlike the lower worlds, even the weakest Black Immortal had a lifespan of 100,000 years. Even in regions with rich heaven and earth essence chi, The time units for living beings of the upper world to cultivate were usually 1,000 or 10,000 years. To the immortals of the upper world, a year felt like 2 hours. The path of cultivation was long, and one would not be able to reach the end of it without a resolute heart. 10 days later, in the morning, Su Zimo arrived at the entrance of Snow Wind Ridge. Xia Qingying, Liang Qiu, and a group of Snow Wind Ridge guards arrived one after another. Su Zimo took a glance. There were around 100 guards heading to Blood Sun Valley this time round, and every single one of them rode on tall horses. It was clear that they were superior-class divine steeds. During this period of time, Su Zimo found out from Duan Tianliang that there were only 400 guards in total. For the escort of the 2 immortal herbs this time round, a quarter of the Snow Wind Ridge's guards were mobilized. It was clear how much they valued this trip. Anyone who could become a guard of Snow Wind Ridge were all grade 3 black immortals. Most of the guards had never seen Su Zimo before, and there was a hint of scrutiny and curiosity in their eyes towards this cultivator, who had just been promoted to be the personal guard of the young mistress. Xia Qingying was extremely striking in the crowd. She wore a white cloak, and the white horse she rode was extremely divine without any impurities. There was even a single horn on its head. It was a single-horned divine beast. Fellow Taoist Su, this way. When Xia Qingying saw Su Zimo, she waved and greeted him. In Xia Qingying's hands was another divine steed. It was covered in scarlet fur that was smooth and shiny, as though it was stained with blood. It was also extraordinary. This is a scarlet blood horse, a rare divine steed. It has amazing legs. I'll give it to you from now on, she said with a smile. In the upper world, because the laws were more advanced and perfect, space and the ground became extremely firm and tough. On the Dragon Abyss star, black immortals could fly in the air, but they would not be more than 90 feet tall. Once it exceeded 90 feet, black immortals would endure immense pressure and fall from midair. Cultivators could fly much faster in the air. However, flying through the air took a huge toll on one's essence chi as well. Even a grade 9 black immortal could not fly far. Therefore, almost all the black immortals on the Dragon Abyss star would make use of various demon beasts and living beings as mounts. Legend has it that only earth immortals could break free from the gravity of the ground. Furthermore, the essence chi in an earth immortal's body was rich and could allow them to fly in the air for a long time. As for heaven immortals, they were powerful existences that could cross galaxies. In the past year, Su Zimo had tried it secretly. Although he was only a grade 4 black immortal, the height of the Green Lotus true body could definitely break through to 90 feet and reach more than 100 feet. Furthermore, the regeneration capabilities of the Green Lotus true body were shocking. This regeneration ability was not only reflected in the healing of one's injuries, but also in the recovery of heaven and earth essence chi. In other words, Su Zimo could maintain a high-speed flying on the Dragon Abyss star for a long time. Of course, there was no need for him to reveal such methods. He did not reject the scarlet blood horse that Xia Qingying gave him. The other guards revealed envious expressions. Liang Qiu, who was behind Xia Qingying, was expressionless. His wrist was snapped by Su Zimo and had yet to recover after 10 days. Naturally, Liang Qiu would remember this humiliation deeply and wait for an opportunity to settle things with Su Zimo. Go on. She patted the scarlet blood horse and gestured for it to head over. However, the scarlet blood horse looked at Su Zimo and did not dare to advance. His hooves rose and fell continuously, seemingly uneasy. Even ordinary mounts of the upper world were sentient. The scarlet blood horse could vaguely sense an aura from Su Zimo that terrified it. Eh? Xia Qingying was slightly stunned. What's going on? This scarlet blood horse is quite smart. Is it shy of strangers? Nothing much. In a flash, Su Zimo had already mounted the scarlet blood horse before it could react. Let's go. Su Zimo patted the scarlet blood horse beneath him and smiled gently. The scarlet blood horse shuddered and did not dare to hesitate, leading the way with Su Zimo on its back. How many immortal herbs are we escorting this time round? Along the way, Su Zimo walked side by side with Xia Qingying and asked. Xia Qingying said, including the immortal herbs that matured in your 13 mu of spirit fields. There are more than 100,000 stalks of essence-nourishing grass and rain frost flower each. Su Zimo nodded. Under normal circumstances, each mu of land could produce 100 essence-nourishing grass and rain frost flower. 100,000 immortal herbs meant that 1,000 mu of land would be managed and planted by 100 medicinal farmers. Although the immortal herbs took 100 years to mature, Snow Wind Ridge chose to subdivide them. That way, once every 10 years, they could obtain around 100,000 immortal herbs and head to Blood Sun Valley for an exchange. How many essence condensation pills can I exchange for 100,000 immortal herbs? Su Zimo asked again. Xia Qingying gave a bitter smile. We can only exchange 1,000. So little. Su Zimo frowned. There were 100,000 stalks of essence-nourishing grass and rain frost flower respectively, but they could only be exchanged for 1,000 essence condensation pills. The 1,000 essence condensation pills had to be distributed to the 100 Snow Wind Ridge guards for this trip. After giving the 10 stewards, Snow Wind Ridge had to keep a portion for themselves. There was not much that would eventually be left for the 100 medicinal farmers. Every medicinal farmer could only get 3 essence condensation pills. Even the 100 guards for this trip would only obtain 4 essence condensation pills each. That added up to 700 essence condensation pills. The remaining essence condensation pills had to be divided between the stewards and commanders. Even Snow Wind Ridge did not have much left. However, for the medicinal farmers and guards of Snow Wind Ridge, those 3 or 4 essence condensation pills were their only cultivation resources for the next 10 years. Su Zimo frowned. The cultivation environment here was even crueler and worse than he had imagined. Duan Tianliang, Old Yen, and the others had cultivated for thousands of years, but there was not much improvement even after 10,000 years. It was not only because the essence chi of the Dragon Abyss Star was thin. Even the most basic cultivation resources, such as the essence condensation pills, were so rare. Even for Su Zimo, who possessed the Green Lotus True Body, his cultivation realm would increase slowly without sufficient cultivation resources, let alone them. Do you know how many stalks of essence-nourishing grass and rain frost flower can refine an essence condensation pill? Su Zimo asked. I heard that for ordinary essence condensation pills, 1 stalk of essence-nourishing grass and rain frost flower is enough, Xia Qingying said. A single immortal herb could refine an essence condensation pill. However, because the recipe for the essence condensation pill was under the control of the major sects and factions, cultivators who ascended from the lower worlds required 100 immortal herbs to exchange for a single essence condensation pill. Blood Sun Valley can't refine essence condensation pills either. Where did they get their immortal pills? Su Zimo thought for a moment and asked again. Xia Qingying said, There's only a single place with all the immortal pills on the Dragon Abyss Star, and that's Dragon Abyss City. That's where many native immortals of the upper world gather, and that's where Blood Sun Valley exchanged their essence condensation pills. Pausing for a moment, she continued, However, I heard that if you want to exchange for an essence condensation pill in Dragon Abyss City, you only need 10 essence nourishing grass and 10 rain frost flower each. Su Zimo frowned. In other words, Blood Sun Valley is using 10 immortal herbs to exchange for essence condensation pills in Dragon Abyss City, and we're using 100 immortal herbs to exchange for them? That's right. Xia Qingying nodded. Su Zimo sneered. Blood Sun Valley sure is evil. A single round trip is 10 times the difference. Su Zimo asked, Why does Snow Wind Ridge choose to head to Blood Sun Valley instead of Dragon Abyss City to exchange for essence condensation pills? Fufu. Liang Qiu was jealous when he saw Su Zimo and Xia Qingying chatting merrily at the side. When he heard that, he could not help but stifle a chuckle. How ignorant! Su Zimo ignored that person and did not even look at him. Xia Qingying's expression dimmed as she shook her head. There's nothing we can do about that. It's a long way from here to Dragon Abyss City, and a round trip will take about half a year. During this period of time, we have to pass through thousands of mountains, dense forests, and countless dangerous places. Most importantly, we have to face the looting and killing of the 4 great bandits of the Dragon Abyss Star. Sigh. At that point, Xia Qingying sighed. There are countless small factions like Snow Wind Ridge on the Dragon Abyss Star, but not many of them can reach Dragon Abyss City alive. Even if they enter Dragon Abyss City alive, there's no way they can return alive. The path to Dragon Abyss City is almost impossible. For great bandits? Su Zimo murmured softly. Xia Qingying said, there are many bandits on Dragon Abyss Star. Among them, the strongest and most powerful are the 4 great bandits. Actually, these bandits are also cultivators who ascended from the lower worlds. They rely on killing and looting to dominate the Dragon Abyss Star and commit all sorts of evil. Aren't the immortals of Dragon Abyss City going to deal with them? Su Zimo frowned and asked. Xia Qingying shook her head. The immortals of the upper world won't care about our lives. They'll just let us fend for ourselves and kill one another. Furthermore, the lairs of the 4 great bandits are not fixed and they roam all over the place all year round. There's no way to exterminate them. If we can't destroy them in one fell swoop, all the cultivators that attack them will be met with their bloody revenge the moment they rise again. Xia Qingying thought for a moment and continued. I heard from my father that previously, 3 major factions of the Dragon Abyss Star joined forces to destroy one of the bandit armies. Although the bandits suffered immense losses, their leader managed to escape. Not long after, he returned and took revenge on the 3 major factions. The 3 factions suffered immense losses. In the end, they were dragged down by the bandit army and annexed by other factions. That's how Blood Sun Valley rose. Su Zimo nodded. In that case, does that mean that the 8 major factions of the Dragon Abyss Star possess a certain level of strength, such that they can head to Dragon Abyss City to exchange for essence condensation pills? That's right. Xia Qingying nodded. If we can head to Dragon Abyss City to exchange for essence condensation pills and return alive, theoretically, we'll be comparable to the 8 factions. As everyone from Snowwind Ridge advanced, Su Zimo obtained quite a bit of information from Xia Qingying. Unknowingly, it was already noon. Right then, Su Zimo's ears twitched and a cold glint flashed through his eyes, as though he sensed something. Although they were both grade 4 black immortals, Xia Qingying and Xianxia felt nothing. Suddenly, Su Zimo asked, how far are we from Blood Sun Valley? It's less than a day's journey, Xia Qingying said. We'll set off in the morning and we'll arrive at Blood Sun Valley around evening. It's already noon now and we just need half a day more. Should we stop and rest? Xia Qingying thought that Su Zimo was a little tired and asked. Su Zimo shook his head gently and asked again. Will there be any bandits along the way? Even if there are, they are rare, Xia Qingying said. Furthermore, these bandits are nothing much. Even if there are dozens or 100 of them gathered together, without any powerful cultivators backing them, they would naturally disperse at the sight of our guards. Fellow Taoist Su, don't worry. This area is still under the jurisdiction of Blood Sun Valley. Typically, the 4 great bandits won't attack casually. Boom, boom, boom. Right then, a slight tremble came from the ground, becoming more obvious and intense. It was as though a massive army was charging over. At that moment, Xia Qingying and Xianxia sensed it as well. Someone was here. Be careful, everyone. Xia Qingying raised her arm immediately and hollered softly. The 100 Snow Wind Ridge guards withdrew their dermic treasures from their storage bags and glared into the distance warily. Before long, dust billowed in the distance. From the looks of it, there were at least hundreds of living beings charging over in an aggressive manner. Woo! Before everyone could see who it was, a shuddering wolf howl sounded from the dust with a hint of blood and cruelty. The expressions of everyone from Snow Wind Ridge changed. It's over, it's over. Xianxia's expression was terrible and his eyes shone with fear. As though he was greatly frightened, he was flustered and murmured softly. If that was the case for the guard commander of Snow Wind Ridge, it was even worse for the others. Although Xia Qingying was calm, her face was pale and she looked nervous. Who is it? Su Zimo frowned and asked. One of the 4 great bandits, the evil wolf army. Xia Qingying said sternly. I heard that every black immortal in the evil wolf army has a black scale fiend wolf as their mount, and they come and go like the wind. The evil wolf army adheres to the wolf nature and is violent and bloodthirsty. Almost no faction that they target will survive. Back then, it was the evil wolf army that made a comeback and brought down the three major factions of the Dragon Abyss Star bit by bit. Su Zimo asked, "What's the cultivation of the leader of the evil wolf army?" "Legend has it that he's a grade 8 black immortal," Xia Qingying said softly. Su Zimo said, "The evil wolf army at the front has around 500 people. This should only be a small group of the evil wolf army, and the leader has not arrived personally. We won't be able to defend against the ordinary commanders of the evil wolf army as well." Xia Qingying shook her head gently. "Strange?" Suddenly, Xia Qingying frowned and murmured, "This is the territory of Blood Sun Valley. Why would the evil wolf army appear? Furthermore, we only have 100,000 immortal herbs for this trip. There's no reason for us to be targeted by a faction like the evil wolf army." As everyone spoke, the army in the distance had already arrived with howls of wolves. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly. The leader of the evil wolf army wore bronze armor that was stained with blood and wielded a gigantic halberd. The wolf beneath him had a menacing expression, and its eyes shone with a green glint. It bared its mouth and revealed sharp fangs that were filled with saliva. The ferocious wolf was covered in pitch-black scales and looked incomparably tough. It was invulnerable and had a muscular body like a gigantic elephant. The horses of the many guards of Snow Wind Ridge shivered like lambs waiting to be slaughtered in front of the black-scale fiend wolves. "Howl!" The leader raised the halberd in his hands and whistled, looking at Xia Qingying and the others excitedly. As though they had received an order, the 500-strong evil wolf army behind him split into two groups and surrounded everyone from Snow Wind Ridge, roaring excitedly. Under the encirclement of the wolves, the horses of the many guards of Snow Wind Ridge could not even stand still and knelt down one after another. Instantly, the Snow Wind Ridge was in chaos. The only thing that could stand was the single-horned divine beast beneath Xia Qingying. Even the scarlet blood horse beneath Su Zimo knelt down. Ha 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 ha! When they saw that, the crowd of the evil wolf army burst into laughter. "Rank 5 Black Immortal. It's really over this time round." With a sweep of his spirit consciousness, Liang Qiu detected the cultivation realm of the bronze-armored cultivator leading the evil wolf army, and his face turned ashen. Su Zimo could clearly see that apart from the grade 5 Black Immortal leading the group, there were more than 30 grade 4 Black Immortals in the surrounding 500-strong evil wolf army. Be it in terms of numbers or combat strength, the evil wolf army was far superior to everyone from Snow Wind Ridge. "Where are you guys going?" The bronze-armored cultivator rode on the tall black-scale fiend wolf and looked down at Xia Qingying and the others, asking leisurely with a mocking gaze. "I'm Xia Qingying of Snow Wind Ridge. May I know how to address you?" "Exalted Immortal." Although Xia Qingying was a woman, she could still maintain her composure. She took a deep breath and asked loudly. On the side of Snow Wind Ridge, although Liang Qiu was the commander of the guards, he was completely at a loss. Su Zimo was the only other one who could maintain his composure. Liang Qiu glanced at Su Zimo and sneered internally. This person has just ascended and doesn't know the ferocity of the evil wolf army. The ignorant are truly fearless. "You're Xia Qingying? Indeed, you're quite beautiful. No wonder." Before the bronze-armored cultivator could finish, he paused and gave a strange laugh. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. The bronze-armored cultivator seemed to be implying something. Xia Qingying suppressed the fear in her heart and continued. "Snow Wind Ridge is only a small faction in the vicinity. Our territory is filled with cultivators who ascended from the lower worlds. All these years, we have been obedient and worked hard, planting immortal herbs to exchange for essence condensation pills. I know that all of you are also people who ascended from the lower worlds. Exalted Immortals, please show mercy and let us off on account that we're all from the lower worlds." Ha 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 ha! The evil wolf army burst into laughter once more. Many of the evil wolf army soldiers had mocking expressions as they looked at Xia Qingying as though they were looking at an idiot. The bronze-armored cultivator sneered. "Young lady, you're truly naive. If we let you guys off, we'll have nothing to eat or cultivate with." Xia Qingying said, "You guys can also farm spirit fields." Humph! Before Xia Qingying could finish, The bronze-armored cultivator harumphed coldly and interrupted her. We joined the evil wolf army because we don't want to be like you guys and be used as lambs. The immortal herbs ripens once every 100 years on this dragon abyss star. We don't have the patience. On the dragon abyss star, it was much easier to rob and steal resources than to plant immortal herbs obediently. That was also the reason why there were so many bandits on the dragon abyss star, and the 4 great bandits was even formed. Exalted Immortal. I only have slightly more than 100,000 immortal herbs for this trip to Blood Sun Valley, Xianxia said. I'm willing to hand over the 100,000 immortal herbs to all of you. But please spare our lives, exalted immortals. It was fine if the 100,000 immortal herbs were gone. However, Xia Qingying wanted to return with the 100 guards safely. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo had not said anything. He did not intend to stay in Snow Wind Ridge for too long. He did not want to provoke a great enemy and trouble for Snow Wind Ridge because of his rash actions. It would be best if the evil wolf army could leave right away after obtaining the immortal herbs. Fufu? The bronze-armored cultivator sneered with a cold gaze as he raised the halberd in his hands and said slowly, I'm going to take away the immortal herbs, but I'm going to kill as well. Apart from that woman, kill everyone else. Understood. Many of the evil wolf army agreed excitedly with bloodshot eyes. However, everyone on the side of Snow Wind Ridge was devastated. Evil thief! Suddenly, Xia Qingying shrieked with widened eyes. If you really want to kill us, we'll fight to the death and your evil wolf army will suffer considerable losses as well. Actually, everyone from Snow Wind Ridge knew that their clash with the evil wolf army was akin to striking a stone with an egg. The evil wolf army would most likely be able to devour the 100 of them with a single charge. Kill! The bronze-armored cultivator was unmoved and pointed his halberd with a cold voice. Hold on. Right then, a calm voice sounded from the crowd. The bronze-armored cultivator lowered his head slightly, and a green-robed man walked out from the crowd of Snow Wind Ridge. He had refined features and looked like a frail scholar. Su Zimo walked towards the bronze-armored cultivator at an unhurried pace. Even against the tall and ferocious fiend wolves, he was still calm. Everyone from Snow Wind Ridge was secretly surprised. Everything else aside, his strong mental fortitude and courage alone far surpassed them. The black scale fiend wolf that the bronze-armored cultivator rode on was at the level 4 black essence realm. It was a grade 4 black demon. Even Liang Qiu did not dare to approach. Fellow Taoist Su? Xia Qingying's gaze landed on Su Zimo, and she suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. But soon her expression dimmed. The difference between them was too great. If Su Zimo was a grade 5 black immortal, he might have had a chance to negotiate with the other party. However, Su Zimo was only a grade 4 black immortal. This difference in cultivation realm could be equivalent to tens of thousands of years of cultivation on the Dragon Abyss star. Initially, Su Zimo had no intention of stepping in. However, since the evil wolf army wanted to kill them all, he had no choice but to step forward. What are you doing? The bronze-armored cultivator looked down at Su Zimo from above with a mocking expression, as though he was looking at an ant. The green-robed cultivator standing at the front was not even as tall as the legs of the black-scale fiend wolf. As long as he said anything, the black-scale fiend wolf could devour the green-robed cultivator in a single mouthful. However, at that moment, the bronze-armored cultivator was sitting on the black-scale fiend wolf and did not notice that the ferocity in the latter's eyes had vanished. Instead, the grade 4 black demon looked at Su Zimo with confusion and avoidance, as though it was wary of something. Nothing much. Su Zimo raised his head slightly and said indifferently, Everyone, just disperse after taking the immortal herbs. There's no need to kill everyone. What? As though he had heard the greatest joke in the world, the bronze-armored cultivator looked at the other cultivators of the evil wolf army. The many evil wolf army soldiers exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Is he an idiot? How can a grade 4 black immortal speak to our boss like that? Perhaps he wants to be the first to die. The bronze-armored cultivator smiled at Su Zimo as well and asked, I want to kill you all. What can you do to me? Kill you. Suddenly, Su Zimo spat out 2 words. The moment he said that, he vanished from the spot and in a flash, released heavenly feet, boundless golden light and other lesser divine powers. Almost instantly, Su Zimo arrived on the black scale fiend wolf's back. It was too fast. Su Zimo's action had exceeded everyone's expectations. Nobody could react to it either. You? The bronze-armored cultivator was a grade 5 black immortal after all, and his pupils constricted violently when he realized that something was amiss. However, at that moment, he did not even have time to release any divine powers or secret skills, let alone dodge. The bronze-armored cultivator could only wave the halberd in his hands instinctively and thrust it towards the incoming green figure. Time was too short, and the bronze-armored cultivator could not even use his full strength for that thrust. However, Su Zimo had prepared for this for a long time. He extended his palm and in a flash, gripped the tip of the bronze-armored cultivator's halberd and pushed forward. Unable to maintain his grip on the halberd, the bronze-armored cultivator let go instantly. The next moment, blood flashed. The bronze-armored cultivator felt a sharp pain in his chest and his eyes widened. Everyone from Snow Wind Ridge was shocked as well. With that attack, Su Zimo used the tail of the halberd to pierce the armor, flesh and blood of the bronze-armored cultivator. A bloodied half of the halberd protruded from the back of the bronze-armored cultivator in a shocking manner. How strong did one have to be to do that? At that moment, Su Zimo had just said the second word of, "Kill you." In other words, the moment Su Zimo said those two words, a bloody hole appeared on the bronze-armored cultivator's body. For the body of a black immortal, this was a fatal injury. The life force of the bronze-armored cultivator's body drained rapidly. The bronze-armored cultivator was slightly dazed before he reacted and wanted to escape from his body with his essence spirit. However, he was way too slow. After Su Zimo pierced him with his halberd, he extended his finger and tapped the glabella of the bronze-armored cultivator gently. Poof! A bloody hole appeared on the bronze-armored cultivator's tough glabella. His essence spirit was destroyed on the spot. The entire process merely took a single breath. It was not because the bronze-armored cultivator was too weak, but because he was caught off guard. In the lower worlds, it was common for people to challenge and kill above their levels. Those who had ascended were also skilled in this method. However, in the upper world, the difference of a single level on the Dragon Abyss Star was worlds apart. Furthermore, everyone ascended from the lower worlds and were all paragons and monster incarnates. How much difference could there be between them? Let alone the fact that Su Zimo was an entire level beneath him. Unfortunately, the bronze-armored cultivator did not know that even though they had both ascended from the lower worlds, there was a huge difference between him and Su Zimo. He had only passed through the 1 of 9 heavenly tribulation, while Su Zimo had passed through the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation. More importantly, Su Zimo's flesh was the only green lotus true body in the world that had already grown to grade 9. Even if the bronze-armored cultivator was on guard, he might not be able to escape from Su Zimo's killing methods, let alone the fact that he was unprepared. Ah! This scene caused an uproar. The people of Snow Wind Ridge were not the only ones. Even the surrounding evil wolf army was stunned. Dead. The leader of their army, a grade 5 black immortal, died for no reason. He died in the hands of a grade 4 black immortal. Xianxia was shocked as well. At that moment, the decisiveness that Su Zimo displayed was completely different from his usual gentle and elegant scholar self. Roar! The bronze-armored cultivator's mount, the grade 4 black scale fiend wolf, could not help but howl when it sensed that. The black scale fiend wolf leaped up, wanting to push Su Zimo off its back. Humph! Su Zimo rode on the black scale fiend wolf motionlessly and suddenly exerted strength to sink. Howl! The black scale fiend wolf let out a tragic cry. Right in front of everyone, the gigantic black scale fiend wolf was pushed down by Su Zimo. Crack! 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 The jarring sound of bones cracking could be heard. The spine of the black scale fiend wolf was snapped by the terrifying power released by Su Zimo. Thump! The black scale fiend wolf smashed heavily onto the ground and could no longer stand up as dust billowed. Su Zimo pressed his palm on the black scale fiend wolf's head and descended gently. That seemingly casual palm strike shattered the black scale fiend wolf's head, and even its essence spirit could not escape. Kill! The other evil wolf army soldiers reacted and shouted. Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he glared at the rank 4 black immortal who gave the order. In a flash, he vanished from the spot and arrived before the latter, shouting softly, "Immobilize!" The moment that person summoned his dermic treasure and was about to smash it towards Su Zimo, he felt a mysterious power wrap around his body and he could not move at all. Lesser divine power, body immobilization technique. The body immobilization technique was comprehended by the Dragon Phoenix True Body through the Saber Emperor's inheritance of the Sea Calming Manual. Although the Dragon Phoenix True Body had vanished, the lesser divine power was successfully inherited after the Dragon Phoenix Essence Spirit fused with the Green Lotus Essence Spirit. Among the same cultivation realm, the restriction of the body immobilization technique was not obvious. In fact, it was less than a breath. However, that momentary pause was enough for Su Zimo. Swoosh! A green streak of light charged in front of the grade 4 black immortal and pushed forward with his knees, colliding against the latter's chest with immense force. The terrifying burst power smashed the grade 4 black immortal into pieces and his flesh splattered everywhere. Immediately after, Su Zimo barged into the crowd and charged forward. None of the black immortals of the evil wolf army could stop him. Instantly, the evil wolf army fell into chaos. Xia Qingying and the others from Snow Wind Ridge were dumbfounded. Among them, there were also some cultivators who were proficient in body tempering. However, after they ascended to the upper world, due to the lack of heaven and earth essence qi, it became extremely difficult for them to even raise their cultivation, let alone refine their flesh. None of them had ever seen such domineering methods. In the blink of an eye, a grade 5 and 4 black immortal of the evil wolf army were dead. It was like a humanoid dermic treasure that was extremely sharp and no one could match its sharpness. At that moment, Xia Qingying snapped out of her stupor and shouted hurriedly, "Snow Wind Ridge guards, listen up! Attack with all your might and help fellow Taoists Su kill the enemies." "No, mistress." Earlier on, when he was surrounded by the evil wolf army, Liang Qiu did not say anything and hid in the crowd. But now he suddenly jumped out. Liang Qiu gulped. "Mistress, don't be rash. The evil wolf army is violent and bloodthirsty, seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. If you kill the cultivators of the evil wolf army, they will definitely take revenge. We've already killed someone. Do you think we'll be able to avoid this?" Xia Qingying glared at Liang Qiu. Liang Qiu replied hurriedly, "Su Zimo was the one who killed them. He had just ascended and stayed in Snow Wind Ridge for a year. He's not considered as one of us. As long as we draw a clear line with him, we can—" "What did you say?" Xia Qingying was enraged and looked at Liang Qiu in disbelief, shouting, "Su Zimo is someone of Snow Wind Ridge. You have to understand that if not for him, all of us, including you, would have died under the butcher's knife of the evil wolf army." Her words were extremely harsh and she did not give Liang Qiu any face at all. Liang Qiu stammered and blushed. "Commander Liang, aren't you betraying Guard Su by doing this?" "That's right. Guard Su is killing the enemies at the front while we hide at the back and watch idly. Isn't that way too heartless?" Some of the guards who had followed Liang Qiu for many years could not stand it anymore and whispered. Liang Qiu's expression was terrible. Part of the reason why he stood out and wanted to abandon Su Zimo was because he had a personal feud with the latter. On the other hand, he was indeed afraid of the evil wolf army's revenge. Xia Qingying said in a deep voice, "Everyone, listen to my orders. If we can't defeat the evil wolf army this time round, all of us will die here. Kill!" Many Snow Wind Ridge guards hollered and summoned all sorts of black-grade dermic treasures, divine powers and immortal arts to charge into the battlefield. Actually, even without the addition of the people from Snow Wind Ridge, the evil wolf army was already on the brink of defeat. They could not do anything to Su Zimo. Su Zimo's movement technique was extremely agile and he twisted and turned in the crowd, as though he possessed an indescribable spirit perception that could avoid most dermic treasures and divine powers. Some dermic treasures were about to strike him. Out of nowhere, he took out a handful of golden yellow sand and circled around him, creating an impenetrable storm. Although the yellow sand looked ordinary, their dermic treasures and divine powers could not penetrate it. The divine powers dissipated when they struck it. After the collision, the dermic treasures fell from midair without any resistance. There was no way the bandits knew that this was an utmost treasure derived from the Grade 9 creation Green Lotus. The 9 heavens living soil had a myriad of transformations and shocking defense. Notwithstanding the fact that almost all of them had inferior black-grade dermic treasures, even superior or supreme black-grade dermic treasures could not shake the 9 heavens living soil. The ferocity in the eyes of the evil wolf army cultivators gradually disappeared. After a short battle, it turned into confusion and eventually fear. They could not injure Su Zimo at all. Instead, he killed a few Grade 4 black immortals in succession. Even a Grade 4 black immortal would not last more than 2 or 3 rounds against Su Zimo. Right then, Xianxia led everyone from Snow Wind Ridge to join the battlefield and charge over. In reality, although Xianxia and the others had the advantage in numbers, they were not as terrifying as Su Zimo in the eyes of the evil wolf army. However, at that moment, the morale of the evil wolf army had already dispersed. They broke down completely after being charged by the people of Snow Wind Ridge and could no longer hold on. Dangerous waters! A Grade 4 black immortal of the evil wolf army shouted. It was a code language of the bandits for everyone to retreat and leave. Without hesitation, the bandits of the evil wolf army rode on their black-scale fiend wolves and fled from the battlefield into the distance. Even without the urging of the evil wolf army, the black-scale fiend wolves they were riding on fled for their lives without turning back. Although they were demon beasts and had innately strong bodies, they were extremely weak against the green-robed cultivator. The strangest thing was that the green-robed cultivator exuded an aura that made them shudder. Against that aura, they even had the urge to sprawl on the ground. Although the evil wolf army arrived quickly, they fled even faster. Like the wind, dust billowed as they fled in all directions, leaving dozens of corpses on the ground. Su Zimo sneered. Just as he was about to chase after them, Xianxia stopped him. Fellow Taoist Su. Xianxia ran over hurriedly. Forget it. Don't chase after a cornered enemy. These black-scale fiend wolves are extremely fast. Even my mount, the one-horned divine beast, won't be able to catch up to them. If even the one-horned divine beast could not do it, the other mounts of everyone from Snow Wind Ridge were even worse. At that moment, they were still sprawled on the ground and did not dare to get up. Although flying through the air was fast on the Dragon Abyss Star, it took a huge toll on one's body and one would not be able to sustain it for long. Let's hurry and tidy up the battlefield and leave this place lest the evil wolf army returns. Xianxia looked at Su Zimo with an inquiring gaze. Unknowingly, she had already regarded Su Zimo as the commander of this trip. You guys leave first. I'll follow and take a look. Su Zimo smiled and in a flash, sprinted in the direction where the evil wolf army disappeared at a speed that did not seem fast. Sigh! Just as Xianxia was about to speak, Su Zimo had already left. Humph! How hypocritical! Xianxia sneered. What a joke! Does he think that he can outrun the black-scale fiend wolves with just his feet? Mistress, that man is just pretending. You don't have to bother about him. Xianxia glared at Xianxia coldly and ignored him. She had a deep impression of Xianxia's cowardice earlier on. Although Xianxia was talented and his cultivation realm increased rapidly and his combat strength was considered as one of the upper echelons of Snow Wind Ridge, his guts and boldness were truly unsuitable for him to be the commander of the guards of Snow Wind Ridge. At the very least, Su Zimo was much stronger than Xianxia in every aspect. Although Xianxia did not say it, she had a plan in mind. Upon returning to Snow Wind Ridge, she would remove Xianxia from his position as the commander. After Xianxia's cold reaction, Xianxia could vaguely guess that her impression of him was probably extremely bad. Mistress, what should we do now? A guard of Snow Wind Ridge walked forward and asked. Let's tidy up the battlefield and return to Snow Wind Ridge immediately. Xianxia waved her hand and ordered. Many cultivators of Snow Wind Ridge agreed readily and began cleaning up the battlefield. In this battle, none of the cultivators of Snow Wind Ridge died. At most, they were only slightly injured. The moment they joined the battlefield, the evil wolf army was already fleeing in defeat. In this trip, Su Zimo killed a total of 52 soldiers from the evil wolf army. Among them was the leader of the evil wolf army, a grade 5 black immortal, and 13 grade 4 black immortals. Many Snow Wind Ridge guards collected the dermic treasures and storage bags of the evil wolf army and handed them to Xianxia. Those items were quite a gain for Snow Wind Ridge. Most of the black immortals in Snow Wind Ridge did not have black-grade dermic treasures yet. Ta, ta, ta. Right then, the ground shook violently once more and dust billowed in the distance. Another army was charging over. Not good. Liang Qiu's expression changed starkly as he exclaimed, "The main force of the evil wolf army must be here for revenge. I knew it. Su Zimo truly caused a huge trouble for us. We're doomed." When the other Snow Wind Ridge guards heard that, their faces were ashen with fear. However, Xia Qingying was in no hurry to make a judgment as confusion flashed through her eyes. "I got it." Su Zimo wasn't chasing after the escaping evil wolf army at all. He fled right away instead. Liang Qiu said hatefully, "He knows that he's in big trouble. That's why he escaped and pushed the blame to our Snow Wind Ridge." What Commander Liang said is not impossible. That's right. No matter what, Su Zimo has only ascended for a year and doesn't have any feelings for our Snow Wind Ridge. It's only logical for him to leave just like that. Earlier on, I was wondering why Su Zimo wanted to catch up to the evil wolf army since it was impossible for him to do so. Now I know why. Upon hearing Liang Qiu's words, many of the Snow Wind Ridge guards wavered. "Don't talk nonsense." Xia Qingying hollered and looked at the dust in the distance. "These people should not be from the evil wolf army. Everyone, there's no need to panic." It was already strange for a small squad of the evil wolf army to appear in this area. Why would the main force of the evil wolf army appear? Furthermore, even if the evil wolf army wanted revenge, they could not have arrived so quickly. The moment the evil wolf army left, this army appeared. Moreover, the direction that the army came from was Blood Sun Valley. Xia Qingying already had a vague guess. Before long, everyone caught sight of the flag waving in the army. Indeed, Xia Qingying nodded. The flag was completely black with a blood-colored sun tattooed in the middle, resembling a rising sun. That was the flag of Blood Sun Valley. Many of the Snow Wind Ridge guards heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the flag. Liang Qiu seemed to have forgotten what he had just said as he smiled embarrassedly. Thankfully, it was just a false alarm. Before long, the army arrived before everyone from Snow Wind Ridge. At a glance, there were more than 1,000 of them and they were fully equipped. Their leader was a young man in silver-white armor. He held a silver spear in his hands and his black hair was tied up. His face was thin and his eyes were long and narrow, giving off a sinister feeling. It's the young master of Blood Sun Valley's Valley Master, Chan Xianyang, a dignified grade 6 black immortal. Liang Qiu whispered when he saw that person. This was the first time that some of the Snow Wind Ridge guards had seen this person and they revealed looks of surprise and reverence. Grade 6 black immortal. Even the territorial lord of Snow Wind Ridge was only a grade 6 black immortal. It was said that the Valley Master of Blood Sun Valley was a grade 8 black immortal. Chan Xianyang led the army here and looked at the corpses of the evil wolf army not far away with a cold glint in his eyes. "Young Master Chun, why are you here?" Xia Qingying welcomed him with cupped fists. Chan Xianyang smiled at Xia Qingying with a bright gaze. "Qingying, I've told you before that there's no need to be so distant between us. Just call me Xianyang." Many guards could tell that the young master of Blood Sun Valley looked at Xia Qingying differently. There had long been rumors in Snow Wind Ridge that this young master of Blood Sun Valley had feelings for their young mistress. However, no one was certain. Xia Qingying hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Xianyang." "Yes." Chan Xianyang nodded slightly before saying slowly. "During this period of time, my subordinate reported that traces of one of the 4 great bandits, the evil wolf army, have appeared in the vicinity of Blood Sun Valley. Today happens to be the day when Snow Wind Ridge comes to Blood Sun Valley to exchange for essence condensation pills. I was worried that something might happen to you, so I led the army to receive you personally. To think that I was still a step too late. At that point, Chun Shenyang looked at the dozens of corpses of the evil wolf army with a cold expression. However, there was a strange look in his eyes. Humph. The evil wolf army has truly targeted you guys. Riding on a horse, Chun Shenyang came before Xia Qingying slowly and asked with concern, "Qingying, are you hurt?" "I'm fine." Xia Qingying shook her head. "The guards of Snow Wind Ridge are fine this time round as well. There were no casualties." "Oh." Seemingly surprised, Chun Shenyang asked curiously, "The evil wolf army is violent, bloodthirsty, and powerful. To think that you guys would be able to kill dozens of them. I'm truly impressed." Chun Shenyang swept his gaze across everyone from Snow Wind Ridge and frowned slightly. "Strange, among the guards on this trip, the strongest are you and this commander who are only grade 4 Black Immortals. How did you guys kill that grade 5 Black Immortal of the evil wolf army?" Chun Shenyang asked again. Just as Xia Qingying was about to reply, her heart skipped a beat and she asked, "How did you know that he's a grade 5 Black Immortal? If a cultivator was alive, his spirit consciousness could detect the other party's cultivation realm. However, it was difficult to detect a dead person accurately. It was truly strange that Chun Shenyang could accurately say that the leader of the evil wolf army was a grade 5 Black Immortal. Chun Xuanyang's expression was unchanged as he explained in a natural manner. "Before this, the guards of Blood Sun Valley fought with this evil wolf army and we lost a few guards. The remaining people returned to Blood Sun Valley and told me that the leader of this evil wolf army is a grade 5 Black Immortal." "I see." Xia Qingying's expression softened as she nodded. Earlier on, an extremely terrifying guess flashed through her mind. But now it seemed like she was thinking too much. "Qingying." When Chun Shenyang saw Xia Qingying frowning in deep thought, he smiled and called out softly, "You haven't answered my question. From what I know, there are hundreds of people in this evil wolf army. Be it in terms of numbers or combat strength, they are far superior to you guys. How could—" The scene before him was indeed incomprehensible. On the battlefield, there were dozens of corpses of the evil wolf army lying everywhere. However, everyone from Snow Wind Ridge was almost completely fine. Xia Qingying said, "One of my personal guards attacked and killed those bandits of the evil wolf army. He led us to fight back the evil wolf army." "Oh." Chun Xuanyang's eyes lit up as he asked, "Your personal guard? Why haven't I heard you mention him before? What's his cultivation realm? Grade 5 or 6 Black Immortal?" Chun Shenyang asked a few questions in succession. Xia Qingying frowned slightly. Right then, Liang Qiu remarked sourly at the side, "Young Master Chun, you've overestimated him. He's only a grade 4 Black Immortal." "Grade 4 Black Immortal?" A cold glint flashed through Chun Xuanyang's eyes. If this person was a grade 4 Black Immortal, he had not overestimated this person. Instead, he had actually underestimated this person. Chun Shenyang looked at Liang Qiu deeply. He caught the displeasure and jealousy in Liang Qiu's tone. Chun Shenyang cupped his fists towards Liang Qiu. "Commander Liang, you must have played an important role in how Snow Wind Ridge was able to defeat the evil wolf army this time round." "And no." Liang Qiu felt flattered and answered hurriedly. Notwithstanding the fact that Chun Shenyang was the young master of Blood Sun Valley, it was also an honor for a grade 6 Black Immortal to praise him as such. Liang Qiu coughed gently and straightened his back unconsciously. "It's all thanks to the mistress's leadership that we were able to defeat the evil wolf army this time round. Naturally, it's not just one person's credit for Snow Wind Ridge's combined efforts." Chun Shenyang asked in a seemingly casual manner. "Who is he? Why haven't I heard of him before?" "Humph," Liang Qiu said. "He's just a lowlife who has just ascended. He's only been in Snow Wind Ridge for less than a year. He—" Cough. Liang Qiu was about to continue when he was interrupted by a gentle cough from Xia Qingying. Xia Qingying cupped her fists towards Chun Shenyang and smiled. Thank you for your help this time round, Xianxia. We have to return to Snow Wind Ridge and inform Father about this so that he can make preparations. Xianxia pondered for a moment. After all, many of the evil wolf army escaped. I'll be worried if you guys return now. Qingying, follow me back to Blood Sun Valley. Nothing will happen with me escorting you guys. Qingying hesitated. The purpose of her trip to Blood Sun Valley was to exchange for essence condensation pills. If she returned empty-handed, the medicinal farmers in Snow Wind Ridge might be disappointed. However, she was worried about Snow Wind Ridge. Xianxia seemed to have read Qingying's mind and smiled gently. Qingying, don't worry. I can send a grade 5 Black Immortal under my lead to report to Snow Wind Ridge and have them make preparations. If the bandits truly invade, he can stay in Snow Wind Ridge to help defend. Thereafter, before Qingying could reply, Xianxia glanced sideways and said in a deep voice, Tan Hong, report everything that happened here to Snow Wind Ridge. Understood, young master. A muscular man in black martial arts attire cupped his fists towards Xianxia and rode his horse towards Snow Wind Ridge. Let's go. Qingying. Xianxia turned slightly and made an inviting gesture. Qingying frowned slightly and was still hesitant. Pondering for a moment, she beckoned for 2 Snow Wind Ridge guards and instructed softly, the 2 of you, stay in the vicinity and hide carefully. If you see Guard Su return, take him with you to Blood Sun Valley. Qingying was still worried about Su Zimo. She was not worried about Su Zimo's safety. However, she thought that if Su Zimo were to return here, he would definitely need someone to guide him. After all, Su Zimo had never been to Blood Sun Valley. Mistress, what if Guard Su doesn't return? A guard muttered softly. I think what Commander Liang said makes sense. Guard Su might have escaped out of fear of the evil wolf army's revenge. Don't think too much. Qingying berated in a low voice. Stay here and guard until he returns. If he doesn't... Pausing for a moment, she continued. When I return from Blood Sun Valley, I'll naturally come back for you guys. It'll just be tougher on the 2 of you. Understood. The 2 Snow Wind Ridge guards agreed. After making those arrangements, Qingying turned to Xianxia and smiled. Xianxia, let's go. All right? Xianxia nodded slightly and led the army of more than 1,000 people from Blood Sun Valley, escorting the 100-odd people from Snow Wind Ridge towards Blood Sun Valley. After Su Zimo left the line of sight of Qingying and the others, he began to fly through the air. His speed increased exponentially as he chased after the few escaping evil wolf army soldiers. Since he had already attacked this time round, he would not leave any trouble for himself or Snow Wind Ridge. He had to kill all of them to prevent future troubles. Earlier on, Su Zimo could not attack with his full strength in front of everyone from Snow Wind Ridge and did not reveal many of his methods. Now that the evil wolf army was fleeing in all directions, he would have to wait for them to regroup if he wanted to wipe them out. Therefore, Su Zimo merely watched the few grade 4 Black Immortals of the evil wolf army closely and hung back slowly, in no hurry to attack. He was certain that the evil wolf army must have some means of communication that could gather the survivors who had escaped. The few grade 4 Black Immortals of the evil wolf army were extremely wary. As they fled, they changed their routes countless times and even stopped from time to check out their surroundings. True enough, a long time later, after ensuring that they were out of danger, the few of them stopped in their tracks and took out a talisman from their storage bags. After writing a few words on it, they tore it apart. The talisman soared into the skies and released a divine light in midair before dissipating rapidly. The few grade 4 Black Immortals jumped down from the black scale fiend wolves with pale expressions and panted slightly, as though they still had lingering fears. That person shouldn't be chasing us, someone said. Don't worry, no matter how fast that person is, he can't compare to the strength of our black scale fiend wolves. Even if he had chased after us, we should have long lost him. Another person said. The few grade 4 Black Immortals of the evil wolf army did not notice that the person they were trying to shake off was approaching rapidly without them noticing. Even the black scale fiend wolves with their keen spirit perception did not notice it, let alone them. Su Zimo had completely retracted his aura and was emitting the aura of plants. Hidden in the grass that was more than half the height of a human. He swayed with the plants and was almost one with his surroundings without any flaws. Su Zimo's movement technique was agile as he climbed up a gigantic ancient tree swiftly. He sat on a branch and looked down at the few evil wolf army soldiers not far away. At that distance, Su Zimo could hear their conversation clearly. "We've truly suffered a huge loss this time round." A large-eared cultivator grit his teeth and said hatefully. A bald man cursed. "Bloody hell, who would have thought that there would be such a troublesome nut to crack in Snow Wind Ridge? Our boss was killed by that lad. Boss Hook was careless. If it was a normal fight, that lad would definitely not be a match for Boss Hook." Another person said. The large-eared cultivator asked, "What should we do now? What else can we do? Let's wait for the others to gather first." The bald man could not help but curse again. "Bloody hell, when has our evil wolf army ever suffered such a huge loss? It's all Blood Sun Valley's young master's fault. That Chun Xianxia," the large-eared cultivator grumbled. "He wanted to play the hero to save the beauty and win her heart. He even wanted us to put on a show with him. But now we didn't get a single immortal herb from Snow Wind Ridge. Instead, we suffered heavy losses." Su Zimo was initially on the ancient tree with a relaxed expression and closed eyes. At that point, he suddenly opened his eyes with a cold glint. "So, it's Blood Sun Valley's doing." Su Zimo sneered internally. It was no wonder why the evil wolf army would appear in this area. It was no wonder why it was such a coincidence that they encountered the obstruction of the evil wolf army just as they were rushing to Blood Sun Valley today. Another person said, "In my opinion, given Chun Xuanyang's cultivation, status, and the strength of Blood Sun Valley, he should have just forced himself on that young lady." "How simple would that be?" The bald man sneered. "The father and son of Blood Sun Valley are hypocritical and love to play dirty. There have been countless factions that have been schemed against by them over the years. Heh, I heard that the reason why the 3 major factions were replaced by Blood Sun Valley back then was because they fell into the Valley Master's trap. In that short period of time, scattered evil wolf army soldiers had already arrived one after another to rendezvous with the large-eared cultivator, bald-headed man, and the others. By dusk, all the cultivators of the evil wolf army that escaped were gathered. The bald man counted with a dark expression and said hatefully, "Bloody hell, including Boss Hook, we lost 52 brothers. We can't let this matter rest just like that. That's right. We'll make Snow Wind Ridge pay with blood. The evil wolf army is going to turn Snow Wind Ridge into rivers of blood and kill every single one of them." Many evil wolf army soldiers shouted murderously. The bald man said in a deep voice, "Everyone, don't be anxious. I heard that the territorial lord of Snow Wind Ridge is rather capable and is a grade 6 black immortal. Given our strength, it'll be difficult for us to go against him. I'm guessing that if we want to destroy Snow Wind Ridge, we'll have to ask a leader of our evil wolf army to do it. There's no time to lose. Let's head back now," the large-eared cultivator said. "Since there's no time to lose, how about I send you guys on your way?" Right then, a voice sounded from the chaotic crowd, clearly out of place with the surrounding clamor. "MMM?" The bald man's expression changed as he surveyed his surroundings and shouted, "Who was it? Who spoke?" "Me." In a flash, Su Zimo floated down from the ancient tree and stood in midair quietly. His blood chi surged and his eyes shone with a divine light. Since Su Zimo wanted to kill all of them this time round, he did not hide the bloodline of his green lotus true body. "It's him. When did that person catch up?" The expressions of many evil wolf army cultivators changed as they exclaimed. The bald cultivator felt his limbs go cold, but he could still maintain his composure as he shouted, "Brothers, don't panic. Let's join forces and fight this person once more. I don't believe that with more than 400 brothers, we can't defeat a lone man like him." All these years, the hands of the evil wolf army had been stained with countless blood, and all of them were bloodthirsty. At that point, many of the evil wolf army soldiers had ferocious gazes, as they summoned their dermic treasures and channeled their divine powers and secret skills to release a ferocious attack. Swoosh! In a flash, Su Zimo released divine powers and dermic arts, such as boundless golden light, at an astonishing speed and dodged most of the dermic treasures. Before the remaining dermic treasures could strike him, he waved his sleeves and suddenly waved out a handful of yellow sand, devouring the dozens of incoming dermic treasures. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Ever since he obtained the 9 heavens living soil, he had only used it for defense and had never used it for offense. Right now, the 9 heavens living soil enveloped dozens of inferior black-gray dermic treasures, and Su Zimo's spirit consciousness seemed to fuse with every single grain of 9 heavens living soil. With a single thought from him, the 9 heavens living soil shone with a golden light and yellow sand surged. Every single speck of yellow sand released a powerful force that exerted strength and rubbed against one another. The dozens of dermic treasures were ground into sludge by the 9 heavens living soil and scattered down from midair. Pest! Many evil wolf army soldiers gasped when they saw that. Even Su Zimo was shocked, let alone them. The 9 heavens living soil had unparalleled defense. To think that it could release such terrifying lethality when used for offense. Furthermore, this was a dark-grayed dermic treasure. If any living being were to fall into it, they would be ground into ashes by the yellow sand. With that thought, Su Zimo controlled the 9 heavens living soil and sucked more than 10 black scale fiend wolves into it. Howl! The black scale fiend wolves only had time to let out a tragic cry before they were crushed into blood mists by the yellow sand and died. Even those tough scales could not withstand the friction of the yellow sand. The 9 heavens living soil was extremely extraordinary and killed more than 10 black scale fiend wolves. However, there was no blood on the yellow sand and it was still golden and shiny. Escape! When the evil wolf army saw that, they broke down once more and fled in all directions. Humph! Standing in midair, Su Zimo's gaze was like lightning as he said indifferently, "It's rare for us to be together. Don't leave." He conjured sword arts with both hands and pointed forward. Tsk, tsk, tsk. Suddenly, countless sword chi descended from the firmaments in a vast expanse of white. Like a torrential downpour, they poured down and enveloped the many evil wolf army soldiers. Heaven-slaying sword art. The heaven-slaying sword art was a top-tier immortal art of the upper world to begin with. It was only because of other reasons that he ended up in the lower world. The true terrifying might of the sword art was only revealed when it was released with heaven and earth essence chi. The sword chi was dense as rain and sharp as it buzzed and trembled. Descending from the skies, it enveloped more than 400 evil wolf army soldiers, and no one was spared. Poof! 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 The sword chi pierced the bodies of the evil wolf army and let out a jarring sound, cutting through their flesh cleanly like a sharp blade. Most of the evil wolf army were grade 3 black immortals. Even a body-tempered level 3 black immortal could not defend against the sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword chi. Even the fiend wolves with tough scales were mostly killed by the torrential sword chi, let alone them. Actually, almost all the living cultivators on the Dragon Abyss Star had ascended from the lower worlds and had limited knowledge. They did not recognize the creation Green Lotus at all, let alone the heaven-slaying sword chi. By the time the bandits realized that they could not defend against this person's sword chi, it was already too late. Such a ferocious attack was devastating for the evil wolf army. Almost the moment the heaven-slaying sword chi descended, more than half of the evil wolf army was pierced by the sword chi and died on the spot. The sword rain descended and created white mists on the ground. However, before long, the white fog was dyed red by the blood that splattered everywhere. Only a few grade 4 black immortals managed to survive with their dermic treasures, armor, divine powers, and immortal arts, wanting to break out of the range of the heaven-slaying sword chi. Su Zimo looked down from above and sneered. Closing 2 fingers, he conjured another sword art and slashed forward. A shuddering killing intent burst forth and the ground shook. When the earth's killing intent is released, the dragon snake shall rise. Initially, only the martial Tao prime body comprehended the earth-slaying sword art. However, the martial Tao prime body smelted all divine powers and was not reliant on this sword art. He rarely released it either. The sword art could only unleash its greatest power on the green lotus true body. Therefore, before he ascended, the martial Tao prime body imparted the earth-slaying sword art to the green lotus true body. Roar! Pest! Suddenly, a gigantic five-clawed divine dragon descended from the firmaments. It was filled with a chilling killing intent and was completely formed from sword chi. The ground split open and a soaring serpent bathed in scarlet lava soared into the skies. Its body burned with flames as it reared its head and hissed. Su Zimo conjured a sword art and slashed forward, releasing the dragon snake. Looking at the two terrifying divine beasts, the remaining evil wolf army soldiers had ashen expressions and their eyes were filled with deep despair. The divine dragon and soaring serpent circled around the evil wolf army and started a massacre, chasing after some of them who managed to escape from the heaven-slaying sword rain. Ah! 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 Tragic cries sounded one after another. The remaining evil wolf army was severely injured to begin with. Now that they were hunted by the divine dragon and soaring serpent, they were almost helpless. The sword rain poured down and a blood mist spread. The two divine beasts, the divine dragon and soaring serpent, galloped through the sword rain. In the misty rain, a green-robed man stood in midair with one hand behind his back with a calm expression. It was like a painting that felt surreal. About half an hour later, there was no longer any sound from the battlefield. The rain stopped and the divine beasts dispersed, leaving only corpses on the ground, including the 400-odd black-scale fiend wolves. The remaining evil wolf army were all dead without exception. Exhaling gently, Su Zimo released his spirit consciousness and collected all the dermic treasures of the evil wolf army. Although he had no use for those dermic treasures, they seemed to be extremely valuable on the Dragon Abyss star. Su Zimo collected the storage bags of the evil wolf army and opened them up. Almost all of those storage bags contained essence nourishing grass, rain frost flower, and many essence condensation pills. Those were extremely precious cultivation resources on the Dragon Abyss star. Su Zimo gathered the immortal herbs and essence condensation pills in the storage bags and made a rough count. He had obtained more than 2.1 million stalks of essence nourishing grass and rain frost flower respectively, and more than 13,000 essence condensation pills. There were more than 2 million immortal herbs. According to the exchange standards of Blood Sun Valley, that was more than 20,000 essence condensation pills. In other words, Su Zimo had obtained more than 30,000 essence condensation pills from killing the evil wolf army. Including the dozens of evil wolf army soldiers he killed previously, there was a high chance that he could reach 40,000 essence condensation pills. This was a huge windfall. In the entire 10 years of Snow Wind Ridge, they could only collect 100,000 immortal herbs and exchange for 1,000 essence condensation pills. However, Su Zimo obtained 40,000 this time round. Su Zimo looked at the corpses on the ground and shook his head gently. It was no wonder why some cultivators and living beings that ascended would choose to join these bandits to kill and loot everywhere. This method was indeed much faster than planting immortal herbs obediently. At that moment, the skies were gradually turning dark. Su Zimo was prepared to leave and meet up with Xianxia and the others from Snow Wind Ridge. The moment he moved, he seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at the corpses of the evil wolf army in deep thought. Blood Sun Valley. In a grand hall, Chun Shenyang removed his armor and sat in the middle in a brocade robe. On his left were some cultivators of Blood Sun Valley. On his right were Xia Qingying and Liang Qiu. The other cultivators of Snow Wind Ridge were settled down as well. At that moment night descended. The hall was brightly lit. On the table in front of Xia Qingying and the others were many spirit fruits, wine, and delicious delicacies cooked with the flesh of demon beasts. Every time they came to Blood Sun Valley to exchange for essence condensation pills, they would spend a night here. That was because it was already evening by the time everyone arrived at Blood Sun Valley. If they rushed back to Snow Wind Ridge overnight, it would be easy for accidents to happen. Each time, Chun Shenyang would set up a banquet in Blood Sun Valley to welcome Xia Qingying. This time round, the banquet prepared by Blood Sun Valley was even more sumptuous after Snow Wind Ridge repelled a massive enemy. However, Xia Qingying sat at the table and frowned slightly. She did not eat much and was a little distracted. At the side, Liang Qiu ate heartily. From time to time, he would raise his head and meet Chen Xuanyang's gaze with a strange expression. Xia Qingying had other thoughts and did not notice this. A long time later, he smiled gently. Qingying, is there something on your mind? You should be happy that Snow Wind Ridge survived this calamity. Why are you still frowning? Xia Qingying forced a smile and did not reply. She looked at the sky outside and sighed internally. Suddenly, Chen Shenyang asked, Qingying, are you still thinking about that person? After a moment of silence, Xia Qingying mustered her courage and said, Shenyang, I know that this request is a little overboard, but I still want to ask if Blood Sun Valley can lead some people to receive my guard. Chen Shenyang put down his wine glass with an unchanged expression and asked, Qingying, he's just a guard. He's only a grade 4 black immortal. Why are you so worried about him? No, Xia Qingying said. It's all because of him that everyone from Snow Wind Ridge survived this time round. If, mistress. Right then, Liang Qiu suddenly said, haven't you ever suspected that person's identity? Suspect what? Xia Qingying was slightly stunned. Liang Qiu said in a deep voice, that person's background is unknown. He said that he came from the lower worlds. However, when he ascended, he became a grade 4 black immortal. That's because he passed the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation, Xia Qingying explained. Fu? Liang Qiu sneered. Mistress, do you really believe his nonsense? If he had passed the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation, there's no way he could have descended on the Dragon Abyss star. He said that an accident happened, but he did not explain in detail because he had no way of explaining it. What accidents can happen during the tribulation transcendence process? When Chen Shenyang saw that, a smile flashed through his eyes, but he was in no hurry to speak. Xia Qingying frowned in deep thought. Liang Qiu looked at Chen Shenyang instinctively. Chen Shenyang nodded slightly, indicating for him to continue. Liang Qiu was invigorated and continued. Mistress, think about it again. He's only a grade 4 black immortal, but he wants to hide his cultivation. What is he doing in our Snow Wind Ridge? It's only a day's journey from our Snow Wind Ridge to Blood Sun Valley today. How can it be a coincidence that we encountered the evil wolf army? Someone must have leaked the news. It must be Su Zimo. He's the spy of the evil wolf army. At that point, Chen Shenyang spoke. What Commander Liang said makes sense. You can't judge a book by its cover. This person has only been in Snow Wind Ridge for a year. He's truly not worthy of your trust. It's not right. Xia Qingying shook her head. You said that Guard Su is a spy. How is that possible? He was the one who killed the leader of the evil wolf army and forced them to retreat. Everyone witnessed it personally. Mistress, that's clearly a ruse to gain sympathy. Liang Qiu defended forcefully. Su Zimo must have a greater motive for doing this. There's a high chance that he's plotting against the entire Snow Wind Ridge. Furthermore, that's the reason why he wants to obtain your trust, mistress. Xia Qingying shook her head gently in disbelief. Liang Qiu continued, Mistress, think about it. If you don't ride on a demon beast, how can you catch up to the black scale fiend wolves? However, Su Zimo chased after them. His trip this time round is definitely not to hunt down the evil wolf army, but to discuss an even greater scheme with the remaining evil wolf army. What scheme? Tell me. Right then, a voice sounded from outside the hall. 3 people walked towards the hall. The person in the middle wore green robes and had refined features. It was Su Zimo. The 2 people beside him were the guards of Snow Wind Ridge who stood guard outside. One of the guards smiled at Xia Qingying. Mistress, Guard Su is back. When Xia Qingying saw that Su Zimo had returned, her eyes lit up and she stood up to welcome him with a delighted expression. A dark look flashed through the depths of Chen Xuanyang's eyes when he saw that. Guard Su, are you all right? Xia Qingying sized up Su Zimo and asked worriedly. Su Zimo smiled gently. Thank you for your concern, mistress. I'm fine. Chen Xianxia shifted his gaze towards Liang Qiu. Liang Qiu understood and suddenly slammed the table. He pointed at Su Zimo and shouted, "Su Zimo, how dare you return? If I hadn't returned, I would have been labeled as a spy." Su Zimo scoffed coldly. Turning around, Xia Qingying frowned at Liang Qiu and said in a deep voice, "Liang Qiu, stop talking. Guard Su can't be a spy. I believe in him." Qingying. Right then, Chen Xianxia stood up slowly and approached. He glanced at Su Zimo and said, "I think that what Commander Liang said is not unreasonable. One has to be wary of others." The moment he arrived at Snow Wind Ridge, the evil wolf army appeared in the vicinity. The two of them might be related. Su Zimo looked at Chen Xianxia with a fake smile without saying anything. He could sense that there were many experts hidden around the hall. Apart from the Grade 5 Black Immortals, there were also a few Grade 6 Black Immortals. Furthermore, Chen Xianxia was a Grade 6 Black Immortal expert himself. Under normal circumstances, given Su Zimo's cultivation realm, there was no way he could scan his surroundings so clearly. However, Su Zimo's essence spirit was fused from the Dragon Phoenix essence spirit and Green Lotus essence spirit, and had already undergone a shocking transformation. His essence spirit realm far surpassed his cultivation realm and was already at the realm of a Grade 6 Black Immortal. Of course, Su Zimo was now in Blood Sun Valley. Even if he knew that Chen Xianxia was the one behind everything today, he could not openly fall out with the latter. As one of the 8 major factions of the Dragon Abyss Star, Blood Sun Valley had many hidden experts. If he were to go against Blood Sun Valley today, even he might not be able to leave alive, let alone everyone from Snow Wind Ridge. Liang Qiu asked pretentiously, "Young Master Chen, how do you think we should deal with Su Zimo? In my opinion, we should just kill him to prevent any trouble." "No," Xia Qingying rejected with a cold expression. She had an unfriendly expression and glared at Liang Qiu fixedly. She could tell that Liang Qiu was clearly using his position to take revenge. Upon returning to Snow Wind Ridge this time round, she would definitely punish Liang Qiu severely. Liang Qiu did not dare to meet Xia Qingying's gaze. He had long known about his situation and knew that he would be punished upon returning to Snow Wind Ridge. As such, he had already sought out Chen Xianxia in secret upon arriving at Blood Sun Valley. That was the reason for the banquet today. Chen Xianxia smiled. "Killing him directly is way too arbitrary. In my opinion, we should detain this person for the time being and interrogate him to find out his background before making a decision." Although Chen Xianxia was smiling on the surface, he was already filled with killing intent internally. If Su Zimo was truly detained, he would not be the only one deciding how to deal with him. "No!" Xia Qingying shook her head still. Suddenly, Su Zimo said, "Are you suspecting that I'm related to the evil wolf army?" "That's right." Liang Qiu sneered. "Don't think that you can prove your innocence just by killing dozens of the evil wolf army. Is that so?" Su Zimo smiled at Liang Qiu and said coldly, "I didn't just kill dozens of the evil wolf army." At that point, Su Zimo paused for a moment and suddenly took out a storage bag. With a thought of his spirit consciousness, he removed everything from the storage bag. Instantly, blood qi filled the entire hall. Hundreds of corpses of the evil wolf army and hundreds of black-scale fiend wolves were piled in the hall, dripping with blood in a shocking manner. All of them died tragically. Some of them were sliced into two. Some of them were riddled with holes by sharp weapons. Some of them died with widened eyes with deep fear in their eyes. It was unknown what they experienced. Pest! Everyone in the hall gasped with shocked expressions. There was nothing more convincing than the 400-odd corpses of the evil wolf army. When those bloodied corpses were moved into the hall by Su Zimo, all the suspicions and slandering of Liang Qiu earlier on seemed extremely weak. That scene gave everyone a huge shock as well. None of the 500 evil wolf army soldiers were spared. Was this done by this seemingly frail green-robed scholar? Even with Chen Xuanyang's shrewdness, his expression changed starkly. He knew in his heart that Su Zimo was not only proving his innocence, but also establishing his dominance. That person was telling him not to provoke him. How is this possible? Even Liang Qiu's confidence was lacking as he forced a smile. Why, you're only a grade 4 black immortal. How can you kill so many of the evil wolf army? Xia Qingying took a deep breath and composed herself. She looked at Liang Qiu coldly and questioned in a deep voice. Liang Qiu, what else do you have to say? I. Liang Qiu looked a little flustered and looked at Chen Xinyang instinctively, wanting to say something. Chen Xuanyang's expression darkened and killing intent flashed through his eyes. Suddenly, he slapped Liang Qiu on the head. Bang! Brain juice splattered. Liang Qiu's eyes widened in disbelief. The few of them were extremely close and he did not expect Chen Xinyang to attack him, let alone release a killing move directly. Not only did that palm crack his skull, it even dispersed the essence spirit in his consciousness. Naturally, Chen Xinyang would not allow Liang Qiu to reveal their collusion. As a grade 6 black immortal, apart from Su Zimo, no one present could react to his attack at this distance. Naturally, Su Zimo would not save Liang Qiu either. Thump! Liang Qiu's corpse laid stiffly in a pool of blood without resting in peace. Chen Xinyang, what are you doing? Xia Qingying snapped out of her stupor and asked loudly. Chen Xinyang retracted his palm and wiped it gently with a calm expression. Qingying, this person has ulterior motives. To think that he would want to frame the meritorious guard of this trip, Su Zimo. He almost deceived me. I'm worried about keeping such a despicable person by your side. I know you're soft-hearted, so I'll kill him for you today. No matter how wrong Liang Qiu is, he's still someone from Snow Wind Ridge. You? Xia Qingying clenched her fists slightly with an enraged expression. Chen Xinyang smiled gently. Qingying, an expert like Guard Su, is more than enough to replace Liang Qiu as the commander of Snow Wind Ridge. As for Liang Qiu, he deserved to die. Pausing for a moment, Chen Xinyang shifted his gaze towards Su Zimo and asked with a smile, Guard Su, what do you think? Others might not be able to tell, but Su Zimo saw everything clear as a mirror. Apart from the fact that Chen Xinyang was worried that Liang Qiu would spout nonsense, the reason why he was so decisive to kill Liang Qiu in public was also to establish his dominance. He took out more than 400 corpses of the evil wolf army to shock everyone in Blood Sun Valley. In return, this young master of Blood Sun Valley killed Liang Qiu with a single palm strike right in front of him. This young master was telling Su Zimo that killing him was as simple as killing this person. Although everything seemed calm between the two of them on the surface, there was a flurry of swords and sabers behind their backs. Both of them had already attacked once. Young Master Chan, you must be joking. Su Zimo was naturally unmoved by Chen Xuanyang's threat and replied indifferently, I'll leave Snow Wind Ridge after today. I truly can't take on the position of the commander of the guards. Oh! Chen Xuanyang's eyes lit up, thinking that his dominance had worked. He nodded in satisfaction. That's a pity. Fellow Taoist Su, why are you leaving? Xia Qingying was a little anxious and couldn't care less that others were present. She asked hurriedly, Although Liang Qiu slandered you, I never suspected you. Given the meritorious deed you've done today, as long as we return to Snow Wind Ridge, I'll report it to my father and give you a generous reward. Your capabilities are enough for you to be the commander of the guards. That's right. A guard at the side said, Guard Su, although you haven't been to our Snow Wind Ridge for long, you've saved everyone this time round. We're all impressed. Su Zimo shook his head gently. I'm used to being lazy and I don't like to be restrained. I can't be the commander of the guards either. I've already disturbed you guys after staying in Snow Wind Ridge for a year. Even without today's matter, I'm prepared to bid farewell to all of you and explore elsewhere. Xia Qingying frowned. However, it's not safe outside the Dragon Abyss Star. If you're alone? Mistress, I've made up my mind, Su Zimo said indifferently. At that point, Xia Qingying could no longer persuade him and could only sigh internally. Actually, the most important reason why Su Zimo wanted to leave was because he had already offended the evil wolf army after killing 500 of them. Under normal circumstances, no one would know who did it if all of them were dead. However, it was clear that the evil wolf army was in cahoots with Blood Sun Valley. There was no way to hide this. If he continued to stay in Snow Wind Ridge, it would bring about a calamity for them. At the very least, given his current cultivation realm, he could not fight against a faction like Blood Sun Valley and the Evil Wolf Army, one of the 4 great bandits. Therefore, he could only choose to leave. Xianxia patted Xia Qingying gently on the shoulder and consoled her softly. Qingying, everyone has their own ambitions and there's no way to force things. If Snow Wind Ridge lacks manpower, I can send some experts over. There's no need for that. Thank you, young Master Chun. Xia Qingying shook her head. Unknowingly, she had changed the way she addressed Chen Xianyang and distanced herself from him. Chen Xianyang did not mind and waved his hand. Men, clean up the corpses of the Evil Wolf Army. Let the banquet continue. Young Master Chun, I'm a little tired. I'll head down to rest first, Xia Qingying said before looking at Su Zimo. Fellow Taoist Su, follow me. I have something to tell you. Su Zimo nodded and followed. Chen Xianyang looked at the backs of the 2 of them and smirked. Before long, the 2 of them arrived at the resting place of everyone from Snow Wind Ridge. Xia Qingying bit her cherry lips gently and suddenly raised her head. Fellow Taoist Su, I know that you chose to leave because you're worried that you'll implicate Snow Wind Ridge. Su Zimo was slightly stunned and a look of surprise flashed through his eyes. He had not expected that the young mistress of Snow Wind Ridge would be able to tell his intentions so quickly. Su Zimo did not say anything as a silent acknowledgement. Xia Qingying said, Actually, you don't have to do that at all. I'll report today's matter to my father. We can consider it at length and make preparations in advance to discuss a foolproof plan to deal with the Evil Wolf Army. Although Xia Qingying said that, she knew in her heart that if the Evil Wolf Army truly attacked, Snow Wind Ridge would definitely be destroyed. To be fair, Su Zimo was only a grade 4 Black Immortal. As for Snow Wind Ridge, they were not considered as the top combat strength. The territorial lord of Snow Wind Ridge was a grade 6 Black Immortal while his protector was a grade 5 Black Immortal. However, for some reason, Xia Qingying had a strange feeling in her heart, as though she had a sixth sense, that the green-robed man before her was very, very important to Snow Wind Ridge. If this person were to leave, it would be a huge loss for Snow Wind Ridge. That was the reason why she wanted to try her best to retain Su Zimo. However, Su Zimo merely shook his head gently. When Xia Qingying saw that Su Zimo was determined, she could only sigh. The 2 of them stood facing each other in silence for a moment. As though she recalled something, Xia Qingying took out a storage bag and handed it to Su Zimo. Fellow Taoist Su, the storage bags of the dozens of Evil Wolf Army soldiers you killed initially are all inside. Keep them. Su Zimo thought about it and did not reject it. Actually, he would not have thought too much about it even if Xia Qingying kept the storage bags for herself. He had intended to leave something for Snow Wind Ridge upon his departure as well. Su Zimo received the storage bag and scanned it with his spirit consciousness. The items in the storage bag were not much different from the storage bags of the Evil Wolf Army. There were dermic treasures, immortal herbs, and essence condensation pills. Su Zimo put away the immortal herbs and essence condensation pills. Just as he was about to return the remaining dermic treasures and weapons to Xia Qingying, his heart skipped a beat. Earlier on, his palm accidentally touched a storage bag. The bronze square tripod that was initially silent in his consciousness vibrated strangely. Frowning slightly, Su Zimo picked up the storage bag and started checking it. That's the storage bag of the leader, Xia Qingying said. Su Zimo nodded and put away the storage bag as well. Thereafter, he stuffed all the dermic treasures he had collected from the Evil Wolf Army into a storage bag and handed it to Xia Qingying. Fellow Taoist Su, what are you doing? Xia Qingying was at a loss. There were more than 500 black-grade dermic treasures. Although they were all inferior black-grade, this was an unimaginable wealth for Snow Wind Ridge. More than half of the Black Immortals in Snow Wind Ridge did not have black-grade dermic treasures. Even for the guards of Snow Wind Ridge, slightly more than 100 of them had dermic treasures. If Snow Wind Ridge obtained those dermic treasures, their overall strength would increase significantly. Accept it, Su Zimo smiled. Those dark-grade dermic treasures were almost useless to him. His grade 9 green lotus true body was completely superior to inferior black-grade dermic treasures. This is way too precious. Xia Qingying still could not believe or accept it. Su Zimo smiled. You deserve it. Don't forget, when I first descended on the Dragon Abyss Star, you gave me a bottle of healing elixirs and a dust removal talisman. Xia Qingying's eyes reddened. She had not expected that Su Zimo would still remember her subtle actions back then. Furthermore, he even gave her such a huge reward in return. In terms of value, any single inferior black-grade dermic treasure was enough to exchange for hundreds of thousands of bottles of those elixirs and dust removal talismans. Su Zimo released his spirit consciousness and scanned his surroundings carefully. When he did not sense anyone spying on him, he said, "Don't worry. Although I'll leave Snow Wind Ridge, I won't be able to leave the Dragon Abyss Star within a short period of time. Keep this messenger talisman well. If anything dangerous happens in Snow Wind Ridge, tear this talisman and I'll know." Su Zimo took out a messenger talisman from his storage bag and handed it to Xia Qingying. Yes? Xia Qingying pursed her lips slightly with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Brother Su, you have to take care too. Su Zimo waved it off casually. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly paused and whispered, I've got to remind you about something. Be careful of Chun Shenyang. He could not reveal that Chun Shenyang colluded with the evil wolf army. After all, he did not have any evidence. Even if he said it, it would only be a one-sided statement. He could only leave a reminder for Xia Qingying. Yes, Xia Qingying nodded. When Su Zimo saw that Xia Qingying's expression was calm, as though she had expected it, he could not help but ask in surprise, You knew about it long ago? I was merely suspicious previously, Xia Qingying said. Chun Shenyang appeared not long after you left. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Furthermore, you're so insistent on leaving as though you're convinced that the evil wolf army knows about this. With all 500 of them dead, the only one who can leak the news is Blood Sun Valley. Su Zimo nodded slightly with a look of admiration in his eyes. The woman before him was extremely smart. It was truly rare for her to be able to notice something amiss through the clues left behind. What was even rarer was that Xia Qingying was still expressionless despite suspecting Chun Shenyang. If Xia Qingying were to fall out with Chun Shenyang and Blood Sun Valley, she would definitely suffer immediately, and Snow Wind Ridge would not be spared either. However, if Xia Qingying did not expose him, Chun Shenyang would be smug and continue with his disguise. Brother Su, when are you prepared to leave? Xia Qingying asked. Do you want to leave with us tomorrow? She was worried that Blood Sun Valley or Chun Shenyang would harm Su Zimo. After all, Chun Xuanyang's plan was ruined because of Su Zimo's appearance today. However, if Su Zimo were to travel with everyone from Snow Wind Ridge, it would be difficult for Chun Shenyang to make a move openly. We'll see, Su Zimo replied ambiguously. Pausing for a moment, he continued, I might head to Snow Wind Ridge to take someone away. I hope you can agree to it. No problem. Xia Qingying nodded without hesitation. Su Zimo turned to leave and waved to Xia Qingying with his back facing her. Xia Qingying watched Su Zimo enter a room before leaving reluctantly. Late at night, Su Zimo did not rest. After returning to his room, he took out the storage bag of the leader. He was extremely curious as to what was in the storage bag that could trigger a reaction from the bronze square tripod. He released his spirit consciousness and forcefully erased the spirit consciousness imprint on the storage bag before opening it. Although there were no immortal herbs in the storage bag, there were around 10,000 essence condensation pills. It was almost equivalent to the total number of elixirs carried by the rest of the evil wolf army. Su Zimo put away the essence condensation pills and continued checking. Apart from the essence condensation pills, there were a few other black-grade dermic treasures in his storage bag. The best among them was only at middle grade. Su Zimo frowned slightly. Even middle black grade was not worthy of his attention. Right then, Su Zimo's gaze shifted and he exclaimed softly. In the corner of his storage bag, he caught sight of a gray broken sword. The broken sword was dim without any sharpness and was filled with cracks. It was like a piece of trash. However, When Su Zimo picked up the broken sword, the bronze square tripod vibrated once more. Su Zimo scanned the broken sword carefully with his spirit consciousness but could not see anything. After pondering for a moment, he tossed the broken sword into the bronze square tripod. The interior of the bronze square tripod heated up once more and released an extremely terrifying power to smelt the broken sword. The entire process was done on its own by the bronze square tripod. About an hour later, the broken sword was completely refined by the bronze square tripod, forming a dark gray liquid. The bronze square tripod began to absorb the power of the broken sword. Su Zimo focused his gaze and saw that the other shattered walls of the bronze square tripod showed no signs of healing. The power of the broken sword was still directed to the intact tripod wall where the divine dragon was. Suddenly, the divine dragon on the outer wall of the bronze square tripod suddenly opened its eyes. The man and dragon exchanged glances. A divine light seemed to burst forth from the divine dragon's eyes and entered Su Zimo's eyes. Su Zimo shuddered. The next moment, a secret skill appeared in his mind. True Dragon 9 flashes? Su Zimo murmured instinctively. The dragon phoenix true body had browsed through many ancient books of the dragon race in the Dragon Bone Valley of Tianhuang mainland, but he had never seen similar secret skills. This was clearly a secret skill of the upper world's dragon race. Strange, there are Buddhist cultivation techniques and Sanskrit on the inner walls of this bronze square tripod. However, there are secret skills of the dragon race on the outer walls. Su Zimo was increasingly curious about the origin of the bronze square tripod. However, at that moment he was in no mood to think. He memorized the entirety of the secret skill, True Dragon 9 flashes, right away and comprehended them bit by bit. About 4 hours later, Su Zimo let out a long breath. This secret skill of the dragon race was extremely mysterious and complicated. If it was cultivated by a true human or anyone else, it might take dozens or even hundreds of years for them to comprehend it. However, Su Zimo's essence spirit had the dragon phoenix essence spirit to begin with. Cultivating this secret skill of the dragon race required half the effort. In just 4 hours, he had already comprehended something. Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and released the secret skill. In a flash, he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already outside the room. A look of joy flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. This secret skill should be a top-tier movement technique of the dragon race with a total of 9 levels. Once released, it would produce an effect close to teleportation, disappearing from the spot and flashing to another location. Of course, the flash could not be too far away. Teleportation was a supreme divine power. In the upper world, one had to be at the Heaven Essence realm to release a supreme divine power. That was the legendary Heaven Immortal. However, at level 1 of the True Dragon 9 flashes, a movement technique similar to teleportation would be born. If he could cultivate to level 2, he could flash twice in succession. If one could cultivate it to its limits, they could flash 9 times in succession. Su Zimo had fought countless battles in Tianhuang mainland. He knew very well what it meant for a battle if he could master that movement technique. On the ever-changing battlefield, anyone who possessed such an unfathomable movement technique would definitely be in control of the initiative. After 4 hours of cultivation, Su Zimo was already at level 1. Su Zimo looked at the bronze square tripod and fell into deep thought. At that moment, the eyes of the divine dragon on the outer wall of the bronze square tripod closed once more. The Prajna Nirvana Sutra was incomplete. If Su Zimo was not wrong, there was a high chance that the remaining Sanskrit words were etched on the inner walls of the other 3 walls. Did that mean that the other 3 outer walls of the bronze square tripod would have 3 different secret skills as well? What would happen if the bronze square tripod was completely repaired? Ever since he ascended through the tribulation transcendence, Su Zimo had a feeling that the bronze square tripod seemed to have its own sentience like a living being. Suddenly, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. As though he sensed something, he put away the bronze square tripod and turned to look at the darkness in the distance with a bright gaze. Before long, a figure walked out slowly from the darkness and arrived. It was the young master of Blood Sun Valley, Xianxia. Brother Su, your senses are so sharp. Xianxia smiled gently and nodded to Su Zimo. praising the latter. Su Zimo did not fall for it at all and asked with a calm expression, "Young Master Chun, why are you here so late at night?" Chun Shenyang smiled. "I love to make friends. After hearing that you wanted to leave Snow Wind Ridge during dinner, why don't you come to Blood Sun Valley if you don't have anywhere to go?" "Brother Su, don't worry. Although you're a grade 4 Black Immortal, your status in Blood Sun Valley will definitely not be weaker than a grade 5 Black Immortal." "You think too highly of me, young Master Chen?" Su Zimo replied indifferently. "However, I'm lazy by nature and don't like to be restrained. I'm afraid I won't be able to stay in Blood Sun Valley." Chun Shenyang burst into laughter. "It's fine. Since you're unwilling, I won't force you. However, the door to Blood Sun Valley will always be open for you. As long as you're willing, you can return at any time." Su Zimo had an indifferent expression and remained silent. In fact, he could not even be bothered to reply. Chun Shenyang nodded with a calm expression and turned to leave. The moment he turned around, his expression darkened. As the young master of Blood Sun Valley and a grade 6 Black Immortal, he was giving Su Zimo face by personally inviting a grade 4 Black Immortal. To think that this person would be so tactless. Chun Shenyang was already enraged the moment Su Zimo rejected him. However, he was scheming and did not reveal it. He left Su Zimo's residence and headed towards his chamber. Before long, a faint shadow appeared in the darkness behind him. "Young master, how should we deal with this person?" the shadow asked softly. Chun Shenyang stopped in his tracks and said slowly with a cold gaze that was filled with killing intent, "This person has some tricks up his sleeves and is extremely intelligent. If he can't be used by me, I'll have to kill him." "Understood," the shadow replied. Chun Shenyang said, "Keep an eye on him and attack when he's alone. Don't let Qingying or anyone else from Snow Wind Ridge witness it." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Additionally, bring a few more people with you. Don't let anything go wrong. This person must have some means to be able to destroy hundreds of the evil wolf army and kill Boss Hook who was above his level." "Don't worry, young master," the shadow said. "I've asked Liang Qiu previously, and he only killed Boss Hook by a surprise attack. If we were to fight head-on, he would definitely not be able to kill a grade 5 Black Immortal." "All right, you may leave." Chun Shenyang waved his hand. The shadow gradually disappeared into the night. In the dark night, a few black shadows gradually appeared outside Su Zimo's room, like ghosts in the night that were difficult to detect. In the room, Su Zimo opened his eyes slowly. A cold glint flashed through his eyes as he smirked and murmured, "Is it here already?" Actually, when Su Zimo was conversing with Chun Shenyang, his spirit perception had already sensed the latter's killing intent. He had not expected Chun Shenyang to move so quickly. After all, this was Blood Sun Valley and Xia Qingying and the others from Snow Wind Ridge were still nearby. If Chun Shenyang wanted to maintain his image, he should not attack here. The people who were lurking were only here to watch him. Although those people were far away and seemed like they were well hidden, they could not hide from Su Zimo's senses. Su Zimo's essence spirit had already reached the level of a grade 6 Black Immortal. Even without using his spirit consciousness, his spirit perception and his powerful 5 senses could sense the abnormality in his surroundings. Sneering coldly, Su Zimo pondered for a moment before floating down from the bed. Since it was inconvenient for them to attack in Blood Sun Valley, he would create an opportunity for them to attack. Shadow was Chun Xuanyang's personal guard, a grade 5 Black Immortal. He ascended 20,000 years ago and nearly died in the chaotic world outside. He only survived because he was saved by Chun Shenyang. His life was given to him by Chun Shenyang. From that day on, he followed Chun Shenyang and became his shadow. Over the years, he had helped Chun Shenyang kill countless people. He was already extremely familiar with such things. The person he had to kill this time round was slightly special. Although he was a grade 4 Black Immortal, he seemed to have some methods. He did not dare to be careless. In order to kill this person completely without any accidents, he brought along another 6 grade 5 Black Immortals. Including him, there were 7 grade 5 Black Immortals. 7 grade 5 Black Immortals surrounding and killing a grade 4 Black Immortal was not a small lineup. "Boss, he's out," A cultivator beside Shadow sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Shadow narrowed his gaze and looked over. The green-robed cultivator pushed open the door and determined his direction before leaving quietly without alerting anyone, as though he wanted to leave alone in silence. Boss, he seems like he's trying to leave alone without alarming anyone from Snowwind Ridge. A Blood Sun Valley cultivator sent a voice transmission. Another person said, Boss, should we follow him? Shadow sneered and sent a voice transmission. This is a rare opportunity. We'll send this lad on his way tonight. Everyone, be careful and don't let him discover you. Understood. The other 6 Grade 5 Black Immortals of Blood Sun Valley replied. Hidden in the darkness, Shadow and the other 6 watched Suzimo from afar and followed behind. Before long, they left Blood Sun Valley. Suzimo gradually sped up. The group of 7 followed tightly behind. Shadow sneered. The entire process was extremely smooth, and the person before him did not notice anything at all. They were already gradually far away from Blood Sun Valley. No matter how much of a commotion there was, it would not alarm anyone from Blood Sun Valley. It was only then that Shadow gestured to the others. The remaining 6 people understood and dispersed, surrounding the figure at the front. Shadow approached stealthily as well. Right then, the figure in front slowed down and stopped in his tracks. Immediately after, the person turned around with a burning gaze that was unusually bright in the night. He was actually looking in Shadow's direction. Shadow was slightly stunned. He had been discovered. Since his tracks were exposed, Shadow no longer hid. With a mocking expression, he walked out from the darkness and glared at Suzimo coldly. It's too late for you to only realize it now, Shadow sneered. The moment he said that, 6 figures gradually appeared not far away from Suzimo and sealed his path of escape. 7 Grade 5 Black Immortals surrounded Suzimo. This was supposed to be a sure kill. However, for some reason, Shadow felt uneasy. This person who was surrounded and had nowhere to run seemed way too calm. He could not see any panic or fear in Suzimo's eyes. It was as though this person had long known about everything before him. Shadow suddenly thought of a terrifying guess. Could this person have sensed their tracks long ago and came here intentionally to lure them in? Right then, Suzimo smiled gently and said, It's too late for you to only realize it now. The same sentence spoken by different people. The moment he said that, Suzimo's figure suddenly retreated and his body was filled with a divine power at an astonishing speed. Heavenly feet and boundless golden light burst forth at the same time. Before the Grade 5 Black Immortal behind Suzimo could react, he felt a figure flash before him and he was knocked into Suzimo's embrace. Crack, crack, crack. The jarring sound of bones cracking could be heard. The chest of the Grade 5 Black Immortal caved in deeply. Poof! The next moment, a bloodied hole appeared on his glabella. His essence spirit was destroyed and he died on the spot. At that moment, that person's eyes were widened in disbelief. Attack! Shadow reacted right away and shrieked. Even if he realized that Suzimo was intentionally luring them over, he had to attack. He did not believe that their remaining 6 Grade 5 Black Immortals could not kill a Grade 4 Black Immortal. Kill! Suzimo's figure advanced once more, leaving a series of afterimages as he arrived before a Grade 5 Black Immortal. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and hollered, Thunderclap kill! At that distance, the sound domain secret skill released produced immense destructive power. The moment the Grade 5 Black Immortal's dermic treasure was summoned and divine powers were condensed, he heard a thunderous explosion. The person shuddered and his mind went blank as his gaze turned sluggish. A trickle of blood even seeped out from his ears, nose and mouth. Bang! Suzimo slapped down. The person's forehead shattered and his essence spirit was crushed by Suzimo's palm as he fell to the ground. In just 2 breaths, 2 Grade 5 Black Immortals were dead. Swoosh! 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 A few black-grade dermic treasures tore through the void with an aggressive aura and let out shuddering sounds as they enveloped Suzimo. Waving his sleeves, Suzimo suddenly raised a handful of yellow sand and enveloped the few black-grade dermic treasures. The yellow sand surged and rubbed against one another. Crack! Instantly, cracks appeared on the few black-gray dermic treasures. Just like that, they were destroyed by the 9 heavens living soil and crushed into pieces. How dare you try to kill me with such methods? Su Zimo sneered and punched in reverse, shattering an incoming divine power. He strode forward and shouted, "I'm desolate martial and I will suppress everything." One Su Zimo pointed casually and pierced the glabella of a grade 5 black immortal instantly. A third grade 5 black immortal was dead. The remaining 4 people were dumbfounded and their eyes were filled with shock. That person had just shattered a divine power with his body. Finally, a look of fear appeared in Shadow's eyes. Although the person before him was only a grade 4 black immortal, he exuded an unstoppable aura as though he was looking down on the world. Shadow and the other 3 were shocked. In the lower world, they were also titans that ruled over a region. However, after ascending to the upper world, their drive had long been worn away after so many years. They knew very well that in the upper world, even on this remote dragon abyss star, they were only nobodies. However, the person before him was different. This person exuded an invincible sharpness. "I'm desolate martial and I will suppress everything." The everything in that sentence was not referring to the few of them, but the experts of the Dragon Abyss Star and even the many experts of the upper world. Anyone with such boldness was either a lunatic or a truly ruthless person. At the very least, they could not afford to provoke him. Shadow was already thinking of retreating when he saw Su Zimo kill the 3 grade 5 black immortals with ease. "No, we can only kill him if the young master comes personally." That thought flashed through Shadow's mind as he commanded the remaining 3 grade 5 black immortals, "Stop him!" After saying that, Shadow wanted to escape from the battlefield. However, the moment he turned around, his vision blurred and someone appeared before him. The person wore green robes and had refined features as he smiled at him. "Pest!" Shadow's pupils constricted and his hairs stood on end. How was that possible? Before Shadow turned around, he clearly saw that this person was stopped by the other 3 black immortals. How did the latter arrive before him in the blink of an eye? Was this teleportation? Shock, fear, and confusion flashed through Shadow's eyes. The next moment, his vision darkened and he felt a sharp pain in his mind, losing consciousness completely. The remaining 3 grade 5 black immortals were shocked as well. They released their most ferocious attacks, but all their dermic treasures, divine powers, and secret skills missed. Su Zimo had vanished from the spot. By the time they reacted, they saw Su Zimo kill Shadow with a single slap. True Dragon 9 flashes. Although Su Zimo could only flash once at the moment, it had already displayed an extremely terrifying effect in the battle. Su Zimo turned to look at the remaining 3 people with a calm gaze and a faint smile. In the eyes of the 3 of them, this frail and scholarly scholar was like a demon. Escape! The 3 of them felt chills run down their spines and turned to flee without hesitation. Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and released 2 lesser divine powers at the same time. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator could only release a single divine power at the same time. However, Su Zimo's Green Lotus Essence Spirit and Dragon Phoenix Essence Spirit were fused right now, and he could release 2 divine powers at the same time. Hell Dao! Hungry Ghost Dao! 2 Buddhist divine powers burst forth and descended on the heads of 2 grade 5 black immortals. The scene around one of them changed drastically and countless ghostly figures appeared. They were sinister and filled with blood chi. It was endless darkness. The Hell Dao was the most violent divine power among the 3 evil Daos. Once one fell into it, it would be as though they had fallen into an endless abyss and could not break free. They would be haunted by countless malevolent ghosts and their life force would be devoured. The grade 5 black immortal released a lesser divine power hurriedly as well, wanting to fight against the Hell Dao. However, it did not last long before his lesser divine power was devoured by the Hell Dao. Ah! 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 The person stood on the spot and let out a tragic cry as though he had gone mad. Before long, he was drowned by the many malevolent ghosts. At the same time, the hungry ghost Dao descended on another grade 5 black immortal. Many hungry ghosts appeared around the grade 5 black immortal and lunged towards him with long, grisly red tongues and bloodshot eyes. Bang! 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 This person attacked consecutively and released immortal arts and divine powers, using dermic treasures to suppress many hungry ghosts. However, the hungry ghosts were endless and appeared continuously. They lunged forward like madmen and gnawed at his flesh in huge mouthfuls. Although the 3 evil Daos of the 6 Daos were all lesser divine powers, they were used to punish those who were evil and extremely violent. Before long, the 2 grade 5 black immortals died in the 2 evil Daos. Su Zimo frowned slightly. His current cultivation was only at grade 4 black immortal. Although his essence spirit was at the level of a grade 6 black immortal, the power of his lesser divine powers should not exceed that of a grade 5 black immortal. The reason why he released the 2 lesser divine powers was because he wanted to trap the 2 of them before killing them. To think that the power of the 2 lesser divine powers was much stronger than Su Zimo had expected and killed the 2 grade 5 black immortals. It's the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind and he quickly realized the reason. After cultivating this Buddhist cultivation technique, the might of his divine powers would increase. Furthermore, this was only the incomplete version. The Prajna Nirvana Sutra was even stronger than Su Zimo had imagined. Su Zimo put away his thoughts and did not think further. There was also a grade 5 black immortal that escaped. He could not let that person return to Blood Sun Valley. Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit once more and released another divine power. A pair of gigantic wings grew slowly behind him. They were golden and shone with a bedazzling glow without any flaws. That was the divine power of the Golden Rock, extreme speed. This divine power was obtained by the Dragon Phoenix True Body, who cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness and was an innate divine power. Even though Su Zimo was only at the Black Essence realm right now, he could release his innate divine powers at will without restrictions. Swoosh! With a golden flash, Su Zimo's figure vanished from the spot. Initially, the grade 5 black immortal thought that he had escaped. Unexpectedly, he did not manage to escape far before his scalp tingled, as though he was targeted by an extremely terrifying living being. Instinctively, he turned back. That single look scared him out of his wits and his legs went limp, almost falling to the ground. Unknowingly, Su Zimo had already arrived behind him and was inches away. I'm lacking a mount right now. You'll do? Circulating his essence spirit, Su Zimo extended his finger and tapped the grade 5 black immortal gently, releasing another lesser divine power. Beast Dao. A divine power descended on that person. The figure of the grade 5 black immortal changed at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, he lost his human form and turned into a tall and mighty big yellow dog. Initially, Su Zimo wanted to turn him into a horse. Unexpectedly, he caught sight of a yellow dog darting by from the corner of his eye. The moment he was distracted, something went wrong with that divine power. So be it if you're a dog as long as you can run. Su Zimo clapped and leaped onto the big yellow dog, patting its head. Let's go to Snow Wind Ridge. There was no way the grade 5 black immortal could endure such humiliation. Instantly, his blood surged and he cursed. Woof! 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 However, no words came out. Instead, there were only barks of a dog. Even he was stunned when he spoke. The big yellow dog's eyes shone with tears of grief. Let's go. Don't dawdle. Su Zimo patted the dog's head beneath him. If not for the lack of a mount, you would have died like those people. The big yellow dog could not help but shudder when he recalled the tragic state of his companions before their deaths. No matter what, if he could survive, he would have a chance to escape. At that thought, the big yellow dog was prepared to submit to Su Zimo first before looking for another opportunity to escape. With that, the big yellow dog bared his teeth and ran towards Snow Wind Ridge. Su Zimo sat on the big yellow dog and opened the storage bags of Shadow and the other 6. He took a look and could not help but laugh. There were many things in their storage bags. Apart from a few dermic treasures, there were a few cultivation techniques and immortal arts. There were more than 20,000 essence condensation pills alone. including the 10,000 odd that Su Zimo had collected from the evil wolf army previously. He had close to 40,000 essence condensation pills. In addition, there were many immortal herbs in their storage bags. Coupled with the immortal herbs he had collected from the evil wolf army previously, there were a total of 3 million. Even in Blood Sun Valley, he could exchange for 30,000 essence condensation pills. If he could head to Dragon Abyss City, he could even exchange for 300,000 essence condensation pills. Of course, up till now, Su Zimo had no use for those immortal herbs. 40,000 essence condensation pills were enough for him to cultivate for a period of time. By the time dawn broke, Su Zimo had already arrived at Snow Wind Ridge on the Big Yellow Dog. This time round, Su Zimo did not alarm anyone and sneaked into Snow Wind Ridge, arriving at his old straw hut. At that moment, there was a fatty sleeping soundly at the entrance. It was Duan Tianliang. Su Zimo was here to take Duan Tianliang away. This person knew his secret and could not stay in Snow Wind Ridge. He could either kill or keep this person by his side. In addition, Su Zimo was prepared to leave Snow Wind Ridge and lack someone to take care of the spirit fields and other chores. Duan Tianliang was a suitable candidate. Duan Tianliang was sleeping soundly when he felt a warmth on his face, as though something moist and soft was brushing against it. Instinctively, he opened his eyes and saw a big yellow dog licking his face wildly with its wet tongue. "Fuck your mother! Where did this wild dog come from?" Duan Tianliang cursed and bolted up from the ground, invigorated instantly. After standing up, Duan Tianliang slapped his storage bag without hesitation and withdrew a pitch-black iron ball. He raised it above his head and shouted with a divine might, "Wild dog, take my 1,000-ton ball." All of a sudden, Duan Tianliang was stunned when he saw Su Zimo on the Big Yellow Dog. "Boss!" Duan Tianliang blinked and seemed to have realized something. He coughed gently to hide his awkwardness and smiled embarrassedly. "Boss, why are you back so early in the morning?" "Hee, I didn't know it was you." He put away the 1,000-ton ball without a trace and leaned forward, praising, "Boss, where did you get this mount? It's truly unusual." Duan Tianliang wanted to reach out and touch the Big Yellow Dog's head. Woof! The Big Yellow Dog bared its teeth and glared at Duan Tianliang with an unfriendly expression. "Wow, your temper sure is explosive." Duan Tianliang sneered and swept his spirit consciousness across the Big Yellow Dog. Level 5 Black Essence Realm. Duan Tianliang was shocked. Su Zimo was only at the Level 4 Black Essence Realm. He had not expected that the cultivation realm of a mount would be higher than its master. Duan Tianliang retreated a few steps and smiled obsequiously. "Boss, you sure have good taste. One look and I can tell that this mount is extraordinary. It must have a noble bloodline and is one of the best among the dog race." Duan Tianliang was delighted. His words were rather particular. Not only did he praise Su Zimo, he even praised the Big Yellow Dog. Woof! 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 Unexpectedly, the moment Duan Tianliang said that, the Big Yellow Dog panicked and barked at him, almost biting him. To begin with, the Big Yellow Dog was a grade 5 black immortal of Blood Sun Valley. How was it a dog? Naturally, he was furious when Duan Tianliang said that. "Stop it!" Su Zimo frowned slightly and patted the Big Yellow Dog on the head. The Big Yellow Dog whimpered and did not dare to say anything more. It could only bare its fangs at Duan Tianliang with a ferocious expression. Duan Tianliang was even more confused, not knowing how his words triggered the Big Yellow Dog. Su Zimo replied, "I've already bid farewell to the mistress and am prepared to leave Snow Wind Ridge." "Ah?" Duan Tianliang was stunned for a moment. Blinking his eyes, he asked in a testing manner, "Boss, are you going to bring me along because you lack manpower?" "Yes." Su Zimo nodded. "I came back this time round to bring you along." Duan Tianliang lamented internally, but he was overjoyed on the surface. "I wonder what merits I have done to deserve such trust from you, boss." "That's enough." Su Zimo interrupted him. "Pack up and prepare to leave." "Ah, all right." Duan Tianliang agreed readily and sprinted over. Su Zimo patted the Big Yellow Dog and headed towards another spirit field. Before long, he saw another straw hut. At that moment, a middle-aged man pushed the door open carefully. It was Old Yen. The first person Su Zimo knew upon arriving at Snow Wind Ridge was Old Yen. Although the two of them did not interact much, Old Yen told him many things and took good care of him back then. Su Zimo remembered all of that. "Brother Su." Old Yen raised his head and was slightly stunned when he saw Su Zimo, who was not far away. The barking sound woke him up. He got up and was about to go out to take a look when he bumped into Su Zimo. "Brother Su, didn't you follow the mistress to Blood Sun Valley? Why are you back so early?" Old Yen went forward and asked in surprise. Su Zimo nodded. "I came back alone. I came this time round to bid you farewell as well." "Why? Are you leaving, Brother Su?" Old Yen was a little worried. "You've just been promoted to be the personal guard of the mistress. Why are you leaving so soon? Did you have a conflict with Commander Liang?" Back then, everyone witnessed the feud between Xianxia and Su Zimo. "No." Su Zimo shook his head gently and was unwilling to talk more about it. Everyone would naturally know about this when Xia Qingying returned. Su Zimo said, "Old Yen, this is a cultivation technique for children to focus their minds. It's for you." He took out a cultivation technique from his storage bag and handed it to Old Yen. This cultivation technique was obtained from Shadow of Blood Sun Valley. Su Zimo had always been clear about gratitude and hatred. Even if it was just a small favor in the eyes of others, he would remember it. This, Old Yan's palm trembled slightly. If he wanted to obtain such a cultivation technique, he would have to save up for tens of thousands of years to exchange for one. But now, Su Zimo had given him such a precious cultivation technique. "Brother Su, this is too precious." Old Yan's face was slightly red as he held the spirit-gathering cultivation technique with both hands and trembled slightly. "Nothing much," Su Zimo smiled gently. "I have no use for such a cultivation technique. Just accept it." "What's wrong?" Right then, a woman pushed the door open and asked softly. Old Yen was excited and handed that cultivation technique to the woman. "Hurry, look. This is the spirit-gathering cultivation technique that Brother Su gave our child." "Ah!" The woman exclaimed softly with a shocked expression when she saw the cultivation technique. This should be Old Yan's Tao companion. Ningyu, Su Zimo had heard Old Yen mention her in the past year. The two of them did not ascend at the same time, but they both came from minor kiliocosms. The fact that they were able to meet in Snow Wind Ridge was a rare fate as well, and they became Tao companions here later on. As though she recalled something, Ningyu said, "Hurry. Give Brother Su all the essence condensation pills you've saved up over the years." Right. Old Yen reacted as well and hurriedly took out a storage bag, handing it to Su Zimo. "Brother Su, this is the essence condensation pills that I've accumulated over the years. There are more than 700 of them." "There's no need." Su Zimo shook his head gently. "I'm about to leave. Take this cultivation technique as a small gift from me to your son." Old Yen pondered for a moment. "All right, since you said that, I'll accept it shamelessly, Brother Su. If you ever require anything, I'll definitely lay my life on the line." "Brother Su, you haven't even met little Pinyin. Now that you're about to leave, please come over and take a look," Ningyu said with a smile. Little Pinyin was the nickname of Old Yan's child. He and Ningyu hoped that their child could grow up and live a peaceful one life. Su Zimo nodded and arrived at the entrance of the room under the lead of Old Yen and Ningyu. Old Yen pushed the door open and revealed an exquisite cradle made of green bamboo placed in the middle of the room. A child around 2 to 3 years old slept inside with a flushed face and clenched fists. That child was almost the entirety of Old Yan's hope. Su Zimo did not enter the room. He merely paused for a moment at the entrance before retreating. He took out 2 more black-grade dermic treasures from his storage bag and handed them to Old Yen and Ningyu. "Brother Su, this is..." Old Yen was completely stunned and could not believe it. Although those 2 dermic treasures were only inferior black-grade, they were extremely precious treasures to them. "Accept it." Su Zimo smiled gently and threw down the 2 black-grade dermic treasures. Turning around, he mounted the big yellow dog and sped back the way he came. Not far away, Duan Tianliang was running over. Let's go. Follow me, Su Zimo said and led the way out of Snow Wind Ridge. Duan Tianliang jogged behind him. The big yellow dog was still bearing a grudge against Duan Tianliang and ran away quickly on purpose. Duan Tianliang's legs almost broke from the running speed. The big yellow dog only slowed down after Su Zimo asked it to so that Duan Tianliang could catch his breath. Boss, does your mount have a name? Duan Tianliang caught up with great difficulty and asked while panting. No, Su Zimo said. Let's call it Big Yellow, Duan Tianliang said with evil intentions. Woof! The big yellow dog barked at Duan Tianliang with a sorrowful expression. Sure, Su Zimo nodded. Duan Tianliang winked at the big yellow dog and sneered internally. Little beast, you want to fight me? Boss, where are we going? Duan Tianliang asked again. Su Zimo asked, are there any deserted places on the Dragon Abyss Star? It's best if there are no factions gathered. Su Zimo was prepared to find a quiet place to cultivate in seclusion. Right now, he had close to 40,000 essence condensation pills in his storage bag, enough for him to cultivate for a long time. There were still many unknowns about the Dragon Abyss Star and the upper world. However, he could only explore those unknowns if he raised his cultivation as soon as possible. Duan Tianliang thought for a moment. More than half of the Dragon Abyss Star is actually desolate and filled with all sorts of living ferocious beasts. It's extremely dangerous and no one will go there. Of course, those living ferocious beasts won't dare to come out easily either. Su Zimo said, all right, let's check out these desolate lands. After saying that, a look of joy flashed through Big Yellow's eyes. Those desolate lands were filled with all sorts of living beings, strong and weak. There were many types and every single step was filled with danger. It was said that even the plants in the desolate lands could eat humans. If Su Zimo were to head to the desolate lands, he would definitely be buried there and it could find an opportunity to escape. Right, he also had to bite that fatty to death before escaping. At that thought, Big Yellow headed towards the desolate lands excitedly. At the same time, in Blood Sun Valley, Chun Shenyang frowned with a dark expression. He had just sent everyone from Snow Wind Ridge away when he learned that Su Zimo had already left overnight. There was still no news from Shadow and the others' pursuit of Su Zimo. Young master! Right then, a subordinate sped over with a flustered expression. Arriving before Chun Shenyang, he knelt on the ground and panted. Shadow and 5 other grade 5 black immortals are all dead. What? A cold glint flashed through Chun Xuanyang's eyes and he turned murderous. The person said, according to my understanding, a total of 7 grade 5 black immortals from the valley, Shadow included, chased after Su Zimo this time round. Now, 6 of them are dead and their storage bags have been taken away. There's still 1 person unaccounted for. Good. Chun Shenyang grit his teeth and said coldly, very good, Su Zimo. I've truly underestimated you. Young master, what should we do? The Blood Sun Valley cultivator asked. Chun Xuanyang's expression was cold. Pass down the order to search for Su Zimo with all our might. I don't believe that any faction in the territory of Blood Sun Valley will take him in. Also, keep an eye on Snow Wind Ridge. Understood. The Blood Sun Valley cultivator acknowledged and bid farewell. Chun Shenyang did not know at all that at that moment. Su Zimo had already left the territory of Blood Sun Valley on the Big Yellow Dog and was heading towards the desolate lands where no one had stepped foot. The 2 of them and the dog ran for a full 7 days before arriving at the edge of the desolate lands. Up ahead was a forest with lush leaves and many ancient trees soared into the skies. It was dark and sinister within, filled with an ancient aura. The big yellow dog's eyes widened in shock and fear as it stopped in its tracks. Duan Tianliang gulped as well and asked, Boss, why don't we settle down outside? I can build a cave abode for you in a few days. Let's continue. Su Zimo's expression was calm as he patted Big Yellow on the head. His tone was calm but unquestionable. Although Big Yellow cursed internally, it could only grit its teeth and advance into the forest. Duan Tianliang followed at the back with a guarded expression. Su Zimo rode on Big Yellow and entered the forest slowly. Because the ancient trees were lush and covered the skies, there was almost no sunlight shining down from the forest, and it was dark and quiet. The ground was filled with many branches and leaves. Stepping on them made a rustling sound that was extremely clear in this quiet environment. Big Yellow's footsteps slowed down. For some reason, there was an extremely strange aura in the forest that made one feel extremely repressed. Duan Tianliang followed behind Big Yellow with a pale expression. He looked around nervously with a layer of sweat on his forehead. The forest was extremely quiet, and there were no living beings or ferocious beasts. However, Big Yellow and Duan Tianliang felt increasingly uneasy. Snap! Suddenly, a crisp sound came from beneath Duan Tianliang's feet, sounding extremely piercing in the forest. Duan Tianliang froze and looked down instinctively. He was stepping on a broken white bone. The white bone seemed extremely fragile after countless years and broke into two with a single step. The white bone was covered by many leaves earlier on. Duan Tianliang was focused on his surroundings and did not notice what was beneath his feet. It's fine, it's fine. Duan Tianliang composed himself and forced a smile. He whispered and continued walking forward. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when the sound of bones cracking sounded beneath his feet once more. He had stepped on another white bone. Duan Tianliang's expression changed. "Boss, wait a moment," Duan Tianliang said softly and looked around. He conjured hand seals and waved his sleeves, creating a few cyclones that blew away the fallen leaves on the ground. When Duan Tianliang and Big Yellow saw the leaves floating, their expressions changed starkly. The ground in the forest was filled with endless white bones. "Pest!" Duan Tianliang gasped. What sort of a dangerous place was it for so many living beings to die? "BB boss, let's retreat." Duan Tianliang's voice was trembling slightly. Before he could speak, Big Yellow could no longer withstand the fear. Even without Su Zimo's order, he had already begun to retreat. However, he had only taken a few steps when he realized that his escape path was completely sealed. As though they were alive, the initially motionless branches intertwined and sealed their retreat like thick spirit snakes. Suddenly, a blood stench emanated from the ancient trees. Faint patterns that resembled blood vessels appeared on the surface of the ancient tree with fresh blood flowing within. "It's over. This is where I die." Duan Tianliang was horrified and despaired. The ancient trees in this forest grew by devouring living beings. There were all sorts of things in the trichiliocosm. This forest stood here and had devoured countless ferocious beasts over the years. Any ferocious beasts that fell into it and could not get out alive would be devoured cleanly by them. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo had a calm expression as he rode on Big Yellow. His spirit perception was way too strong. Before entering the forest, he had already sensed that there was something strange about it. The scene before him was within his expectations as well. As the jade-green branches coiled towards Su Zimo, Duan Tianliang and Big Yellow, Su Zimo suddenly spoke. "Cultivation is not easy for the flora race," Su Zimo said slowly. "I don't want to destroy your cultivation. Don't make things difficult for me either." Many branches paused for a moment. Thereafter, a mocking emotion was released from the ancient trees. Even Big Yellow and Duan Tianliang could sense it. The next moment, even more branches tore through the air and coiled towards Su Zimo like jade-green snakes. "Since that's the case, you can't blame me." Su Zimo floated down from Big Yellow's body and stomped on the ground, channeling his blood chi as though he had vanished. In his place was a jade-green lotus that soared into the skies. It was filled with a resplendent glow that illuminated the skies in a bedazzling manner. Instantly, the many tree branches paused, as though they had realized something. They exuded immense fear and shrank instinctively. The ancient trees swayed as though they were trembling. "Absorb!" Su Zimo channeled his blood chi, and countless roots and branches extended from his feet into the ground, coiling around the ancient trees in the forest and absorbing their life essence wildly. The creation green lotus was the only one in the world and was a god of the flora race. Back in Tianhuang mainland, experts of the bloodvine race wanted to devour Su Zimo's bloodline but were devoured instead. These ancient trees were far inferior to the bloodvine race. This was essence chi absorption. If the flora race grew at the same time, powerful plants would absorb the essence of other plants. For example, in the spirit fields, the spirit farmers had to weed often because they were worried that the weeds would absorb the essence chi of the essence nourishing grass and rainfrost flower and affect the growth of the two immortal herbs. But now that a grade 9 creation green lotus was absorbing the surrounding essence chi wildly in the forest, the ancient trees could not defend against it at all. Right in front of Big Yellow and Duan Tianliang, the dense branches that extended towards them were the first to wither and fall. Immediately after, the surrounding towering ancient trees turned yellow bit by bit and their life force drained rapidly. Initially, the forest was like a ghastly green ocean. However, before long, the ghastly green ocean began to turn yellow and eventually extended to the entire forest. In the withered yellow ocean, only the middle region shone with a resplendent glow. There was a creation green lotus that shone brightly. Unlike cultivators of Tianhuang mainland, Duan Tianliang and Big Yellow had not heard of the legend of the creation green lotus. However, at that moment, both of them realized that the green lotus before them was definitely a heaven-defying existence. Within a few hours, the forest withered completely. All the ancient trees died after Su Zimo absorbed their essence chi. Su Zimo's figure reappeared and he let out a long breath. After absorbing and refining the essence chi in the forest, his cultivation realm had improved significantly as well. The creation green lotus was way too domineering. If he did not control it and allowed the green lotus true body to absorb the surrounding flora essence to grow and cultivate, all the flora in the entire Dragon Abyss Star would be devoured by him. Of course, Su Zimo did not dare to cause such a huge commotion. Duan Tianliang was long dumbfounded. Big Yellow stood at the side and shivered as well. Initially, he was thinking of an opportunity to escape, but now he had already given up on that thought. The handsome scholar before him was a complete fiend and could refine him with a single thought. His outcome would probably be similar to the withered trees around them. The three of them continued deeper into the desolate lands. The desolate lands were a place where various living beings and races gathered. Apart from various ferocious beasts, there were also some strange and powerful races. This area was extremely chaotic with all sorts of beings fighting one another. Almost no human cultivators were willing to step foot into this place. Right now, the combination of Su Zimo, Duan Tianliang and Big Yellow was extremely unique when they arrived in this area and attracted the attention of many living beings. However, back when Su Zimo absorbed and refined the forest, there was quite a commotion and many living beings witnessed it. The living beings with lower cultivation and combat strength did not dare to advance and provoke them rashly. They merely followed from afar. As Su Zimo ventured deeper, the strength of the ferocious beasts he encountered increased as well. Along the way, many ferocious beasts had already gathered in the vicinity. There were hundreds of them and more were gathering, surrounding Su Zimo and the others. Duan Tianliang and Big Yellow had witnessed Su Zimo's methods before. However, they still felt nervous and shivered after experiencing such a scene. The ferocious beasts and living beings before him were unlike the forest earlier on. There were many ferocious beasts here that even Duan Tianliang and Big Yellow had not seen before. In the skies ahead, a gigantic bird floated. It was scarlet red and burned with flames. It had 9 heads and emitted a scorching aura. Although they were thousands of feet apart, Duan Tianliang and Big Yellow could still feel waves of heat surging towards them. The 9-headed bird glared at Su Zimo and the other two with evil intentions. In fact, scorching lava was dripping from its body in an extremely terrifying manner. On the other side, a tall, ferocious beast stood proudly among the demon beasts. This ferocious beast had the body of a horse and the face of a man and seemed like the legendary pure-blooded ferocious beast, the Yingzhao. An ear-piercing buzzing sound came from behind the three of them. Duan Tianliang turned back and his heart skipped a beat. Not far behind the three of them, there was a gigantic bee that was several times larger than him. Its wings flapped rapidly in midair and buzzed. A poison needle protruded from the tail of the gigantic bee. It was like a long spear that shone with a ghastly green glow and emitted a foul stench. It was clearly filled with toxins. All three ferocious beasts were at the level 5 Black Essence realm. Similar ferocious beasts were gathering in the surroundings. Most of the ferocious beasts did not have high cultivation realms, and many of them were grade 1 to 4 black demons. However, if those ferocious beasts swarmed forward, even those who were at the level 5 or 6 Black Essence realm might not be able to defend against them. The three of them could be torn into pieces instantly. This will do. Suzimo looked around. If they continued deeper, there was a high chance that they would encounter even stronger living beings. Furthermore, they were already far away from the major factions and no one should discover them. Screech! The 9-headed bird at the front roared into the skies, and its 9 heads let out a long cry at the same time. It was extremely ear-piercing and almost penetrated through metal and rocks. The surrounding ferocious beasts roared one after another with menacing expressions. It was as though they were about to charge forward at the next moment. Duan Tianliang's face was pale as a sheet as he trembled and took out a round black ball from his storage bag, almost crying. Big Yellow was so scared that its legs went limp and it nearly collapsed to the ground. Right then, Suzimo stood up slowly and floated in midair, emitting a shuddering aura. That aura was completely different from the creation Green Lotus from before. Berserk, ferocious, scorching, and noble. After that aura was released, the surrounding demons revealed lost expressions. The 9-headed bird, Yingzhao, and the gigantic bee were bewildered as well. Suddenly, Suzimo's gaze intensified as he opened his mouth. Roar! A roar that shook the world and shocked all the demons burst forth and spread through the surroundings. It resembled a dragon's roar and phoenix's cry, and contained a supreme will that was unstoppable. Against that roar, some demon beasts with weak bloodlines and low cultivation realms could not withstand the pressure and knelt on the ground. That was the roar of the taboo dragon phoenix. Even the descent of a divine dragon was enough to intimidate the demon beasts before them, let alone a dragon phoenix. Although the 9-headed bird, Yingzhao, and gigantic bee were at level 5 Black Essence realm and could maintain their composure, the aura that Suzimo exuded gave the 3 ferocious beasts immense pressure. It was a bloodline suppression. No matter how strong a rooster was, it could not defeat a phoenix. No matter how fierce a cat was, it would tremble in fear at the sight of a ferocious tiger. This was a bloodline suppression. Although Suzimo did not have the Dragon Phoenix bloodline, his essence spirit contained the Dragon Phoenix essence spirit and could release its will. That will was enough to shock most demons. Scram! Just as the 9-headed bird and the other demons hesitated and stopped in their tracks, a loud roar sounded from afar. A living being was charging over in huge strides as it spoke in human tongue. Boom! 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 The ground shook. On the distant horizon, an incomparably tall giant was sprinting over. It had no eyes, nose, or mouth. The giant shone with a silver luster, as though it was made from molten steel. It was filled with a metallic luster and looked invulnerable. That's the giant race. Duan Tianliang was shocked and said hurriedly, in my minor kiliocosm, the giant race was the strongest race and dominated through history. The giant race was extremely strong and could fight against the dragon race in melee combat. Judging from its silver body, it's clear that it's a silver giant with the most noble bloodline of the giant race. Duan Tianliang's spirit consciousness swept across the silver giant and his expression turned even uglier. Level 6 Black Essence Realm. To begin with, the giant race was superior to various other living beings, let alone a silver giant that was at the level 6 Black Essence Realm. They were completely doomed. When the silver giant charged over, the demons retreated one after another. Even the 9-headed bird, Yingzhao, and the gigantic bee made way. Some demon beasts that could not dodge in time were trampled to death by the silver giant and exploded into blood mists without any corpse left. Ant, how dare you enter my territory? With a ferocious expression, the silver giant roared at Suzimo. I'm going to crush all of you. Silver giant with immense strength? Suzimo's blood chi surged and he shouted fearlessly with a burning gaze. Let's see how strong you can be. Swoosh. In a flash, Su Zimo took the initiative against the level 6 Black Essence Realm Silver Giant and charged forward. The giant race is clumsy and their movement techniques are not agile enough. Wrap around and don't fight him head-on. Duan Tianliang shouted hurriedly, but it was too late. Su Zimo had already attacked. You must have a death wish. Enraged, the silver giant extended its silver palm and slapped Su Zimo viciously. Big Yellow winced and bared its teeth as though it could see Su Zimo turning into a blood mist. Duan Tianliang narrowed his eyes as well and did not even dare to look. The silver giant spread his palm and covered the skies. Against the attack of the silver giant, Su Zimo clenched his fists and his blood chi surged. He attacked with all his might and released a punch. Su Zimo did not release any movement techniques to deal with the silver giant. He merely wanted to test which level he could arrive at with his level 4 Black Essence Realm and grade 9 Green Lotus True Body. Boom! A loud bang sounded in midair. Immediately after, the silver giant took a step back and almost fell. All the demons were in an uproar. In the eyes of many ferocious beasts and living beings, Su Zimo was as insignificant as a speck of dust compared to the silver giant. However, that speck of dust was the one that forced the silver giant back when it collided with his palm. What sort of power was that? A look of shock flashed through the eyes of the silver giant as well. Even he had not expected the ant before him to release such a ferocious power. Boss isn't dead? Duan Tianliang opened his eyes in disbelief. Woof! 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 Big Yellow was delighted as well and cried out to boost Su Zimo's morale. He had long been tied together with Su Zimo for good or ill. If Su Zimo could win this battle, he could survive as well. If Su Zimo was defeated, he would be torn into pieces by these ferocious beasts that were coveting them greedily. That's all there is to your strength. Standing in midair, Su Zimo looked at the silver giant not far away with an indifferent expression. Die! The silver giant roared and strode forward. His gigantic feet stomped on the ground and he clenched his fists, punching towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo was fearless and charged forward once more. Boom! The fists collided and the world shook. The silver giant retreated once more. Su Zimo did not give the silver giant any breathing room at all and attacked consecutively with the terrifying regeneration capabilities of his Green Lotus True Body. Bang! 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 The silver giant retreated continuously and shuddered. The demons were dumbfounded. The silver giant was the overlord of this area, and even the 9-headed bird, Yingzhao and gigantic bee, were under his jurisdiction. To think that the level 6 Black Essence Realm silver giant would be disadvantaged and suppressed completely. However, all the demons could tell as well. Although Su Zimo had the upper hand, it was almost impossible for him to kill the silver giant. While the silver giant retreated repeatedly, his body was indestructible and shone with silver light. He was almost completely uninjured. You do have some tricks up your sleeves? The silver giant could still speak in the battle and grinned. However, that's all there is to your strength. You can't hurt me at all. At this point of the battle, Su Zimo had already tested the waters. At the level 4 Black Essence Realm, if the grade 9 Green Lotus True Body channeled his blood chi, his strength would definitely be comparable to someone of the level 6 Black Essence Realm. Right now, the silver giant was a special living being. If it was any other cultivator, the full power of the Green Lotus True Body might even be able to suppress a grade 6 Black Immortal. At that thought, Su Zimo no longer wanted to get entangled with the silver giant. The silver giant attacked once more and threw a punch towards Su Zimo. Swoosh! Suddenly, a green light flew out from Su Zimo's glabella. A bronze square tripod that was 5 feet tall appeared. 3 sides were shattered and only one side was intact, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. Are we going to use our dermic treasures? The silver giant burst into laughter. The fist of our giant race is the strongest weapon. The silver giant was not wrong. The silver light that circulated around his body could even defend against the power and sharpness of most dermic treasures. The golden giants of the giant race had even more terrifying bloodlines. The golden light that emanated from their bodies could even condense into weapons to kill their enemies. Su Zimo's expression was cold and he did not argue. Without a second word, he raised the bronze square tripod and smashed it towards the silver giant's fist. One crack. An ear-piercing sound of bones cracking could be heard. Howl! Immediately after, the silver giant's expression changed and he let out a tragic cry. He clutched his wrist and staggered in retreat. The demons could clearly see that the fist of the silver giant had caved in from the bronze square tripod and was mangled. Why your lousy tripod? The silver giant glared at the battered bronze square tripod in Su Zimo's hands and his bell-like eyes were filled with fear. Suppress! Su Zimo hollered and raised the bronze square tripod, smashing it towards the silver giant once more. The silver giant wanted to dodge backwards. However, his figure was massive and his movement technique was not agile enough. How could he dodge? Helpless, the silver giant could only raise his arm to defend. Crack! The sound of bones cracking echoed once more. The arm of the silver giant was snapped by the bronze square tripod. The shattered bones were stained with silver blood and flesh, revealing a shocking sight. Ah! The silver giant roared in pain. Su Zimo tossed his palm and the bronze square tripod arrived above the silver giant's head. As long as his spirit consciousness moved, the bronze square tripod would smash down. At that time, a bloody hole would appear on the head of the silver giant. Submit or die. Su Zimo's tone was cold and domineering, not giving the silver giant any other choice. I'm from the giant race. I'm from the giant race. The silver giant had an indignant expression, as though he wanted to struggle and resist. However, he did not continue and his aura weakened against Su Zimo's might. I'll submit. A moment later, the silver giant finally lowered his head and half knelt on the ground with a thud. The demons were shocked when they saw that the giant race would not kneel down casually. They would only kneel to their leader or the golden giants with even nobler bloodlines. Now that the silver giant chose to kneel and submit in front of all the demons, there was no way he would betray Su Zimo. Roar! Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and suddenly opened his mouth. Against the demons, he let out another dragon phoenix roar with a torrential aura. Previously, the silver giant was extremely far away and could not truly sense the aura of the roar. It was only then that the silver giant's heart skipped a beat as he raised his head with fear in his eyes. The aura and bloodline of this seemingly tiny human seemed to be even nobler than him. The demons bowed their heads against the roar of the dragon phoenix, led by the nine-headed bird, Xianxia and the gigantic bee. Hundreds and thousands of ferocious beasts and demons lowered their heads and knelt towards Su Zimo in midair. At that moment, Su Zimo seemed to be the master of all demons. It was an extremely shocking sight. Duan Tianliang and Big Yellow were dumbfounded. Under such circumstances, for some reason, Duan Tianliang could not control his legs and knelt on the ground. Big Yellow was already sprawled on the ground obediently, wagging its tail and looking at Su Zimo with a pandering expression. Su Zimo settled down in the desolate lands and opened up a spirit field nearby for Duan Tianliang to manage. Under normal circumstances, the rain frost flower and essence nourishing grass on the Dragon Abyss star ripened once every 100 years. However, as long as the green lotus true body absorbed heaven and earth essence chi to cultivate, it would attract extremely rich essence chi towards this place. The two immortal herbs would ripen within a year. The other ferocious beasts, including the silver giant, nine-headed bird, Xianxia and the gigantic bee, obeyed Su Zimo's orders and surrounded the area with demonic chi. Even if someone passed by this place, it would be difficult for them to notice that such a sanctuary was hidden among the demons. After settling everything, Su Zimo entered seclusion cultivation. This time round, he had benefited immensely after killing 500 evil wolf army soldiers and Shadow of Blood Sun Valley and the others. There were close to 40,000 essence condensation pills alone. Su Zimo was prepared to absorb and refine all 40,000 essence condensation pills before making further plans. Under normal circumstances, the medicinal effect of an essence condensation pill was enough for ordinary black immortals to cultivate for more than 10 days or even a month. That would depend on the cultivation realm of the black immortal and the cultivation techniques they cultivated as well as their talent. For example, Duan Tianliang was only a grade 2 black immortal. One essence condensation pill was enough for him to cultivate for more than 2 months. Although Big Yellow was a grade 5 black immortal, it would take him more than 20 days to absorb the medicinal effects of an essence condensation pill completely. However, it was different for Su Zimo. This was the first time that Su Zimo had consumed an essence condensation pill to cultivate after arriving at the Dragon Abyss Star. During his cultivation, he was shocked to discover that the green lotus true body was like a bottomless pit, absorbing heaven and earth essence chi wildly and refining the medicinal effects of the essence condensation pills. There was no need to worry about his grade 9 green lotus true body not being able to withstand absorbing too much heaven and earth essence chi. Furthermore, back in Tianhuang mainland, because he was only immortal, it was difficult for him to change his physique rapidly even if he cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Therefore, Su Zimo was extremely cautious and merely consumed perfect-grade elixirs. That was also the reason why he was able to cultivate to the extreme foundation establishment realm, second only to the eternal human emperor. But now, the grade 9 green lotus true body did not have to worry about that at all. There were indeed many impurities in the essence condensation pills. If one consumed too many of these impurities, they would definitely cause slight effects to their bodies after many years of consolidation. However, the grade 9 green lotus true body stole the creation of heaven and earth and baptized his flesh constantly. After consuming an essence condensation pill, apart from the pure medicinal effects of the essence condensation pill, all the other impurities would be purged out of the green lotus true body. Su Zimo could cultivate without any reservations. Coupled with the might of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, Su Zimo could even consume and digest 10 essence condensation pills in a day. Under such circumstances, Su Zimo's cultivation was rising steadily. While Su Zimo was cultivating, Duan Tianliang and Big Yellow obtained unimaginable benefits as well. In the vicinity, heaven and earth essence chi was extremely rich. Not only did the two immortal herbs grow 100 times faster, the cultivation speed of Duan Tianliang and Big Yellow also increased significantly. Initially, Big Yellow was by Su Zimo's side because it was shocked by his methods and did not dare to leave. But now it would never leave even if Su Zimo kicked and punched it. It decided to stay by Su Zimo's side forever. Before long, the silver giant, nine-headed bird, Xianxia and gigantic beast sensed something unusual and approached carefully. When the few ferocious beasts saw that Su Zimo did not object, they were secretly delighted and cultivated wildly. Time was non-existent in the mountains and cultivation was endless. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. In the past 10 years, there were much less fights in these desolate lands and it became extremely peaceful. Occasionally, there would be commotion in the surroundings, but it would be suppressed rapidly by the silver giant and the other ferocious beasts. Although Su Zimo rarely appeared and was always cultivating, ferocious beasts such as the silver giant, nine-headed bird, Xianxia and gigantic bee were increasingly respectful towards him. The ability to gather heaven and earth essence chi was truly terrifying and beyond their understanding. In the past 10 years, their cultivation had increased significantly as well. It was even more obvious than the 100 years of cultivation they had before. Su Zimo was in seclusion in the desolate lands and did not know that Blood Sun Valley and the Evil Wolf Army had been searching for him for the past 10 years. The Evil Wolf Army even issued a bounty for his life. His tracks and news alone were worth 10,000 essence condensation pills. His head was worth 100,000 essence condensation pills. 100,000 essence condensation pills was enough to tempt any black immortal. Even grade 8 and 9 black immortals could not ignore that temptation. Even so, Blood Sun Valley and the Evil Wolf Army could not find any traces of Su Zimo after a few years. Although there was some news, they were eventually verified to be fake. It was as though Su Zimo had vanished from the Dragon Abyss Star. Later on, Blood Sun Valley and the Evil Wolf Army gradually gave up. To them, there was only a single possibility why there was no trace of Su Zimo despite such a high bounty. That person was already dead. This day, a long howl suddenly sounded from the desolate lands. It was as loud as the clouds and released an extremely terrifying wail. All demons were silent. Duan Tianliang, Big Yellow and the Silver Giant were jolted awake from their cultivation and looked over. Before long, a green-robed man walked out of the unassuming wooden house. He had refined features and an indifferent expression. It was Su Zimo. Level 5 Black Essence Realm. Duan Tianliang's spirit consciousness swept across Su Zimo, and he could not help but exclaim in shock. Big Yellow and the Silver Giant released their spirit consciousnesses as well and checked Su Zimo's cultivation realm with shocked expressions. In the upper world, cultivation was measured in units of 1,000 years. There were 9 levels to the Black Essence realm. However, Black Immortals had a lifespan of 100,000 years. Many times, it would take 10,000 years to advance a single minor realm. Although the cultivation speed of Big Yellow, the Silver Giant, and the others had increased tremendously with Su Zimo around for the past 10 years, they were far from being able to break through. Duan Tianliang was the only one who had advanced from level 2 to level 3 Black Essence Realm. Nobody expected Su Zimo to become a grade 5 Black Immortal in just 10 years of seclusion cultivation. That's way too scary. Big Yellow and the Silver Giant looked at Su Zimo as though they were looking at a monster. That cultivation speed made everyone's scalps tingle. Duan Tianliang even began to suspect if Su Zimo was the reincarnation of an expert of the upper world. Su Zimo had a calm expression. He finally had a breakthrough after 10 years of seclusion. In the eyes of Duan Tianliang, Big Yellow and the others, his cultivation speed was terrifying. However, Su Zimo knew in his heart that it was because of immense resources, powerful cultivation techniques, and a physique that stole the creation of heaven and earth that he was able to reach his current cultivation realm. However, in the past 10 years, his 40,000 essence condensation pills had already been expended. Part of the reason why Su Zimo came out of seclusion this time round was because he had a breakthrough. At the same time, it was because he no longer had essence condensation pills. In the Black Essence realm, essence condensation pills were extremely useful for cultivators. As for the Green Lotus True Body, his demand for essence condensation pills was much greater than ordinary cultivators. Although Su Zimo did not have any essence condensation pills in his storage bag, he had more than 3 million stalks of essence nourishing grass and rain frost flower. This was what he had gathered from the Evil Wolf Army and Shadow as well as the others of Blood Sun Valley 10 years ago. If he were to exchange all those immortal herbs in Blood Sun Valley, he could get more than 30,000 essence condensation pills in return. Of course, even if he had no feud with Blood Sun Valley, Su Zimo would definitely not head there. He had once heard Xia Qingying mention that if he could head to Dragon Abyss City, 10 immortal herbs could be exchanged for 1 essence condensation pill. More than 3 million immortal herbs meant more than 300,000 essence condensation pills. In the past 10 years, Duan Tianliang had also collected 100,000 immortal herbs from the surrounding 100 mu of spirit fields. Now that Su Zimo was out of seclusion, he was prepared to head to Dragon Abyss City to take a look. What? Duan Tianliang was shocked when he heard Su Zimo's decision. Dragon Abyss City was the largest city on the entire Dragon Abyss Star and was also the only place where there were native immortals. Ever since Duan Tianliang and the others ascended to Dragon Abyss City, they were chased out and had never returned. Boss, the journey to Dragon Abyss City is long. Apart from some dangerous places, the most terrifying thing is that there are all sorts of bandits. Duan Tianliang did not continue. His meaning was clear. Although Su Zimo was a grade 5 Black Immortal with immense combat strength and could even fight across cultivation realms, their overall strength was still too weak. The Silver Giant, 9-headed bird, and other ferocious beasts could only step foot into an area occupied by cultivators as mounts. If they appeared rashly, all the cultivators could kill them even without any reason. There were way too many Black Immortals on the Dragon Abyss Star that were stronger than the Silver Giant and the 9-headed bird. Duan Tianliang said, I remember that about 1,000 years ago, when the territorial lord of Snow Wind Ridge had just broken through to grade 6 Black Immortal, he was also in high spirits and wanted to head to Dragon Abyss City. To think that he would encounter bandits along the way. Snow Wind Ridge suffered immense losses. The territorial lord of Snow Wind Ridge only managed to survive and return because Blood Sun Valley arrived in time. Pondering for a moment, Su Zimo said, The 3 of us are the only ones heading to Dragon Abyss City this time round. Our group is too small a target and shouldn't attract attention. The danger will be much less as well. Su Zimo looked at Big Yellow. You should know the way to Dragon Abyss City, right? Big Yellow nodded hurriedly. All these years, he had followed the Blood Sun Valley army to Dragon Abyss City. That path was relatively safer. Blood Sun Valley was one of the 8 major factions of the Dragon Abyss Star after all, and almost no bandits dared to provoke their army. When they saw the flag of Blood Sun Valley from afar, many bandits retreated against the threat of them. Let's go, Su Zimo said. Let's go now. Rather than dawdle here, he might as well head to Dragon Abyss City as soon as possible to broaden his horizons. Dragon Abyss City could be said to be the center of the Dragon Abyss Star. That was the only place that could resolve many of Su Zimo's doubts over the years. When Duan Tianliang saw that Su Zimo was determined, he did not dare to persuade further and could only grit his teeth and follow behind Su Zimo. This time round, Su Zimo even specially had Duan Tianliang ride on the Yingzhao and took out an inferior black-grade dermic treasure from his storage bag to give to the latter. Instantly, Duan Tianliang beamed and swept away the doubts in his heart. Boss, even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of flames ahead, I'll accompany you, let alone Dragon Abyss City. Duan Tianliang patted his chest excitedly. The 2 men and 2 beasts did not linger in the desolate lands and left for Dragon Abyss City. Big Yellow carried Su Zimo and led the way. After a few days, Su Zimo's group of 4 passed by Snow Wind Ridge and looked from afar. There had not been much changes to Snow Wind Ridge in the past 10 years. Standing from afar, one could still see the scene of spirit farmers and guards patrolling. Without any delay, Su Zimo rode on Big Yellow and continued around Snow Wind Ridge. The 4 of them traveled day and night and only stopped occasionally to rest. They did not encounter any trouble along the way. Some of the bandits had already retreated quietly when they saw the aggressive level 5 Black Essence Realm Yingzhao. This day, Su Zimo's group of 4 arrived before a mountain range. Not far ahead, the mountains were lush and rose and fell endlessly like a green ocean. This is the 100,000 Mountains. Over the years, Big Yellow's current body had become accustomed to human tongue again as it spoke. It'll take about 10 days to cross the 100,000 Mountains. Many bandits like to ambush cultivators in the 100,000 Mountains, Duan Tianliang said. I heard that there are many ferocious beasts and living beings here, Big Yellow said. Indeed, there are many. However, many years ago, the Valley Master of Blood Sun Valley led the army of Blood Sun Valley and killed many ferocious beasts and living beings in the 100,000 Mountains, opening up a path of blood. Basically, no ferocious beasts or living beings would dare to step foot on this path of blood. That's why it's much safer. Su Zimo nodded and patted Big Yellow on the head. Let's go. After searching the vicinity for a while, Big Yellow finally found a mark and burrowed in. After a few turns, the path ahead opened up. A road filled with blood qi led deep into the mountains with corpses strewn beneath its feet. It was unknown how many ferocious beasts and living beings died in that battle back then. On both sides of the blood path, ancient trees stood tall and it was dark. Su Zimo's group of 4 advanced on the blood path. After walking for about a day, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. As though he sensed something, he exerted strength in his legs and kicked Big Yellow's stomach. Big Yellow understood and stopped in its tracks hurriedly. The Yingzhao had followed Su Zimo for many years and seemed to have realized something as well. Stopping in its tracks, it released its spirit consciousness and surveyed its surroundings warily. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze slightly and looked at the dense forest on both sides of the blood path ahead in silence. Before long, a rustling sound came from the forest ahead. Immediately after, figures flashed. In the blink of an eye, at least a few hundred people appeared from the forest on both sides of the blood path, glaring at Su Zimo's group of 4 with hostile expressions. At the front of the blood path, 3 figures rode on menacing ferocious beasts and walked out slowly from the dark forest. The ferocious beast looked like a ferocious tiger with gigantic feet and sharp claws. However, it was silent when it stepped on the ground. There were 2 men and a woman. The person in the middle was a burly man with short hair and a beard. He was at the level 7 Black Essence realm and wielded a gigantic axe. His upper body was half naked and his muscles bulged like rocks, looking filled with strength. The man and woman beside the short-haired burly man looked young. Even so, the man and woman were both at the level 6 Black Essence realm. Most of the hundreds of figures in the forest were also grade 4 or 5 Black Immortals. That was quite a lineup. Duan Tianliang, Big Yellow, and the Yingzhao were secretly alarmed. There was not a single grade 7 Black Immortal in the entire Snow Wind Ridge. Furthermore, apart from the short-haired burly man in the lead who was a grade 7 Black Immortal, the other cultivators were not weak either. A grade 5 and 3 Black Immortal dares to enter the 100,000 mountains? The person who spoke was the young man on the left of the short-haired burly man, a grade 6 Black Immortal. The young man wore black martial arts attire and a long sword hung on his waist. He had honed brows and eyes that looked sharp, revealing a hint of contempt in his tone. "Who are you guys? Where are you from?" The young woman on the right of the short-haired burly man frowned slightly as she chided. This woman was also a grade 6 Black Immortal. She wore a red shirt and her long hair was tied up, giving off an extremely neat and heroic aura. The short-haired burly man did not say anything. However, there was an extremely oppressive might in his eyes as he glared at Su Zimo and Duan Tianliang. Su Zimo cupped his fists gently through the void. "My surname is Su, and I've just ascended to the Dragon Abyss Star not long ago. I haven't joined any faction and I want to head to Dragon Abyss City to take a look today. Please show mercy." Su Zimo was not showing weakness, nor was he hiding anything. The group of people opposite him were not weak. If they were to really fight, he would naturally be fearless. However, Duan Tianliang, Big Yellow, and the Yingzhao might not be able to survive. It would naturally be for the best if everything could go smoothly. More importantly, Su Zimo had a feeling. Although the group of people blocking their way looked like bandits, their auras were vastly different from those of the evil wolf army. To be precise, the group of them did not have a strong blood stench. "Foo!" The black-robed young man laughed and mocked. "How dare you guys? You want to head to Dragon Abyss City alive with that cultivation?" The red-robed woman nodded as well. "There's still a long way to go. Even if we let you guys pass, you won't be able to reach Dragon Abyss City alive. If you want to head to Dragon Abyss City alive, you'll have to be at least at level 7 Black Essence Realm. You guys are still far from that." The black-robed young man pouted. "Let me give you guys a piece of advice. It's best if you return the way you came. At the very least, you can survive." Duan Tianliang and Big Yellow were delighted when they heard that. From the looks of it, the other party had no intention of robbing them or taking their lives. Duan Tianliang sent a voice transmission hurriedly. "Boss, let's retreat. This truly won't work. Let's retreat first and try another path." A strange look flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. Neither the black-robed young man nor the red-robed woman had any intention of looting their storage bags. Although the black-robed young man's expression was disdainful and his words were harsh, he was still advising them out of goodwill to leave. Were they bandits? However, if they were not bandits, what were they waiting for with such a massive formation? "Brother, have you heard of Blood Sun Valley?" Right then, the short-haired burly man glared at Su Zimo and suddenly asked. Su Zimo was slightly stunned before nodding. Blood Sun Valley is one of the 8 major factions of the Dragon Abyss Star. Naturally, I've heard of them. For some reason, the black-robed young man and red-robed woman suddenly became alert and looked at Su Zimo warily. "Big brother, you sure are attentive. Given how strange that green-robed cultivator is, there's indeed a high chance he's from Blood Sun Valley." The black-robed young man sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. The red-robed woman looked at the short-haired burly man as well and sent a voice transmission. "Could those two be spies sent by Blood Sun Valley? If that's the case, we can't let them leave." The short-haired burly man nodded slightly and suddenly declared, "We want to do something big here. However, your identity and background are truly suspicious. To be safe, I'll have to trouble you guys to stay first." Duan Tianliang's heart skipped a beat as he said hurriedly, "Brother, you can't do that. You guys just agreed to let us leave." Why are you reneging on your words? When the black-robed man saw how nervous Duan Tianliang was, he was even more guarded and sneered. I was almost fooled by you. Earlier on, I was the one who asked you guys to leave. However, my older brother did not agree to it, and neither did our brothers around us. After saying that, many cultivators from the forest on both sides of the blood path closed in on Su Zimo and the others, surrounding them with unfriendly expressions. The short-haired, burly man smiled. Brother Su, you don't have to be nervous. I'm only keeping you guys by my side. I won't kill or rob you guys. Once today's matter is over, I'll naturally let you guys leave. For now, I'll have to impose on you guys. When he heard that, Duan Tianliang's expression softened and he heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, he managed to survive. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo had a calm expression. However, the confusion in his heart intensified. The short-haired burly man pondered for a moment before saying to the red-robed woman beside him, Little sister, suppress them and guard them personally. Pausing for a moment, a murderous glint flashed through the short-haired burly man's eyes as he said in a deep voice, If those two men or beasts make any strange movements, don't show mercy. Kill them without mercy. To the short-haired burly man. The only way to ensure that nothing went wrong with Su Zimo's group was if they were guarded by a grade 6 black immortal. Don't worry, big brother. The red-robed woman nodded with a resolute gaze. Duan Tianliang stole a glance at Su Zimo. With a relaxed expression, Su Zimo smiled. Let's go. To think that we would be reduced to prisoners so quickly. Su Zimo had no intention of resisting for the time being. He wanted to see the background of this group of people and what they wanted. When the red-robed woman saw how cooperative Su Zimo was, she did not make things difficult for them and merely brought them to a forest far away, watching them from the side. The short-haired burly man looked at Su Zimo's back view and frowned slightly in deep thought. Big brother, did you discover anything? The black-robed young man asked. The short-haired burly man shook his head. No, I just feel like I've seen this person somewhere before. He looks familiar. Strange, the black-robed young man added hurriedly. I had the same feeling earlier on, but I can't remember where I've seen him before. Forget it, we'll talk about this later. Let's hide first and not expose our tracks. The short-haired burly man took a deep breath and waved his hand, shouting softly, Retreat! The moment he said that, hundreds of figures disappeared rapidly into the forest on both sides of the blood path. They were extremely fast and disciplined. In a few breaths, the blood path returned to normal. The red-robed woman glared at Su Zimo and Duan Tianliang and whispered, No matter what you see later on, don't make a sound. Otherwise, slapping her storage bag, the red-robed woman withdrew a cold saber and pointed it at Su Zimo and Duan Tianliang. Her meaning was clear. Duan Tianliang's head nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Su Zimo merely smiled without saying anything. Time slowly passed. Both sides of the blood path were silent and sinister, filled with a faint killing intent. Night descended. Guarded by many bandits in the forest, Su Zimo was not as nervous as Duan Tianliang. He had a calm expression, as though he could not sense any danger and had been resting with his eyes closed. Even the red-robed woman was surprised. I wonder if he's truly courageous or heartless, the red-robed woman muttered internally. Suddenly, Su Zimo opened his eyes and the divine light in them shone brightly before vanishing. MMM? Sensing something, the red-robed woman was instantly on guard. Gripping the saber in her hands tightly, she glared at Su Zimo and whispered, What are you doing? Someone's here, Su Zimo said softly. The red-robed woman frowned slightly and did not dare to use her spirit consciousness to check, afraid that she would alert the enemy. She listened for a moment but did not hear anything. Her expression darkened as she whispered, You had better behave yourself and not play any tricks. If you continue to spout nonsense, don't blame me for spilling your blood on the spot. Su Zimo smiled and did not argue. Another 15 minutes passed. Suddenly, the red-robed woman's expression changed. She sensed a commotion in the distance. Many cultivators were rushing over. Right then, The short-haired burly man and black-robed young man turned around and nodded slightly at the red-robed woman. The short-haired burly man and black-robed young man had clearly sensed it as well. Suddenly, the red-robed woman recalled something and glanced at Su Zimo with a bewildered expression. That was because 15 minutes ago, that person suddenly reminded her that someone was here. But how was that possible? This person was only a grade 5 black immortal, but he had such terrifying hearing? However, if that person had not sensed it beforehand, could it have been a coincidence? Suddenly, the red-robed woman felt that the green-robed man seemed to be shrouded by a layer of fog and became unfathomable. Su Zimo looked straight, seemingly unmoved by the red-robed woman's scrutinizing gaze. Before long, an irregular vibration came from the ground far away. This time round, even Duan Tianliang noticed it. About 1,000 people. The red-robed woman listened carefully and made a judgment before relaxing her expression. This situation was similar to the news they had received previously. If nothing went wrong, today's matter would definitely succeed. Su Zimo shook his head gently and said softly, "More than that." "What?" The red-robed woman was stunned. Before she could understand the meaning of Su Zimo's words, the blood path not far ahead was already filled with figures. The army of more than 1,000 people had already entered everyone's line of sight. Duan Tianliang's eyes widened when he saw the war flag of the army through the forest. Big Yellow was shocked as well. It was the war flag of Blood Sun Valley. Even Su Zimo was slightly surprised. He had not expected that the red-robed woman's group would harbor designs on Blood Sun Valley. Blood Sun Valley was one of the 8 major factions of the Dragon Abyss Star. Typically, even the 4 great bandits would not engage the 8 factions in a fight casually. Su Zimo's eyesight was extremely strong, and he could clearly see the appearances of the cultivators in the army. Their leader was someone he was familiar with, Blood Sun Valley's young master, Chen Xianxia. After 10 years, Chen Xianxia was still at grade 6 black immortal. Chen Xianxia wore white armor and wielded a long spear. He rode on a tall horse and looked extremely dignified. An older old man followed beside Chen Xianxia. The old man was bare-handed and did not wear any armor. He wore a gray robe and had a calm expression as his hair that was half black and white fell casually. The old man was a grade 7 black immortal. From the looks of it, the army led by Chen Xianxia was prepared to head to Dragon Abyss City. The strength of both parties seemed similar. As Chen Xianxia approached the ambush spot of the short-haired burly man and the others, the red-robed woman became extremely nervous as well. She looked at Chen Xuanyang's side while glaring at Su Zimo. The red-robed woman had a stern gaze and warned Su Zimo not to move or make any sound. Suddenly, the short-haired burly man raised his arm and hollered, "Kill!" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Many cultivators who were lying in ambush in the forest suddenly threw out the spears in their hands with all their might. They tore through the air with a shuddering sound. The spears arrived at the same time and shot towards the Blood Sun Valley army in the middle of the blood path like a rain of arrows. Chen Xuanyang's lips curled slightly with a mocking look in his eyes. The old man beside him suddenly hollered. The army of more than 1,000 people from Blood Sun Valley seemed to be prepared and changed formations rapidly, forming a gigantic circle. The cultivators of Blood Sun Valley at the outermost perimeter withdrew gigantic shields from their storage bags and held them in front of them. Some of the Blood Sun Valley cultivators in the middle raised their shields above their heads. With that, the army of Blood Sun Valley formed an impenetrable defensive formation. With a series of clanging sounds, the Blood Sun Valley army blocked all the spears. A few of the spears that were aimed at Chen Xianxia were deflected by him with a relaxed wave of his hands. Su Zimo shook his head gently. It was clear from the current situation that Blood Sun Valley was long prepared. If the short-haired burly man and the others continued attacking, they would most likely be surrounded by Blood Sun Valley. The wisest choice right now was to lead everyone to retreat. A hesitant look flashed through the short-haired burly man's eyes when he saw how quickly Blood Sun Valley reacted. His rationality told him that his plan had failed. However, the arrow was already on the bow and had to be released. He was indignant if he were to retreat just like that. Just as he was hesitating, the black-robed young man beside him could not hold it in any longer and took the lead to charge forward, shouting, "Brothers, kill! Take revenge for the dead. We'll make Blood Sun Valley pay with blood. Let Blood Sun Valley pay with their blood." The blood of many cultivators surged, and they couldn't care less as they charged out of the forest towards the army of Blood Sun Valley. When the short-haired burly man saw that, he could only roar and charge forward on his ferocious beast with his gigantic axe. The other party had a Grade 7 Black Immortal. He had to get rid of the Grade 7 Black Immortal. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia looked at the many cultivators charging over without any fear in his eyes. Instead, he reared his head in laughter. Good timing. Sky Pillar Stronghold, Wind Cloud Gang, Honor Villa. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find you survivors. To think that you would come knocking on my door today. Today, I'll make the survivors of your 3 factions disappear from the Dragon Abyss Star. Kill! Xianxia raised his spear and shouted. The old man beside him leaped up and charged towards the short-haired burly man. The black-robed young man unsheathed the sword on his back and charged towards Xianxia, who was at the front, saying coldly, "Die, Xianxia!" Buzz! A sword hum sounded, accompanied by chilling sword lights. The black-robed young man conjured a sword art with one hand and stabbed forward with his sword with the other. Instantly, dozens of sword lights burst forth with countless shadows. That sword technique was extremely extraordinary, and every single sword beam emitted a sharp edge. Humph! Xianxia sneered with a mocking expression. The shadowless sword is truly way too weak in your hands. I'll send you to the afterlife today. He channeled his blood chi and waved the spear in his hands, causing heaven and earth essence chi to swirl around it. As though it was alive, the spear stabbed towards the black-robed young man like a spirit snake. The sword and spear collided. Cling! Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed and sparks flew. Sword chi and spear shadows tore through the air in all directions. The moment the two of them exchanged blows, they released the most intense attacks without relenting at all. On the other side, the short-haired burly man was already exchanging blows with the gray-robed old man from Blood Sun Valley. It was clear that the short-haired burly man specialized in body tempering, as he wielded a gigantic axe that could split the heavens. Every single move he made was massive, forceful, and ferocious. Although the gray-robed old man did not seem like an expert, every single move he made possessed an extremely terrifying power. The gray-robed old man fought the short-haired burly man barehanded without retreating at all. A clanging sound echoed when his palm collided with the short-haired burly man's gigantic axe. If one focused their gaze, they would discover that the gray-robed old man was wearing a pair of silver gloves that were indestructible. Even the short-haired burly man's gigantic axe could not shake them. Little cub, how long have you been at the level 7 Black Essence realm? The gray-robed old man sneered proudly. I've been at the level 7 Black Essence realm for tens of thousands of years. How dare you harbor designs on Blood Sun Valley with your puny methods? Old dog, you're old and your blood chi is weak. The short-haired burly man was not affected at all. Instead, his aura intensified as he shouted, I'm at my peak and my blood chi is strong. I can exhaust you to death even if I have to. What if we're included? Right then, 2 figures suddenly appeared from behind Blood Sun Valley. Their auras were terrifying, and they were no different from the gray-robed old man. They were 2 Grade 7 Black Immortals. Kill! The Grade 7 Black Immortal on the left was a skinny man with shifty eyes. Wielding 2 daggers in both hands, the person strode in a strange manner and arrived beside the short-haired burly man in the blink of an eye. On the right was a woman with heavy makeup. She was extremely flirtatious and held a silver needle that was as thin as a cow's hair in her fingers. Standing far away, she smiled at the short-haired burly man. Even though Su Zimo and the others were far away from the battlefield, they could smell the pungent fragrance coming from the woman in makeup. This is bad. The red-robed woman's expression changed starkly as she exclaimed, It's the shadowless assassin and goddess Orchid. We've fallen into an ambush. Blood Sun Valley was long prepared. The moment she said that, a shocking change happened on the battlefield. The shadowless assassin with 2 daggers arrived beside the short-haired burly man and suddenly attacked. His daggers circled around the latter's body like a cyclone. The short-haired burly man was entangled by the gray-robed old man and could not divert his attention at all. He was left with no choice but to forcibly retreat. Even so, a gigantic wound appeared on his arm with fresh blood flowing. Boom! The gray-robed old man seized the opportunity and punched down. The short-haired burly man endured the pain and clashed against the gray-robed old man once more. At the same time, the short-haired burly man felt his heart skip a beat, as though a calamity was about to descend the next moment. Before he could react, a silver orchid floated before him with a pungent fragrance. Ah! The short-haired burly man was alarmed and retreated hurriedly. This was the doing of Goddess Orchid. The orchid was condensed by Goddess Orchid using silver needles. It contained poison and was extremely lethal once released. Hee. Goddess Orchid stood far away and laughed. Little brother Yu Hao, I showed mercy earlier on. If I really wanted to kill you, you would have been a dead man. Orchid. The gray-robed old man frowned slightly. You can have any man you want. Hurry and join forces to kill this lad. Sigh. Goddess Orchid sighed gently. I'm truly reluctant. Little brother Yu Hao, I'll give you a chance. If you're obedient, I'll spare your life. How about that? Old witch, how dare you seduce me with that attitude of yours? The short-haired burly man laughed fearlessly. Instantly, Goddess Orchid's expression darkened and turned extremely terrible. Little cub, I gave you face but you don't want it. Let's see which of you can escape today. Suddenly, her tone changed and turned sinister. At the same time, when the black-robed young man saw the short-haired burly man in danger, he was slightly distracted and was almost stabbed by Chen Xuanyang's spear, flustered for a moment. Blood Sun Divine Spear. Chen Xianxia seized the opportunity and suddenly attacked upon discovering the black-robed young man's opening. He spun his spear rapidly with both hands and drew arcs in midair that vaguely transformed into a blood-colored sun. Clang! When the black-robed young man's sword struck the blood-colored sun, he suddenly felt an extremely domineering power that sent his sword flying. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed young man was in danger as well. Kill! Right then, iron hooves sounded and dust billowed. A large army of cultivators rode on horses and surged over with a murderous aura. The war flag of Blood Sun Valley was extremely striking. There were 4,000 cultivators. Blood Sun Valley did not send 1,000 troops this time round, but a full 5,000. When they saw that, the hundreds of cultivators on the side of the short-haired burly man had ashen expressions and deep despair flashed through their eyes. It's over. The red-robed woman knew very well that there was a high chance that all of them would be annihilated this time round. Mistress, we can't hold them back anymore. Hurry and leave. Right then, a severely injured cultivator stumbled over and looked at the red-robed woman, saying that with the last of his strength. The red-robed woman's face was pale. Although her eyes shone with fear, her gaze quickly turned resolute as she grit her teeth. My first and second brothers are in danger. I can't escape alone. I have to save them. Just as the red-robed woman was about to leave, she seemed to have thought of something and turned around hurriedly, saying to Su Zimo and Duan Tianliang, hurry and escape. The further the better. After saying that, she was stunned. The green-robed cultivator behind her had already vanished. However, she did not notice it the entire time. Where's that person? The red-robed woman asked instinctively. Duan Tianliang blinked and pointed to the battlefield in the distance. He seems to be there. The red-robed woman suddenly turned back and looked at the battlefield. Immediately after, she saw a scene that she would never forget for the rest of her life. Unknowingly, the green-robed cultivator had already arrived on the battlefield. Furthermore, he was already behind the shadowless assassin. Perhaps due to the chaos of the battlefield or the fact that the attention of the shadowless assassin was entirely on the short-haired burly man, he did not notice the approaching danger. In any case, by the time the red-robed woman looked over, Su Zimo was already standing behind the shadowless assassin. The two of them were extremely close. Immediately after, as though he sensed something, the shadowless assassin dodged to the side without turning back. Su Zimo attacked. There were no earth-shaking methods or divine powers or immortal arts. He merely extended his palm and slapped the shadowless assassin on the head. It was so fast that the shadowless assassin could not dodge at all. Piak! There was a crisp sound, right in front of the red-robed woman. The head of the shadowless assassin was smashed by Su Zimo's palm like a round watermelon, exploding with blood splattering everywhere. That power was enough to shatter the shadowless assassin's essence spirit. A grade 7 black immortal was dead. Shadowless! The gray-robed old man hollered with a furious expression. Goddess Orchid narrowed her eyes as well. The shadowless assassin was not the only one. Even the gray-robed old man and Goddess Orchid did not notice how Su Zimo arrived behind the shadowless assassin. By the time they noticed something unusual, they saw the shadowless assassin slapped to death by Su Zimo. The gray-robed old man's spirit consciousness swept past Su Zimo rapidly. Level 5 Black Essence Realm. The gray-robed old man relaxed slightly. A mere grade 5 black immortal was of no threat to them. At the same time, he lamented internally. The shadowless assassin was way too careless. If that was not the case, how could he be ambushed and killed by a single palm strike? Almost everyone who saw that would make that judgment. That was because no one believed that a grade 5 black immortal would possess the strength to kill a grade 7 black immortal. Actually, the gray-robed old man and the others did not know. In order to kill the shadowless assassin as soon as possible, Su Zimo even used the True Dragon 9 flashes. This was a movement technique equivalent to teleportation. How could anyone notice Su Zimo flashing behind the shadowless assassin in such a chaotic battlefield? In other words, Su Zimo chose to attack the shadowless assassin earlier on. If he chose to attack the gray-robed old man or Goddess Orchid, the outcome would be the same as the shadowless assassin. That terrifying movement technique was a part of his strength to begin with. In the forest far away, the red-robed woman's expression did not relax. Even if the shadowless assassin was dead, Blood Sun Valley still had 2 grade 7 black immortals and an army of 5,000. On their side, the short-haired burly man and black-robed young man were already injured. Of the remaining hundreds of people, almost half of them were injured or dead in the short collision, and the losses were immense. They had still lost this battle. Just as the red-robed woman was about to move and join the battlefield, she saw the green-robed man who was only at the level 5 Black Essence Realm charge towards the gray-robed old man. A grade 5 Black Immortal wants to challenge a grade 7 Black Immortal head-on? Is he courting death? That thought flashed through the red-robed woman's mind. You overestimate yourself. The gray-robed old man glared at the incoming Su Zimo with a cold expression and said slowly, "I was just about to look for you. Very well. You came knocking on my door instead." He strode forward and his blood chi surged. His fists shone with silver light and smashed towards Su Zimo. Immobilize! With a calm expression, Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and suddenly spoke. Lesser divine power, body immobilization technique. The gray-robed old man shuddered. After all, there was a difference of 2 cultivation realms between them. Almost instantly, the gray-robed old man broke free from the body immobilization technique and was not affected much. Humph! The gray-robed old man sneered. Puny tricks! Is that so? Su Zimo smiled indifferently. I'll take your life with these puny tricks. A momentary pause was enough for him. Suddenly, a battered bronze square tripod flew out from his glabella and smashed towards the gray-robed old man. The gray-robed old man had just broken free from the body immobilization technique and could not dodge in time. He could only raise his fists and punch towards the incoming bronze square tripod. One crack, crack, crack. The next moment, the sound of bones cracking echoed in an extremely terrifying manner, right in front of the red-robed woman. The gray-robed old man's glove shattered and the bones in his arms were snapped into pieces by the bronze square tripod. Back then, even the indestructible giant race could not defend against the power of the bronze square tripod. let alone this gray-robed old man. Ah! Blood drained from the gray-robed old man's face as he let out a tragic cry. His arms slumped down limply and the bones within were shattered by the bronze square tripod. For a black immortal, although such an injury was not fatal, he was basically crippled. The gray-robed old man's cry came to an abrupt stop. Su Zimo leaped forward and raised the bronze square tripod, smashing it on the gray-robed old man's head. Bang! The gray-robed old man's head was shattered and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying on the spot. Instantly, changes happened on the battlefield. Nobody expected that the situation would change in the blink of an eye. On the side of Blood Sun Valley, 2 Grade 7 Black Immortals died one after another. Furthermore, the 2 of them died way too quickly that not many people could react. For Su Zimo, the key to this battle was to kill the 3 Grade 7 Black Immortals as soon as possible with thunderous methods. If the 3 Grade 7 Black Immortals were dead, the rest would not be a threat. "It's you." Chun Shenyang finally noticed that and his gaze landed on Su Zimo. His heart skipped a beat and his eyes were filled with endless hatred. Back then, he lost 7 personal guards in order to hunt down Su Zimo. For the past 10 years, he could not find Su Zimo despite the bounty of the evil wolf army. To think that he would bump into the latter here. Furthermore, this person had spoiled his plans the moment he appeared. Chun Xuanyang's eyes were bloodshot as hatred burned within him. He pointed his spear at Su Zimo and roared, "Kill! Kill this man!" Instantly, at least 1,000 people from Blood Sun Valley charged towards Su Zimo and attacked one after another. At the same time, Goddess Orchid had a grim expression and did not dare to be careless. Waving her sleeves, 10 silver orchids burst forth and shot towards Su Zimo. The 10 orchids almost locked the space around Su Zimo. Every single orchid was formed from more than 100 silver needles. 10 orchids meant more than 1,000 silver needles. If they descended beside Su Zimo and suddenly exploded, the lethality would be extremely terrifying. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he channeled his essence spirit. Circling his hands in front of him, he rapidly conjured a gigantic shield that seemed to be etched with mysterious patterns and shone with a blinding light. Innate divine power. Spirit Turtle Shield. The 10 silver orchids emitted a pungent fragrance and exploded the moment they made contact with the divine light released by the Spirit Turtle Shield. Every single orchid released more than 100 needles that were as thin as a cow's hair that struck the Spirit Turtle Shield instantly. The Spirit Turtle Shield was an innate divine power imparted to Su Zimo by Dai Yu. Not only did it possess an extremely terrifying defense, it could even release a powerful recoil. There was a difference of 2 minor realms between Su Zimo and Goddess Orchid. If she were to release a powerful divine power or immortal art, the Spirit Turtle Shield would only be able to defend against it. However, the terror of the 10 silver orchids was not in their strength, but the silver needles that were pervasive and as thin as hair. If those soft silver needles scattered in midair, they would release an extremely terrifying lethality. However, they could not penetrate the Spirit Turtle Shield at all. On the contrary, the 1,000-odd silver needles splattered in all directions rapidly after receiving the recoil of the Spirit Turtle Shield. At that moment, more than 1,000 cultivators of Blood Sun Valley had just charged forward, and some of them were met with such a calamity before they could even get close. The silver needles entered the bodies of the Blood Sun Valley cultivators one after another. Because the silver needles were thin and pierced through flesh, everyone did not feel any pain and merely felt a slight itch. However, the poison in the silver needle spread through their bodies and even surged into their consciousnesses before they could take a few steps. By the time those cultivators noticed something amiss, it was already too late. Their faces had long turned silver white, as though there was a layer of silver frost on them. They fell limply with widened eyes and died with grievances. Some cultivators reacted in time and escaped from the battlefield with their essence spirits. However, in the upper world, without a body and only an essence spirit left, it was no different from a wandering ghost. There were also some extremely alert cultivators who managed to survive by using their black-gray dermic treasures to defend against many silver needles. Even so, Goddess Orchid's attack this time round killed at least 500 cultivators of Blood Sun Valley. When he saw that, the short-haired burly man was invigorated and could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Old witch, you sure are decisive to be so ruthless to your own people. If you attack a few more times, the remaining 4,000-odd people in Blood Sun Valley will be killed by you as well. Many Blood Sun Valley cultivators knew that everything that happened earlier was an accident. Or rather, it was not Goddess Orchid's fault. Even so, many Blood Sun Valley cultivators stopped in their tracks and did not dare to advance, afraid that they would be implicated by the fight between Goddess Orchid and Su Zimo. Junior, you set me up. Goddess Orchid's expression was dark as she glared at Su Zimo, who was approaching her rapidly, her tone venomous. You think too highly of yourself. I wasn't trying to set you up. Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he said coldly, I only want your life. Before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo suddenly extended his palm, and it was as though a gigantic millstone was formed in midair. It crushed down towards Goddess Orchid with a ferocious aura. Great Chaos Essence Palm. This was the ultimate technique of Chaos Essence sect in the lower world. It was long mastered by the Martial Dao Prime Body and fused into the Martial Dao Furnace. Before he ascended, he had already imparted it to the Green Lotus True Body. You must have a death wish. Goddess Orchid was not afraid at all and extended her seemingly fair and weak palm, slapping towards Su Zimo's palm. Brother Su, watch out, the short-haired burly man reminded hurriedly. This old witch is filled with poison and we can't have any contact with her. Just as he was about to leap up and join forces with Su Zimo, he felt his head spin and almost fell to the ground. Not good. The short-haired burly man was alarmed. I've been tricked. Earlier on, Goddess Orchid released an orchid. Although it did not hit him, it brushed past his eyes. He was already poisoned by the fragrance of the silver orchid. The poison was not too strong and could not threaten his life for the time being. Even so, it was difficult for him to join the battlefield for the time being, and he could only channel his blood chi to fight against the poison in his body. Kill! At the same time, many cultivators of Blood Sun Valley stood far away and summoned dermic treasures one after another, smashing them towards Su Zimo's back and head. Instantly, Su Zimo was surrounded from both sides. Bang! Su Zimo's great Chaos Essence palm collided with Goddess Orchid's palm. In a flash, Su Zimo waved his sleeves without turning back, and suddenly, a handful of yellow sand formed an impenetrable barrier behind him. Bang! 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 Hundreds of dermic treasures struck the yellow sand but could not penetrate it and fell from midair. 9 heavens living soil. On the other side, the moment Goddess Orchid exchanged blows with Su Zimo, she realized that something was amiss. An extremely terrifying power of distortion, suppression, and obliteration burst forth from the great Chaos Essence palm. Goddess Orchid was not a body-tempered cultivator and had a weak physique. Even if her cultivation realm was higher than Su Zimo's, she could not defend against the Green Lotus True Body and the power of the great Chaos Essence palm in melee combat. Victory was already decided the moment the two of them exchanged blows. Ah! Goddess Orchid shrieked tragically, and her slender hand was ground into a pulp by the great Chaos Essence palm, almost snapped from the wrist. She retreated violently and endured the pain. She glared at Su Zimo and grit her teeth. Junior, you're dead. In less than 3 breaths, you'll die from the poison. The poison in her palm was even more terrifying than the poison on the silver needles. Although Goddess Orchid was injured, she believed that Su Zimo was dead for sure. Foo-foo. Su Zimo chuckled and shook his head. Sorry to disappoint you. The poison in your body can't hurt me. The Grade 9 creation Green Lotus was flawless and immune to poison. Even the impurities contained in the essence condensation pills would be purged by the Green Lotus True Body, let alone external poison. Initially, Goddess Orchid was standing not far away, waiting for Su Zimo to die from the poison. However, Su Zimo's blood chi surged as he strode over. His face was rosy and his eyes were bright. He did not show any signs of being poisoned. You, finally. A hint of panic flashed through Goddess Orchid's eyes. She suddenly realized something terrifying. It was as though all her methods had no effect on the green-robed man before her. As Su Zimo closed in, the fear in Goddess Orchid's heart intensified. Finally, she shrieked and let go of all her dignity, turning to flee. As a Grade 7 Black Immortal, she chose to escape against a Grade 5 Black Immortal. However, she could not escape. Instead, she felt as though something was coiling around her feet. Goddess Orchid lowered her head. Unknowingly, emerald green vines had crawled beneath her feet and restricted her to the spot. A Grade 9 creation green lotus could mobilize all the vegetation in the forest with a single thought. It's over. The moment that thought crossed Goddess Orchid's mind, she felt a pain at the back of her head. The next moment, she lost consciousness completely. Given her capabilities, Goddess Orchid could naturally break free from the restraints of the grass and vines beneath her feet with ease. However, those plants merely restricted her figure for a moment. That was enough for Su Zimo. Right in front of many gazes, Su Zimo strode forward and pierced Goddess Orchid's head with a single finger, destroying her essence spirit. The next moment, she fell to the ground and died like the withered grass beneath her feet. At this point of the battle, 3 Grade 7 Black Immortals of Blood Sun Valley had died. From the moment Su Zimo attacked till the death of the 3 Grade 7 Black Immortals, the entire process merely took a dozen breaths. Everything had happened too quickly. In fact, many cultivators could not accept the fact for a moment. Young Master, what should we do? The remaining few Grade 6 Black Immortals of Blood Sun Valley were flustered as they looked at Chen Xianyang and asked softly with frightened expressions. Chen Xuanyang's expression darkened. The death of 3 Grade 7 Black Immortals here had a huge impact on the entire situation. Everything else aside, the morale of Blood Sun Valley took a huge blow. At that moment, fear flashed through the eyes of many Blood Sun Valley cultivators. Chen Xianyang was indignant. The short-haired burly man and the others were survivors of the 3 major factions and had been secretly opposing Blood Sun Valley all these years. Chen Xianyang had painstakingly waited for this day to set up a trap to wipe out this group of people in one fell swoop. Was he going to return empty-handed today? Furthermore, Su Zimo was also a thorn in his flesh that he had to kill. Was he going to return to Blood Sun Valley just like this today? At that moment, Chen Xianyang had yet to realize that the current situation was no longer in his control. He was still thinking about whether to retreat or fight. Su Zimo was already prepared to attack and keep them in the 100,000 mountains. I can't retreat. Before long, Chen Xianyang made a decision. If he retreated, not only would he lose all face, even Blood Sun Valley's reputation would plummet and they would be mocked by the other factions of the Dragon Abyss Star. Kill! Chen Xianyang grit his teeth and said coldly, he's only a Grade 5 Black Immortal. The only reason why he was able to kill Shadowless and the others was because he had some unorthodox methods. Including me, we have 5 Grade 6 Black Immortals and more than 4,000 cultivators from Blood Sun Valley. I don't believe that we can't kill a Grade 5 Black Immortal with our full strength. Everyone listen up. I'll reward 100,000 essence condensation pills to anyone who manages to kill him, Chen Xianyang declared. Brave men were bound to appear in the face of handsome rewards. Initially, many Blood Sun Valley cultivators were fearful. However, when they heard that, many of them looked at Su Zimo with burning gazes. Even a few hesitant Grade 6 Black Immortals were tempted. That's right, kill him. A Grade 6 Black Immortal stood out and said in a deep voice, he has already used many methods to kill Shadowless and the others earlier on. Everyone, be careful and avoid those methods. Earlier on, everyone witnessed Su Zimo summoning a battered tripod and smashing the gray-robed old man to death. Therefore, many cultivators would try their best to avoid head-on collisions with the bronze square tripod. Condense! A one-eyed Grade 6 Black Immortal suddenly attacked and hollered. Standing far away, he channeled his essence spirit and released a lesser divine power. The power of divine powers spread in midair and formed a spinning eyeball that glared at Su Zimo with a strange gaze. Boom! Another Grade 6 Black Immortal attacked at the same time and released his lesser divine powers. The power of divine powers spread and approached rapidly, forming a spinning axe in midair that slashed towards Su Zimo's head. The other few Grade 6 Black Immortals attacked one after another and released their lesser divine powers. Humph! Su Zimo had a fearless expression and channeled his blood chi. With a shudder, he broke free from the power of the divine power eyeball. He conjured different sword arts with both hands and shouted, "Slay!" Su Zimo waved his hands and slashed forward with his sword finger. The sword art in his left hand slashed out a dragon snake. A dragon roar sounded from the firmaments and a divine dragon descended, charging into the crowd and killing in all directions. The ground split open and the soaring serpent soared into the skies with flames blazing on its wings. Roaring loudly, it spewed out streams of scorching lava that splashed into the crowd. Ah! 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 The 4,000-odd cultivators of Blood Sun Valley were flustered and fell into a sea of flames, letting out hysterical cries. A blinding sword chi burst forth from Su Zimo's right hand. It was white and extremely sharp, as though it was slicing the world into pieces. When the heaven's killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. When the earth's killing intent is released, the dragon snake shall rise. The two sword arts burst forth at the same time with a boiling killing intent that threatened to destroy the world. Even if some cultivators could escape from the claws of the divine dragon, they could not escape from the flames of the soaring serpent. Even if they could avoid the massacre of the dragon snake, it would be difficult for them to defend against the sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword chi. Even the lesser divine powers released by the Grade 6 Black Immortals were destroyed by the heaven-slaying sword chi, let alone the Grade 3, 4, and 5 Black Immortals. Although the eyeball had a strange power, it was extremely fragile and was pierced by a single heaven-slaying sword chi. Before the axe could descend on Su Zimo, it was slashed by a few heaven-slaying sword chi and dissipated into the world. That scene was extremely shocking. It was as though the apocalypse had arrived and those black immortals were like insignificant ants that struggled and howled helplessly. Standing in the forest, the red-robed woman was completely dumbfounded. Her mouth was slightly agape and her eyes were filled with endless shock. Was that power truly something that a Grade 5 Black Immortal could release? Even Duan Tianliang, Big Yellow, and the Yingzhao winced and gasped, let alone her. Although they had been by Su Zimo's side for 10 years, they had never seen him attack. None of them expected such a terrifying scene to appear the moment Su Zimo attacked. Actually, the cultivators on the Dragon Abyss Star had ascended from the lower world and had never gone far before. Their knowledge was limited and they could not recognize the two great sword arts. If any of the native exalted immortals saw this, they would definitely be shocked. Even in the upper world, the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts were notorious. It was only logical that the two sword arts could release such terrifying power. On the battlefield, the two sword arts were released and fresh blood splattered everywhere in a tragic manner. The few Grade 6 Black Immortals could only barely protect themselves with their dermic treasures and divine powers. At that moment, the few people who wanted to join forces to kill Su Zimo earlier on were already filled with deep fear. Right then, Su Zimo flew through the air. A Grade 6 Black Immortal looked nervous as he glared at Su Zimo, who was not far away. He felt that one of Su Zimo's eyes was shining brighter and brighter, turning extremely striking. Suddenly, a blinding light burst forth from Su Zimo's right eye and entered the person's glabella instantly. Illumination Eye. Caught off guard. The Grade 6 Black Immortal was killed on the spot by Illumination Eye. You still want to avoid my methods? Su Zimo sneered. Do you think you can even dodge my methods? After experiencing the heavenly tribulation and absorbing heaven and earth essence chi, Illumination Eye became even more terrifying. A beam of light pierced the glabella of the Grade 6 Black Immortal. The remaining few Grade 6 Black Immortals did not dare to accept the challenge and fled into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the space between Chan Xianyang and Su Zimo became empty without anyone stopping him. Their gazes met directly. Chan Xuanyang's eyes were filled with deep hatred and killing intent as he glared at Su Zimo and said coldly, Su Zimo, you're finished. You offended the evil wolf army. Blood Sun Valley and even spoiled my plans twice in a row. There's no place for you on the Dragon Abyss Star. Foo! Suzimo shook his head gently and chuckled with a disdainful expression. I haven't seen you do anything to me for the past 10 years. Chen Xuanyang's expression was terrible as he said hatefully, If I had known, I would have killed you personally 10 years ago. Cut the crap. Stepping on air, Suzimo approached Chen Xianyang rapidly and said indifferently, I'll give you that chance today. The other cultivators of Blood Sun Valley could barely fend for themselves against the two great sword arts. The few grade 6 black immortals were scared out of their wits by Suzimo and were fleeing into the distance. No one dared to stop him. In the blink of an eye, Suzimo had already arrived before Chen Xianyang. Kill! Chen Xianyang took a deep breath and bit his tongue gently, spitting out a stream of essence blood onto the spear in his hands. Immediately after, Chen Xianyang channeled his essence spirit and his blood chi surged. He spun the spear in his hands wildly and circled around him, forming a blood-colored sun. This was a secret skill of Blood Sun Valley that could be used for both offense and defense and was extremely famous on the Dragon Abyss Star. In the battle earlier on, the black-robed young man's sword was sent flying by Chen Xuanyang's secret skill. Break! Suzimo was fearless as he welcomed the torrential blood chi. His blood chi burst forth with the sound of a tsunami as he punched the center of the blood-colored sun. Boom! A deafening bang that shook the heavens and earth sounded. A visible shockwave burst forth between the two of them and spread in all directions like a wave. Many cultivators of Blood Sun Valley were caught off guard and were sent flying by the shockwave. Worried about Suzimo's condition, the short-haired burly man, black-robed young man and the others narrowed their gazes and looked over, ignoring the dust that was blowing towards them. Chen Xianyang rode on his horse. The spear in his palm had already stopped spinning and his eyes were bloodshot. As for Suzimo, he hovered in midair and did not move at all when his fist struck the center of Chen Xuanyang's spear. The two of them seemed to have stopped. The next moment, the horse that Chen Xianyang was riding on let out a tragic cry as fresh blood spewed from its nostrils. With a thud, it sprawled on the ground. The power released by Suzimo's punch was way too ferocious. Although the horse was clad in armor, its organs were already shattered by Suzimo's punch and it could not survive. Immediately after, Chen Xianyang spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Chen Xianyang could not hold on to his spear either and it flew out of his hands, colliding against his chest. Swoosh! The heart-protecting mirror in front of his chest was shattered by the spear. Chen Xianyang shuddered. Even though he was wearing a treasure armor and blocked most of the power, his organs were still shaken violently. His spear shattered his heart-protecting mirror and was repelled, landing on the ground beside him. Instinctively, the short-haired burly man's gaze landed on the spear and his pupils constricted as he gasped. How was that a spear? The middle of the spear had already caved in deeply. From what he knew, Chen Xuanyang's dermic treasure was a superior black grade. A superior black grade dermic treasure was bent by a single punch from the green-robed cultivator and was contorted to such a state. It was almost crippled. Even if the green-robed cultivator was carrying a dark grade dermic treasure, the power released by that attack was terrifying enough. The short-haired burly man thought to himself that if he was in that position, he might not have been able to withstand that punch even if he attacked with his full strength. Chen Xianyang spat out blood and leaped down from his dying horse, retreating. Suzimo's expression was indifferent as he moved like a shadow. At the same time, Chen Xianyang slapped his storage bag and suddenly withdrew a talisman, tearing it apart without hesitation. The moment the talisman shattered, a strange power burst forth and the void around him collapsed, revealing a pitch-black cave that led to an unknown place. Transference talisman? Suzimo narrowed his eyes. In the upper world, space was extremely stable and even the power of a heaven immortal expert could not shatter the void. It was even more impossible for them to tear through the void and teleport away. The transference talisman of the lower world was useless in the upper world. Even if it was torn apart, it would not cause any ripples in the void. The fact that the transference talisman in Chen Xuanyang's hands could create a spatial tunnel in the upper world was proof of how precious it was. Su Zimo, no matter where you're hiding, as long as you're still on the Dragon Abyss Star, Blood Sun Valley will definitely take revenge for today's blood debt. And the moment the transference talisman was torn, Chen Xuanyang's figure had almost entered the pitch-black spatial tunnel. His voice sounded from the spatial tunnel with endless hatred. However, Su Zimo's reaction was even faster. The moment Chen Xinyang tore the talisman, he attacked and grabbed the ladder. Su Zimo's palm entered the pitch-black spatial tunnel and seemed to have grabbed some flesh. Exerting strength in his fingers, Su Zimo's sharp fingernails shot out like swords. With a swoosh, they pierced through the flesh and yanked outwards. Ah! Before Chen Xinyang could finish, he let out a tragic cry. Su Zimo retracted his arm. There was another arm in his palm. On the other end of the arm, flesh and bones were stuck together with fresh blood. It was a shocking sight. The black-robed young man felt his heart skip a beat. That was Chen Xuanyang's arm. Furthermore, it was torn apart by the green-robed cultivator before him. Although Chen Xinyang managed to survive, he lost an arm. It was an irreparable injury for him. In the upper world, one could only regrow a severed arm after cultivating to the Earth Essence realm. However, it was almost impossible to cultivate to the level 8 or 9 Black Essence realm on the Dragon Abyss Star, let alone the Earth Essence realm. That required immense resources and a long period of accumulation. The major factions of Dragon Abyss Star, including the leaders of the 4 Great Bandits, were only at the level 8 Black Immortal realm. Level 9 Black Immortals could only be found in Dragon Abyss City. There was no doubt about the outcome of this battle. The few Grade 6 Black Immortals of Blood Sun Valley had long escaped. The remaining cultivators of Blood Sun Valley were completely defeated by the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts and were too dispirited to fight. Even if Su Zimo did not attack, the cultivators under the command of the short-haired burly man were enough to kill everyone from Blood Sun Valley. The red-robed woman stood motionlessly in the forest, completely stunned. Right from the beginning, before she could attack, the 5,000-strong army of Blood Sun Valley was suppressed by the green-robed cultivator in the distance. However, that person was only a Grade 5 Black Immortal. When they first saw this person, they looked down on him. At that thought, the red-robed woman smiled bitterly. Back then, this person must have thought that they were nothing but a joke. Exalted Immortal, please spare us. On the battlefield, some Blood Sun Valley cultivators could not hold on any longer when they saw that they could not escape. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Su Zimo, who was standing in midair. With that, the other Blood Sun Valley cultivators followed suit and knelt down. Su Zimo frowned slightly. The cultivators of Blood Sun Valley were different from the Evil Wolf Army. The Evil Wolf Army was a heinous bunch of bandits that killed and looted. As for the cultivators of Blood Sun Valley, although many of them were treacherous people, they had not degenerated to the state of evil bandits. However, Su Zimo did not know what to do with these people if he did not kill them. There was no way he could keep this group of people by his side. Benefactor, if you don't know how to deal with this group of cultivators from Blood Sun Valley, you can leave it to us, the short-haired burly man said with a pale face and a weak expression. How are you going to deal with them? Su Zimo asked instead. The short-haired burly man said, We know a sealing technique. As long as we take away the storage bags of these cultivators and seal their cultivation realms at the level 1 Black Essence realm, we can send people to watch over them. They can be used as spirit farmers to plant immortal herbs. That was a good idea. Su Zimo nodded slightly and willed. The sword chi that was initially streaking through the air, the divine dragon with a chilling killing intent in the firmaments, and the soaring serpent that was bathed in flames suddenly froze in midair. It was like a miracle. The cultivators of Blood Sun Valley, who were initially wailing, were scared out of their wits and fell silent, not even daring to breathe heavily. The black-robed young man arrived beside the short-haired burly man and helped him up. As for the others, they began to collect the storage bags of the Blood Sun Valley cultivators under the lead of the red-robed woman. Furthermore, they used an immortal art to seal the cultivations of the group of people. Everyone from Blood Sun Valley did not dare to resist at all. Although the white sword chi and the dragon snake condensed from it were still, they did not disperse and hovered above their heads. If they made any strange movements, the sword chi would descend and kill them. In this battle, Blood Sun Valley lost close to 3,000 people. More than 1,000 people surrendered and begged for mercy. Including Chen Xianyang, there were less than 1,000 Blood Sun Valley cultivators who escaped. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness moved and he retrieved 3 storage bags from the corpses. Those 3 storage bags belonged to the 3 Grade 7 Black Immortals, the Shadowless Assassin and the other 2. Benefactor, watch out! When the short-haired burly man saw that, he seemed to have thought of something and reminded hurriedly, "That old witch's storage bag is poisoned." The short-haired burly man was referring to a silver-white storage bag that emitted a pungent fragrance. "No worries." Su Zimo smiled faintly and picked up the storage bag. He wiped away the spirit consciousness imprint on it and opened it. There were many bottles in the storage bag. Apart from some elixirs required for cultivation, there were also bottles that contained toxic poison. Su Zimo searched carefully and took out a medicine bottle. He poured out a pill and sniffed it before nodding. "This should be it." Su Zimo handed the pill to the short-haired burly man. "Take it. It can dispel the poison in your body." The short-haired burly man was extremely straightforward as well. Without hesitation, he received the pill from Su Zimo and swallowed it. A look of admiration flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. "Brother, don't." By the time the black-robed young man at the side spoke, the pill was already consumed. "Don't worry," the short-haired burly man smiled. "My benefactor won't harm me." The black-robed young man glanced at Su Zimo and muttered softly, "Even so, what if he chose the wrong pill?" "It's fine." The short-haired burly man waved it off nonchalantly. On the other hand, the black-robed young man was extremely nervous as he guarded the short-haired burly man, afraid that something might happen. Not long after the short-haired burly man consumed the pill, color returned to his face and his aura returned to normal. He was getting more energetic. The black-robed young man heaved a sigh of relief and smiled apologetically at Su Zimo, cupping his fists. "Benefactor, I'm sorry for earlier on." Su Zimo shook his head gently. He would not take such a small matter to heart. In that short period of time, the red-robed woman had already sealed more than 1,000 Blood Sun Valley cultivators and swept the battlefield clean. The red-robed woman walked over and handed Su Zimo all the dermic treasures and weapons gathered on the battlefield, as well as storage bags. "Benefactor, these are the treasures obtained from this battle. Take a look." The way the red-robed woman looked at Su Zimo was a little strange. There was curiosity, reverence, and an inexplicable brilliance. Su Zimo nodded to himself. Although the 3 of them had stopped and robbed them earlier on, they had principles. There were so many spoils of war and storage bags with countless cultivation resources, dermic treasures and weapons within. However, the red-robed woman did not even open a single storage bag and handed it over to Su Zimo without even glancing at them. Although there was a flash of envy in the eyes of the black-robed young man, he did not say anything. The short-haired burly man had a calm expression. Su Zimo did not decline and received the storage bags from the red-robed woman, putting them away. Those were things that he deserved to have. "Benefactor." After removing the poison from his body, the short-haired burly man looked like he had recovered and knelt down towards Su Zimo. At the same time, the short-haired burly man looked at the black-robed young man and red-robed woman beside him. "Second brother, little sister, hurry and greet our benefactor." Right from the beginning, it could be seen that the black-robed young man was an extremely proud person. However, he merely hesitated for a moment before kneeling down with the short-haired burly man and red-robed woman. "There's no need for that." Su Zimo reached out and lifted the short-haired burly man's arms. Initially, the short-haired burly man was determined to kneel down. However, he could not help but stand up when Su Zimo lifted him. "Benefactor, you're so strong." Yu Hao was slightly stunned. "I'm a body-tempered cultivator to begin with, and I'm 2 cultivation realms above you. Yet, I'm still unable to withstand your strength." Su Zimo smiled and did not explain. Waving his sleeves gently, He brought the black-robed young man and red-robed woman up as well. The black-robed young man cupped his fists towards Suzimo. Benefactor, I'll take back what I said at the beginning. Given your capabilities, you're enough to reach Dragon Abyss City. My name is Suzimo. You can just address me as fellow Taoist? Suzimo asked. How should I address the three of you? My name is Yu Hao. The short-haired burly man pointed to the black-robed young man beside him. This is Xin Fei and that's Gu Wenjun. The three of us are sworn siblings. The red-robed woman named Gu Wenjun lowered her head slightly and frowned in deep thought, saying softly, Suzimo. That name sounds familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere before. Xin Fei said, It's strange. When we first saw fellow Taoist Su, I found him familiar as well. Oh, Suzimo raised his brow. He had only been on the Dragon Abyss Star for less than 10 years. Apart from staying in Snow Wind Ridge for a year, he had been dormant in the desolate lands the entire time and had definitely not seen the three of them before. Ah! Right then, Gu Wenjun exclaimed softly, I got it! She raised her head and looked at Suzimo with shock in her eyes. Fellow Taoist, what have you thought of? Suzimo asked. Taking a deep breath of air, Gu Wenjun said, Fellow Taoist Su, you might not know it yet, but for the past 10 years, you've been hunted down by the evil wolf army. Just news of you alone is worth 10,000 essence condensation pills. Your life is even worth 100,000 essence condensation pills. Yu Hao and Xin Fei were enlightened as well as they recalled where they had seen Suzimo before. Back in Dragon Abyss City, the three of them had seen a portrait of Suzimo. Of course, the portrait merely resembled him and could not depict a fraction of the actual person's aura. That's why the three of them could not recall it right away. The evil wolf army of the past was completely annihilated. The only one who could provide that portrait was Blood Sun Valley. Fellow Taoist Su, how did you end up offending the evil wolf army? Xin Fei asked curiously. Pondering for a moment, Suzimo recounted the robbery of everyone from Snow Wind Ridge 10 years ago. Furthermore, he recounted everything he had heard about Blood Sun Valley's Chun Shenyang colluding with the evil wolf army. Humph! Yu Hao clenched his fists. Fellow Taoist Su, Chun Shenyang is not the only one. The entire Blood Sun Valley has been in cahoots with the evil wolf army. Immediately after, Yu Hao recounted the past. Actually, Suzimo had heard about this from Xia Qingying before as well. Back then, there were three major factions on the Dragon Abyss Star that wanted to join forces to destroy the evil wolf army. The three major factions were Sky Pillar Stronghold, Wind Cloud Gang, and Honor Villa. However, news of it leaked out. Although the evil wolf army was defeated, their leader managed to escape death and survive. After this calamity, the cultivation of this leader had increased significantly. Before long, he made a comeback and the evil wolf army was resurrected as well. Thereafter, the evil wolf army launched a frenzied revenge on the three factions. At that time, the second of the four great bandits, the Goshawk Gang, joined forces with the evil wolf army. Under normal circumstances, even if the two of them joined forces, it would be difficult for them to destroy the three major factions. Unexpectedly, at that time, the great protector of the Sky Pillar Stronghold betrayed them and ambushed to kill the Stronghold Lord of Sky Pillar Stronghold. Thereafter, he faked an order from the Stronghold Lord of Sky Pillar Stronghold to invite the gang leader of Wind Cloud Gang, as well as the Villa Master of Honor Villa over with an ambush set up. The gang leader of Wind Cloud Gang, as well as the Villa Master of Honor Villa, both died in the ensuing battle. With the leaders of the three major factions dead one after another, the morale of the factions was in chaos and their forces scattered like sand. Under such circumstances, the great protector of Sky Pillar Stronghold, the evil wolf army, and the Goshawk Gang worked together and destroyed the three factions before long. In that battle, blood flowed like rivers and flames raged everywhere as wails could be heard. Countless cultivators died. Countless women were abducted by the evil wolf army and the Goshawk Gang and met tragic fates. At the mention of the past, Yu Hao's voice turned increasingly grim. Xin Fei and Gu Wenjun's eyes were bloodshot as well, revealing deep hatred in their eyes. The hundreds of cultivators under their lead gathered around them with sorrowful expressions, as though they recalled something. Su Zimo was silent. Duan Tianliang asked, "What happened after that?" Shen Fei laughed mockingly and continued. Later on, the great protector of Sky Pillar Stronghold established a new faction in these ruins, the current Blood Sun Valley. The great protector who betrayed his master is the Valley Master of Blood Sun Valley today. Many cultivators of Blood Sun Valley were surprised. This was the first time they had heard of this. This was completely different from what they knew. Gu Wenjun said, "After all these years, apart from those who escaped back then, not many people remember that bloody battle and know the truth of the past." Su Zimo said, "The three of you are the descendants of the leaders of the three major factions, right?" "No." Yu Hao shook his head. "Indeed, I'm from the Sky Pillar Stronghold. Second brother was from Wind Cloud Gang and my younger sister was from Honor Villa. However, we're not the descendants of the three leaders. In that battle, the descendants of the three leaders were killed by the Evil Wolf Army, the Goshawk Gang and the Valley Master of Blood Sun Valley. We're just the lucky ones among the three factions who managed to survive. We're the ones who want the Valley Master of Blood Sun Valley, the Evil Wolf Army and the Goshawk Gang to pay with their blood." Duan Tianliang said, "No wonder you guys wanted to ambush Blood Sun Valley. So, there's such a deep feud." Yu Hao said, "Fellow Taoist Su, although we're considered bandits, right from the beginning, we've never snatched anything from other cultivators or factions. We're only enemies with Blood Sun Valley, the Evil Wolf Army and the Goshawk Gang." Su Zimo nodded. That was clear from the fact that they did not attack him right away. Furthermore, even if Yu Hao suspected Su Zimo, he did not kill him immediately. Instead, he merely sent people to watch over Su Zimo. After the battle broke out, when she saw that the situation was not right, Gu Wenjun even let them off so that they could escape for their lives. All signs indicated that these people were completely different from the way the Evil Wolf Army and Blood Sun Valley conducted themselves. Su Zimo asked, "Are these the only people you have?" "Of course not," Yu Hao said. "We also have a stronghold called the Sun Vanquishing Stronghold. Most of the people are planting immortal herbs in the stronghold. However, we move once every 100 years to prevent ourselves from being targeted by the Evil Wolf Army." Shen Fei said, "Fellow Taoist Su, you might not know this, but Blood Sun Valley has been working with the Evil Wolf Army all these years. When they head to Dragon Abyss City, the Evil Wolf Army won't attack their merchant group, and the two parties will split the essence condensation pills evenly. As long as it's not a merchant group from Blood Sun Valley, the Evil Wolf Army will massacre and loot wildly. No one will be able to reach Dragon Abyss City alive. With that, the factions nearby Blood Sun Valley can only head to Blood Sun Valley to exchange for essence condensation pills." Su Zimo nodded. Snow Wind Ridge was one of those factions. In Blood Sun Valley, one could only exchange for an essence condensation pill with 100 essence nourishing grass and rain frost flower. However, Snow Wind Ridge had no other choice but to exchange for it in Blood Sun Valley. The path to Dragon Abyss City was blocked by the combined forces of Blood Sun Valley and the Evil Wolf Army. Even if the exchange rate was 1,000 immortal herbs for a single pill, the other factions would have to endure it, let alone 100 to 1. "Fellow Taoist Su, have you been to Dragon Abyss City?" Yu Hao asked. Su Zimo shook his head. Yu Hao said, "If you don't mind, the three of us siblings are willing to accompany you to Dragon Abyss City to take a look. We can also lead the way for you. Don't you guys have to punish these prisoners?" Su Zimo looked at the 1,000-odd cultivators of Blood Sun Valley who had surrendered. Shen Fei said, "Fellow Taoist, you don't have to worry. These captured prisoners have their cultivations sealed. With us hundreds of brothers watching over them, nothing will go wrong." "That's good too," Su Zimo nodded. Be it him or Duan Tianliang, neither of them were familiar with Dragon Abyss City. It was not bad to have Yu Hao and the other two as guides. Yu Hao instructed the few cultivators behind him to escort the captured prisoners of Blood Sun Valley back to Sun Vanquishing Stronghold before heading towards Dragon Abyss City with Su Zimo and the others. At the same time, in Blood Sun Valley, in the courtyard of Chun Xuanyang's residence, the void collapsed and a dark spatial tunnel appeared. A figure drenched in blood fell out with disheveled hair and a severed arm. Many servants in the residence were shocked. "Who is there? You've trespassed into Blood Sun Valley," someone shouted. "Hurry and call my father." The blood-stained figure tried his best to raise his head and growled. Everyone focused their gazes and their expressions changed. "Young master! Young master!" Everyone swarmed forward hurriedly to help Chen Xianyang up. That move touched the wound on Chen Xuanyang's broken arm. Chen Xuanyang's face turned even paler as he trembled in pain. "Hurry and call my father over." A servant retreated hurriedly and ran outside. Before long, a middle-aged man in blood-colored armor strode over with a dark expression. The middle-aged man was the current Valley Master of Blood Sun Valley. Behind him were two old men, both protectors of Blood Sun Valley. When the Valley Master of Blood Sun Valley saw Chen Xianyang in such a state, he could not help but narrow his eyes. The temperature of the entire residence dipped, and the atmosphere turned extremely tense. The air seemed to have frozen. "Xianyang, what's going on?" the Valley Master of Blood Sun Valley asked slowly with a cold voice. "Father!" Chen Xianyang took a few steps and knelt in front of the Valley Master of Blood Sun Valley with a thud, saying tragically, "My arm was ripped off. Father, you have to seek justice and take revenge for me." The Valley Master of Blood Sun Valley took out an elixir from his storage bag and fed it to Chen Xianyang. Chen Xuanyang's face regained some color and the wound on his broken arm showed signs of clotting. However, the pain from his wound was still excruciating. "Tell me slowly, what happened?" the Valley Master of Blood Sun Valley asked in a deep voice. "Don't you have Shadowless and the other two by your side? How did the survivors of Sky Pillar Stronghold injure you?" "Father, the three of them are dead," Chen Xianyang said. "What?" The Valley Master of Blood Sun Valley was shocked. The 3 Grade 7 Black Immortals were protectors in Blood Sun Valley. They were not to be underestimated even in the entire Dragon Abyss Star. The death of 3 Grade 7 Black Immortals was a huge loss for Blood Sun Valley. Chen Xianyang laughed bitterly. "I don't think many people from the 5,000-strong army survived this time round. I only managed to escape alive after tearing the transference talisman you gave me." Bang! When the Valley Master of Blood Sun Valley heard that, he was enraged and attacked, smashing the head of a servant beside Chen Xianyang. Although the servant was also a Grade 3 Black Immortal, he died on the spot from the Valley Master's wrath. The other servants were scared out of their wits and knelt on the ground, trembling. Blood Sun Valley was indeed one of the 8 major factions of Dragon Abyss Star, and there were tens of thousands of troops stationed in the valley. Even so, the loss of 5,000 people and 3 Grade 7 Black Immortals was an unacceptable loss for Blood Sun Valley. Furthermore, this was a huge blow to Blood Sun Valley's reputation. "Valley Master, please calm down. It's better to listen to the young master explain what happened." The old man on the left of the Valley Master of Blood Sun Valley lowered his head and persuaded softly. The 2 old men were the left and right protectors of Blood Sun Valley. Their cultivation realms were at the peak of level 7 Black Essence Realm, and their combat strength was second only to the Valley Master of Blood Sun Valley. "It's Su Zimo." The figure of the green-robed cultivator flashed through Chen Xuanyang's mind as he grit his teeth. Shadowless and the other 2 were ambushed by Su Zimo. If not for that person's sudden appearance, I would have wiped out all the survivors of Sky Pillar Stronghold long ago. "What, Su Zimo?" The Valley Master of Blood Sun Valley frowned slightly and asked, "Who is that? Why haven't I heard of him before?" The Valley Master of Blood Sun Valley did not take the incident 10 years ago to heart and naturally would not care about a Grade 4 Black Immortal. The left protector pondered for a moment and asked, "The person who killed all 500 of the Evil Wolf army 10 years ago, right?" "That's him," Chen Xianyang said hatefully. The right protector frowned slightly. "So it's him. I have some impression of him. A few years ago, the Evil Wolf army even issued a bounty for his life, but they could not find him. To think that he would appear again. Something's wrong." Suddenly, the left protector asked, 10 years ago, he was only a Grade 4 Black Immortal. In just 10 years, he broke through 3 cultivation realms in succession and cultivated to Grade 7. "No," Chen Xianyang said hurriedly. "He's only a Grade 5 Black Immortal. The reason why he was able to kill Shadowless and the others was because of his sneak attacks and some strange methods. He broke through to the level 5 Black Essence realm in 10 years. That's a terrifying speed, the right protector said softly. The left protector nodded as well. No matter what methods he used, he's not simple to be able to kill 3 grade 7 Black Immortals across 2 cultivation realms. Xianxia lamented. Father, my arm was torn off by this Su Zimo. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I wouldn't have been able to see you right now. Father, I'm going to kill him. I'm going to make him pay with blood. The Valley Master of Blood Sun Valley pondered for a long time before saying slowly, Send this news to the evil wolf army. The left protector's eyes lit up. Valley Master, you're wise. Given the methods of the evil wolf army, they'll definitely search wildly for that person after receiving this news. Even without us stepping in, that person will definitely die. The Valley Master of Blood Sun Valley continued. Additionally, Protector Shui, make a trip to Dragon Abyss City personally. That person has obtained many spoils of war and treasures, and there's a high chance he's heading to Dragon Abyss City. If the evil wolf army can't kill him, bring his head to me. Riding on the big yellow dog, Su Zimo headed towards Dragon Abyss City with Yu Hao, Xin Fei and Gu Wenjun. Along the way, Su Zimo took a rough look at the rewards he obtained from killing the Blood Sun Valley cultivators and was secretly delighted. There were more than 3,000 dark-grade dermic treasures in those storage bags. There were around 120,000 essence condensation pills in the storage bags. In the storage bags of the 3 grade 7 Black Immortals, Su Zimo even found 13 essence spirit stones. He learned from Yu Hao and the other 2 that 1 essence spirit stone could be exchanged for 10,000 essence condensation pills on the Dragon Abyss Star. He had benefited immensely this time round. Even without going to the Dragon Abyss Star to exchange for essence condensation pills, the 120,000 essence condensation pills were enough for Su Zimo to cultivate for a period of time. Of course, Su Zimo did not change his plans and still intended to head to Dragon Abyss City to take a look. The only pity was that Chun Shenyang managed to escape. There must be even more treasures and cultivation resources in Chen Xuanyang's storage bag. The immortal herbs transported by Blood Sun Valley this time round were also in Chen Xuanyang's storage bag. Unfortunately, Su Zimo did not manage to snatch them away. Along the way, Su Zimo learned a lot about the upper world from Yu Hao and the other 2. According to Yu Hao, the Dragon Abyss Star belonged to Green Cloud County. Green Cloud County was a county under the jurisdiction of the Great Gene Country. Within the jurisdiction of Green Cloud County, there were more than 100 cities like Dragon Abyss City. A single Dragon Abyss City ruled over the entire Dragon Abyss Star. One could imagine how vast the region ruled by the 100-odd cities was. However, those 100-odd cities were only equal to a single Green Cloud County. Green Cloud County alone was many times larger than Tianhuang mainland. It was hard to imagine the scale of the entire Great Gene Country. The Great Gene Country was far away in the starry skies above the gigantic shadow. According to Yu Hao, the shadow was an endless mainland. What they could see from the Dragon Abyss Star was only the tip of the iceberg. The Great Gene Country was on that mainland. Gu Wenjun said, basically, all the cultivators on the Dragon Abyss Star want to leave this place and step foot on that land. I heard that the Heaven and Earth Essence Chi in the other cities of Great Gene Country's Green Cloud County is much richer than here, and their cultivation speed will be much faster. Su Zimo asked, what are the conditions required to leave the Dragon Abyss Star? The Dragon Abyss Star was thousands of kilometers away from the Great Gene Country. Only Heaven Immortal experts could cross the galaxy. However, Xia Qingying had once told him that there was a teleportation formation in Dragon Abyss City that could teleport cultivators to the mainland at the end of the starry skies. Yu Hao replied, there are 2 ways to leave the Dragon Abyss Star. The first is to cultivate to the level 9 Black Essence realm. After you become a grade 9 Black Immortal, you can head to the City Lord's residence in Dragon Abyss City. At that time, someone will naturally send you to the Great Gene Country. Su Zimo nodded. From the looks of it, a grade 9 Black Immortal was already the strongest expert on the Dragon Abyss Star. Yu Hao had just said that the City Lord of Dragon Abyss City was a grade 9 black immortal. However, it was almost impossible for one to cultivate to a grade 9 black immortal on the Dragon Abyss star where heaven and earth essence chi as well as cultivation resources were scarce. Yu Hao continued, the second method is to spend 100 essence spirit stones. 100 essence spirit stones. Su Zimo frowned slightly. 10,000 essence condensation pills could only be exchanged for 1 essence spirit stone. 100 essence spirit stones was equivalent to 1 million essence condensation pills. However, how could ordinary cultivators possess so many essence condensation pills? More importantly, essence condensation pills were a necessary cultivation resource for black immortals to begin with. If cultivators wanted to raise their cultivation realms as soon as possible, they would have to consume essence condensation pills. As such, it was almost impossible for them to accumulate 1 million essence condensation pills. Even after destroying nearly 5,000 troops of Blood Sun Valley, Su Zimo only obtained 120,000 essence condensation pills. That was 12 essence spirit stones. Including the 13 essence spirit stones, he only had 25 in total. Su Zimo said, this second method is not much different from the first. It's difficult for ordinary cultivators to achieve. You're right, fellow Taoist. Yu Hao smiled bitterly. Only a major faction like Blood Sun Valley on the Dragon Abyss Star can accumulate 100 essence spirit stones after a long period of accumulation. Ordinary cultivators like us have no hope for life. After traveling day and night for about half a month, they finally arrived at Dragon Abyss City. Looking at the city from afar, it was like a gigantic ancient beast that stood on the horizon in an extremely shocking manner. Before long, Su Zimo and the others arrived. The city walls of the ancient city were about 100 feet tall and were made from gigantic green rocks that were filled with age. Xin Fei said, on the Dragon Abyss Star, a height of 90 feet is the limit of the Black Essence Realm's ability to soar through the air. Therefore, the city walls of Dragon Abyss City are only 100 feet tall. In the upper world, not only was the space stable and the ground hard, even the gravity released by the ground was extremely strong. Although black immortals could soar through the air, they could not fly too high. Furthermore, the toll on their essence chi was immense. Even a grade 9 black immortal could only ascend to a height of 90 feet. With that, the cultivators of the Dragon Abyss Star could only enter the city through the gigantic city gate that resembled the mouth of a ferocious beast. On both sides of the city gate stood more than 10 guards with sabers hanging on their waists. All of them had cold expressions and stopped everyone from entering the city to question them. The guards had different cultivation realms and most of them were at grade 6 or 7. Yu Hao said, everyone has to pay 1,000 essence condensation pills before entering the city. The guards will give each of us a badge. With this badge, you can stay in Dragon Abyss City for a day. This badge will disappear a day later. If you want to continue staying in Dragon Abyss City, you'll have to pay 1,000 essence condensation pills. Otherwise, you'll be kicked out by the guards of Dragon Abyss City. Good Lord! 1,000 essence condensation pills for a single day in Dragon Abyss City. Duan Tianliang muttered, this is daylight robbery. Everyone stood far away and had yet to arrive at the city gate. However, Duan Tianliang's words were heard by a city guard. The guard glanced over coldly with an icy expression. Duan Tianliang was shocked and shrank his neck. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo said, let's go into the city. All right, Yu Hao and the others agreed. Su Zimo said, you guys accompanied me here this time round. I'll pay for the essence condensation pills for your trip into the city. Su Zimo had gained a lot from destroying the army of Blood Sun Valley this time round. He had also obtained a lot of useful information from Yu Hao and the other two, and it was only logical for him to provide the essence condensation pills. Yu Hao and the other two hesitated and were about to decline. Su Zimo had already taken out some essence condensation pills from his storage bag and handed them to the guard at the city gate. Su Zimo had a total of 5 people for this trip, and he had to fork out 5,000 essence condensation pills. He handed over the storage bag with the essence condensation pills. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Exalted Immortal. Please let us through. There are 6,000 essence condensation pills inside. When the guard heard Duan Tianliang's grumble earlier on, there was a high chance he would come and make things difficult for them. Su Zimo did not want to get into a conflict with the guards of Dragon Abyss City. Right now, entering the city was the most important thing for him. Initially, the guard wanted to make things difficult for Su Zimo's group. However, when he heard Su Zimo's voice transmission, his expression softened as he nodded to the latter. Little cultivator, you sure are tactful. The person did not say much and condensed 5 badges with an immortal art, handing them to Su Zimo. You're only allowed to stay in Dragon Abyss City for a day. Go on in. Su Zimo received the badge and expressed his thanks before entering Dragon Abyss City with you, Hao and the others. Compared to the deserted city outside, Dragon Abyss City was extremely lively. The moment Su Zimo and the others entered the city, they saw many cultivators selling talismans, dermic treasures, and cultivation techniques on both sides of the road. Everywhere everyone could see, there were all sorts of cultivators. The gigantic city was bustling with people. There's only a single city in the true sense of the word on the entire Dragon Abyss Star. Many cultivators on the Dragon Abyss Star will try their best to gather here like a marketplace. Yu Hao said amidst the clamor, essence condensation pills are considered as currency here. If you want to purchase something, you can exchange it with essence condensation pills. Gu Wenjun said, fighting is not allowed in Dragon Abyss City. The moment anyone makes a move, the city guards will arrive and chase the cultivators out. If the situation is serious, the city guards might even kill the troublemakers on the spot. Xin Fei continued, if you want to fight, there will be a night marketplace in Dragon Abyss City after night falls. Pausing for a moment, Xin Fei winked at Su Zimo and gave a strange laugh. There's everything there. I heard that as long as you spend enough essence condensation pills, there will also be some beauties. Cough. At the side, Gu Wenjun's expression darkened as she coughed gently. Let's get back to proper business. Xin Fei retracted his smile hurriedly and said sternly, an auction will be held in the night marketplace. There will be many precious and rare treasures at the auction. After the auction, an arena will be set up. As long as both parties agree to it, they can even fight to the death. Su Zimo frowned slightly and asked, Dragon Abyss City isn't going to interfere in this night marketplace? No. Yu Hao shook his head. I heard that many of the guards and exalted immortals of Dragon Abyss City would head to the night marketplace occasionally to relax. Su Zimo nodded and chatted with Yu Hao and the others as they walked, glancing casually at the stalls on both sides of the road. Suddenly, Su Zimo focused his gaze and stopped in front of a stall. He squatted down and looked over. Yu Hao and the others watched from the side as well. The stall owner was a middle-aged man. There were some talismans, dermic treasures, elixirs, and even some rocks and minerals. Fellow Taoist, what do you fancy? The middle-aged stall owner asked. Su Zimo picked up an inferior black-grade dermic treasure and examined it carefully, seemingly pleased. After looking at it for a moment, Su Zimo asked, fellow Taoist, how much is this dermic treasure? Although this sword is an inferior black grade, it's extremely sharp and is top tier among the inferior black grades. The middle-aged stall owner said, that sword is worth at least 20,000 essence condensation pills. You're really asking for a lot. At the side, Xin Fei could not take it anymore and sneered. The price of an inferior black-grade dermic treasure is 10,000 essence condensation pills. Stop bluffing. Do you really think we don't know the market price? My sword is different. The middle-aged stall owner blushed when his thoughts were exposed, but he still braced himself and argued. Su Zimo shook his head gently and pretended to be troubled, sighing. 20,000 essence condensation pills is indeed a little expensive. Thereafter, Su Zimo put down the sword and looked at other things. He picked up a turtle shell the size of a face in a seemingly casual manner and asked with a frown, fellow Taoist, what is this? Ah! The middle-aged stall owner glanced at it. This turtle shell has an extraordinary background. I obtained it by chance in an ancient ruin. Stop exaggerating. Xin Fei sneered. So, All your items have such a powerful background. Su Zimo frowned. I injected heaven and earth essence chi into this turtle shell, but why isn't it moving at all? What's the use of this thing? Fellow Taoist, you don't know? The middle-aged stall owner said. If we can discover the secret behind a natural oddity as such casually, it would be worthless. For treasures as such, you have to buy them before examining them carefully. Only then will you be able to comprehend the secrets within. Oh! Su Zimo smiled and asked in a seemingly casual manner, how much is this turtle shell? Just as the middle-aged stall owner was about to speak, he rolled his eyes. If you buy that sword for 20,000 essence condensation pills, I'll give you this turtle shell as a gift. Brother Su, let's go. When Yu Hao saw that Su Zimo seemed like he was about to be tricked, he did not care much and greeted Su Zimo as a brother before pulling him away. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo took out a storage bag and threw it in front of the middle-aged stall owner. 20,000 essence condensation pills. I'll buy it. The middle-aged stall owner was stunned and could not believe it. He opened the storage bag and saw that there were indeed 20,000 essence condensation pills. He had picked up the turtle shell casually and it was completely useless. The price of that sword was around 10,000 essence condensation pills. To think that this refined cultivator would be so easily tricked into spending 20,000 essence condensation pills to purchase an inferior black-grade dermic treasure. At that thought, the middle-aged stall owner put away the 20,000 essence condensation pills hurriedly and tossed the sword and turtle shell to Su Zimo. He was afraid that Su Zimo would renege on his words. Sigh! When they saw that, Yu Hao and the other two exchanged glances and could only sigh helplessly. Now that the transaction was already done, it was useless even if they wanted to persuade him. Hold on. Right then, a feminine voice sounded not far away. Immediately after, a young man charged over and reached out, grabbing the turtle shell that was thrown towards Su Zimo. From the looks of it, he wanted to fight for the turtle shell. Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo harumphed coldly and tapped the young man on the wrist gently. Right now, he could not release any divine powers or secret skills in Dragon Abyss City. However, that single finger was no different from a divine weapon with a sharp edge. Realizing how powerful he was, the young man's expression changed and he retracted his hand hurriedly. Su Zimo conveniently kept the turtle shell in his palm and placed it in his storage bag, glaring at the young man coldly. The fight between Su Zimo and the young man was extremely short and they separated before they even made contact. Although it attracted many gazes, it did not cause much of a stir. Yu Hao and the others looked at the young man opposite them and their expressions changed slightly in shock. Fellow Taoist Su, this is the young master of Black Een Mountain. Ding Yu. Be careful. Yu Hao sent a voice transmission to Su Zimo hurriedly. Black Een Mountain was one of the 8 major factions of the Dragon Abyss Star and was on par with Blood Sun Valley. Ding Yu's Cultivation realm was at the level 6 Black Essence realm. However, there was a grade 7 Black Immortal guarding him. The person looked at Su Zimo with an unfriendly expression. Behind the two of them were more than 10 grade 5 and 6 Black Immortals of Black Een Mountain. Shen Fei sent a voice transmission as well. This person is not to be trifled with. It's best to avoid conflict with him. Beside Ding Yu stood a young woman with fair skin. Her eyes shone with a divine light and she had a refined aura that shone brightly. Although this young woman was a grade 6 Black Immortal, she stood shoulder to shoulder with Ding Yu. Be it in terms of aura or status, she seemed different from the guards of Black Een Mountain. An old man stood behind the young woman, lowering his head. He was expressionless and was also a grade 7 Black Immortal. Gu Wenjun's gaze swept past the young woman's waist and froze slightly. That woman might be from Heavenly Fire Palace. Gu Wenjun sent a voice transmission secretly. Furthermore, from the looks of it, that woman has a high status in the Heavenly Fire Palace. To think that she would have a grade 7 Black Immortal as her guard. Similar to Black Een Mountain and Blood Sun Valley, Heavenly Fire Palace was one of the 8 major factions. You don't recognize me? Ding Yu glared at Su Zimo coldly and asked. Su Zimo replied indifferently. The young master of Black Een Mountain. I've just heard of your name. Very good. Ding Yu nodded. Since that's the case, hand over that turtle shell. Don't worry, I won't let you take a loss. Earlier on, you bought an inferior black-grade sword and that turtle shell and spent 20,000 essence condensation pills. Ding Yu took out a storage bag and said, there are 40,000 essence condensation pills in this storage bag. I don't want that inferior black-grade sword. I only want that turtle shell. With that said, Ding Yu tossed the storage bag in his hands towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he sidestepped and dodged. The storage bag with the 40,000 essence condensation pills fell to the ground. Ding Yu's expression darkened as he narrowed his eyes. What's the meaning of this? Nothing much, Su Zimo said. I don't want to sell this turtle shell. Ding Yu's gaze was cold as he said icily, Lad, you must have a death wish. Right then, the young woman beside Ding Yu took a step forward and cupped her fists towards Su Zimo. Fellow Taoist, I'm Zhang Li of Heavenly Fire Palace. How much do you want to sell this turtle shell for? So that's Zhang Li. No wonder she has such an aura. Who is she? Although the daughter of the Palace Lord of Heavenly Fire Palace is a woman, I heard that she obtained the legacy of the Palace Lord and has never tasted defeat at the level 6 Black Essence realm. The crowd discussed. Little Li, don't say anything more to him. Don't worry. I'll definitely help you get that turtle shell, Ding Yu said in a deep voice. Su Zimo ignored Ding Yu and said to Zhang Li, I'm sorry, but I don't want to sell this turtle shell. A look of disappointment flashed through Zhang Li's eyes, but she did not insist. Right then, a group of guards from Dragon Abyss City walked over. They wore armor and wielded spears with cold expressions. The guards opened up a path with their spears, separating the crowd instantly. Who's causing trouble? The leader had a dignified expression and a sharp gaze as he looked at Su Zimo, Ding Yu and the others before asking slowly. Su Zimo swept his spirit consciousness and saw that the leader of the guards was at the level 8 Black Essence realm. So, it's Commander Lu. When Ding Yu caught sight of that person, his earlier arrogance vanished instantly as he revealed a pandering smile. He closed in and bowed. Greetings, Commander Lu. I'm Ding Yu. Long time no see. This is a small gift as a token of my respect. Please accept it, Commander Lu. As he said that, Ding Yu took out a storage bag and handed it over. Commander Lu received it naturally and opened the storage bag to take a look. Nodding his head in satisfaction, he flipped his palm and kept it. Su Zimo frowned slightly. To think that a commander of Dragon Abyss City would receive a gift from Ding Yu in front of everyone without caring about the gazes of others. As for the surrounding cultivators, they had calm expressions, as though they were already used to this. Fellow Taoist Su, don't offend the guards of Dragon Abyss City. When Yu Hao saw that Su Zimo's expression was amiss, he hurriedly reminded with a voice transmission. Although Dragon Abyss City is a remote city under the jurisdiction of Green Cloud County, it's also under the jurisdiction of the Great Gene Country. We can't afford to offend it. Many of these guard commanders are native exalted immortals. In their eyes, our lives are like ants that can be crushed at will. Su Zimo remained silent. Even without Yu Hao's reminder, he would not provoke this Commander Lu. On the one hand, Commander Lu's cultivation realm was at the level 8 Black Essence realm. On the other hand, this was Dragon Abyss City. He would be courting death by offending a commander of Dragon Abyss City here. Even with his capabilities, he could not escape unscathed. After accepting Ding Yu's storage bag, Commander Lu's expression softened as he asked, "What's going on here?" Ding Yu smiled hurriedly. Reporting to Commander Lu, "It's just a small matter. The transaction in the city is conducted on a first-come, first-served basis. Initially, I took a liking to an item. To think that this blind fool would buy that item while I was distracted. Fellow Taoist, you're twisting the facts." Yu Hao stood out and said in a deep voice, "You weren't here when we were talking to this stall owner. Is that so? Why don't you ask the stall owner who came first?" Ding Yu sneered and turned to look at the middle-aged stall owner with a threatening gaze. The middle-aged stall owner lamented internally. He knew that Su Zimo and the others were the ones who bought it first. However, the situation was pressing and Ding Yu had the support of Commander Lu. As such, he did not dare to tell the truth and merely stammered with a troubled expression. Suddenly, Commander Lu said, "All right, this isn't a big deal. If you guys insist on your opinions, you can head to the night marketplace and fight. The item will belong to whoever that wins. That will be fair for all of you." Commotion broke out in the crowd. On the surface, Commander Lu said that it was fair. However, if they were to fight in the night marketplace, life and death was not an issue. Furthermore, Su Zimo was at level 5 of the Black Essence realm while Ding Yu was at level 6. No matter how one looked at it, this was not a fair fight. "I'm fine with that," Ding Yu agreed excitedly. "Do you have a problem?" Commander Lu looked at Su Zimo and said indifferently, "If you refuse, hand that thing over and return it to Ding Yu right now. Are you going to fight personally?" Su Zimo shifted his gaze towards Ding Yu, who was not far away. Ding Yu raised his head slightly and said proudly, "Of course, I'll personally retrieve what belongs to me and give it to little Li." Su Zimo nodded without hesitation. "Sure." Yu Hao and the others remained silent. They had witnessed Su Zimo's capabilities personally. Even in a head-on fight, Ding Yu might not be a match for Su Zimo. Ding Yu was extremely confident and did not take Su Zimo seriously. In his opinion, the reason why Su Zimo agreed so readily was because he had no other choice under the pressure of Commander Lu. Commander Lu nodded slightly in satisfaction. In his eyes, be it Ding Yu or Su Zimo, they were just two lowlifes. However, Ding Yu was a tactful lowlife. Cultivation was boring, especially on the remote Dragon Abyss star in Green Cloud County. Even as the guards of Great Gene Country, they did not have much entertainment. Watching lowlifes fight one another to the death was one of their few pleasures. "That green-robed cultivator looks familiar." Right then, a voice sounded from the crowd. Immediately after, another person said, "That seems to be the person with the bounty from the evil wolf army. His name is Su Zimo." "Indeed, there's a resemblance. That's him," the crowd discussed. At that moment, countless gazes landed on Su Zimo. There was heat, hostility, greed, killing intent and pity. Any black immortal would be tempted by the bounty of 100,000 essence condensation pills. More and more cultivators gathered. Under the gazes of so many people, Yu Hao and the others who were standing beside Su Zimo felt waves of pressure and panicked. It was hard to imagine the pressure that Su Zimo was under at the center of the storm. Everyone looked at Su Zimo instinctively and their hearts skipped a beat. Even under such circumstances, Su Zimo's expression was calm, as though he could not sense the hostile gazes. This person's temperament and courage are truly rare. In the crowd, a yellow-robed woman nodded slightly and said softly, "There were more than 10 cultivators surrounding the yellow-robed lady, protecting her." Behind the yellow-robed lady stood a middle-aged burly man. He looked strong and energetic. "Mistress, you are right. He is indeed unusual," the middle-aged burly man said softly. There was another group of people not far away from the yellow-robed woman. The person in the middle was also a beautiful woman. She looked like she had a prominent status and was protected by everyone. She wore a light blue dress that reached the ground and her eyes shone with lightning. The blue-dressed woman seemed to have heard what the yellow-robed woman said and suddenly smiled. "Sister Su is right. Unfortunately, his cultivation realm is a little low. Now that he offended Ding Yu and is hunted down by the evil wolf army, he's truly not worth befriending." The yellow-robed lady smiled and did not argue. Instead, she asked, "Sister Yuan, are you here for that thing as well?" "That's for sure." The blue-dressed woman smiled. "Isn't it the reason why the 8 major factions are gathered in Dragon Abyss City at this time?" The yellow-robed lady replied, "Not exactly. From what I know, no one from Blood Sun Valley came. Sister Su, I'll see you at the night workshop. I hope you can show mercy then," the blue-dressed woman said and turned to leave. The conversation between the two of them was impossible to distinguish in the noisy crowd. However, Su Zimo possessed the Green Lotus true body and his hearing was terrifying. He caught the conversation between the two of them clearly in the noisy crowd. Although their conversation was short, it revealed a lot of information. This time round, it was as though a treasure had appeared and was about to be auctioned at the night marketplace. As such, the 8 major factions of Dragon Abyss Star were gathered. From the looks of it, the 8 major factions placed great importance on that treasure. The people sent over were also important figures of the major factions. Ding Yu, Jiang Li and Chen Xianyang, who had his arm severed by Su Zimo, were all the young masters and daughters of the major factions. So, it's you. When Ding Yu heard the discussions around him, he could not help but burst into laughter. Seems like the bounty of 100,000 essence condensation pills is mine. Ha 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 ha. To Ding Yu, Su Zimo was already a dead man. You had better not leave the city? Ding Yu looked at Su Zimo with a smile. There are countless eyes watching you right now. Once you leave, I guarantee that you'll be torn into pieces by many cultivators. You'll only have a chance of survival if you fight me in the night marketplace. With that said, Ding Yu burst into laughter and left smugly. As he had said, he was not worried that Su Zimo would leave Dragon Abyss City. Now that Su Zimo's identity was exposed, countless people wanted to attack him for the bounty of 100,000 essence condensation pills from the evil wolf army. No one could attack in Dragon Abyss City. However, once they left Dragon Abyss City, they could kill at will even at the city gate. With Ding Yu's departure, the crowd dispersed as well. However, in reality, there were still many cultivators lingering around the vicinity, watching Su Zimo's movements. Yu Hao and the others had grim expressions. The current situation was extremely disadvantageous for them. Even if they could survive the calamity of the night marketplace, they would be hunted down by many cultivators the moment they left Dragon Abyss City. Fellow Taoist Su. Right then, a soft cry sounded from behind Su Zimo. Su Zimo looked back. Not far away, a group of cultivators walked over. Their leader was dressed in yellow robes and had a faint smile on her face as she cupped his fists towards Su Zimo. Yu Hao glanced at the patterns on the sleeves of the cultivators and said softly with a focused gaze, "These are people from Twin Dragon Sect." Twin Dragon Sect, one of the 8 major factions. Twin Dragon Sect was established by 2 Grade 8 Black Immortals. It was said that the 2 of them were sworn siblings and had some dragon blood flowing through their bodies. They were extremely strong. All major factions on the Dragon Abyss Star typically had unique emblems on their attires and badges. There was a divine dragon tattooed on each sleeve of those from Twin Dragon Sect. What's going on? Why are all the major factions of the Dragon Abyss Star here at this time? Shenfei muttered softly. The yellow-robed woman approached with a smile. I'm Su Wan from Twin Dragon Sect. Gu Wenjun sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. I heard that one of the sect masters of Twin Dragon Sect is surnamed Su. I'm Su Zimo. Su Zimo cupped his fists in return with a questioning gaze. Su Wan smiled gently and asked, Fellow Taoist Su, how confident are you for tonight's battle? It's all right, Su Zimo replied ambiguously. Su Wan sent a voice transmission. If you trust me, I can secretly send you out of the city to avoid this battle. Su Zimo looked at Su Wan deeply. Su Wan's gaze was sincere and she did not dodge at all. That surprised Su Zimo slightly. Given the current situation, there were countless people who wanted to take his life in exchange for the high bounty of the evil wolf army. To think that someone would be willing to stand out and help him. Thank you for your kindness, Su Zimo declined. However, I still want to check out the night marketplace. When Su Wan saw Su Zimo's rejection, she did not mention this matter anymore. Instead, she continued, from what I know, apart from Blood Sun Valley, many cultivators from the 8 major factions of the Dragon Abyss Star are here to take part in the night marketplace. Do you know why, fellow Taoist Su? I don't know. Su Zimo shook his head. Please enlighten me, fellow Taoist. Su Wan said, there's a treasure being auctioned at the night marketplace this time round. It's a leaf of the sal tree. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. The sal tree was one of the 3 sacred trees of the Buddhist monasteries. Legend has it that Buddha was born beneath the Ashoka tree and comprehended the Tao beneath the Bodhi tree. Eventually, he underwent nirvana beneath the sal tree. Each of the 3 sacred trees possessed an incredible might. A mere withered sriracha flower on Tianhuang mainland possessed the power of life and allowed Su Zimo to reconstruct his golden core. Of course, in a minor chiliocosm like Tianhuang mainland, there was no way one could come into contact with the three sacred trees. A single sriracha flower in Tianhuang mainland was already an utmost treasure of the Buddhist monasteries. To think that he would obtain information of another sacred tree of the Buddhist monasteries, the Sal tree, the moment he ascended to the upper world. Furthermore, it was on the remote Dragon Abyss star. Although it was only a leaf, it definitely contained a powerful might. More importantly, Buddha underwent nirvana beneath the Sal tree. If he could obtain that leaf, would it be of unexpected help to him in comprehending the Prajna Nirvana Sutra? This Sal tree is one of the three sacred trees of the Buddhist monasteries. When Suwon saw that Su Zimo was silent, she thought that he had not heard of the famous Sal tree and explained the origin of the tree briefly. Pausing for a moment, Suwon continued, "If you can obtain this leaf of the Sal tree, you can gather heaven and earth essence chi and make the surrounding essence chi richer. That way, be it the growth or cultivation speed of the immortal herb, everything will speed up." "Oh!" Su Zimo raised his brow. Suwon replied, "The essence nourishing grass and the rain frost flower ripens in 100 years. It's said that with the augmentation of this leaf, the maturity period of the two immortal herbs can be reduced by 10 years. That's incredible!" Su Zimo lamented internally, secretly in awe. At the side, Duan Tianliang, Big Yellow, and the Yingzhao had strange expressions. Among everyone present, only the three of them knew Su Zimo's background. According to Suwon, with the leaf of the Sal tree, the two immortal herbs would ripen in 90 years. However, immortal herbs around Su Zimo ripened within a single year. If the news of a 10 years reduction was enough for the 8 major factions of the Dragon Abyss Star to gather, news of Su Zimo's ability would probably attract the attention of even Earth and Heaven immortals. Of course, even if the Sal tree leaf did nothing to speed up the growth of the immortal herbs, he would want to obtain it as well. That leaf had an extremely special meaning to his cultivation. However, by the looks of it, at least 7 factions were fighting for that leaf. It would most likely be extremely difficult for him to get his hands on it. "Fellow Taoist Su, have you joined any faction? If not, why don't you join Twin Dragon Sect?" Suwon made an invitation. "Fellow Taoist, if you're willing to join our sect, Twin Dragon Sect will definitely step in to resolve this crisis with all our might. Thank you for your kind intentions, fellow Taoist." Su Zimo cupped his fists gently. "Let me consider this matter." Suwon did not insist. "Fellow Taoist, if you've made up your mind, you can come look for me at any time." The two of them exchanged a few more words before bidding farewell and leaving. "Miss, although this person is courageous, he's only a grade 5 black immortal and has offended the evil wolf army. Why did you take the initiative to recruit him?" After Su Zimo left, the middle-aged burly man behind Suwon asked with a frown. "I have no idea as well," Suwon said thoughtfully. "I just feel that this person is special." Actually, Suwon inherited her father's bloodline and a trickle of dragon blood flowed through her body as well. As for Su Zimo, he possessed the dragon phoenix essence spirit. Even a true divine dragon would have to bow down in the face of a dragon phoenix, let alone Suwon, who merely had a trickle of dragon blood. Therefore, Suwon had a special feeling the moment she saw Su Zimo. Under Yuhao's lead, Su Zimo arrived at a residence in Dragon Abyss City and handed over more than 3 million immortal herbs in exchange for more than 300,000 essence condensation pills, including the essence condensation pills he obtained from the Blood Sun Valley Army. He had close to 500,000 essence condensation pills in his storage bag. Those essence condensation pills were enough for him to cultivate for a long time. "Fellow Taoist Su, if you can obtain the protection of Twin Dragon Sect, you might truly have a chance of resolving this calamity," Yuhao analyzed. Yuhao and the others were not worried about the fight between Su Zimo and Ding Yu. In their opinion, even if Su Zimo was defeated, he would be able to survive with the methods he displayed previously. The true danger was the pursuit of the other cultivators after leaving Dragon Abyss City. At that moment, they did not know that the evil wolf army had already received the news and was sending an army over. A protector of Blood Sun Valley was about to arrive at Dragon Abyss City as well. Although Dragon Abyss City seemed calm, there were already undercurrents surging. Today's events and subsequent development had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. After exchanging for the essence condensation pills, Su Zimo found a random place to rest and recuperate while waiting for night to descend. In his boredom, Su Zimo took out the turtle shell from his storage bag and examined it carefully. Others might not be able to tell how special the turtle shell was, but Su Zimo had once cultivated the black tortoise phenomenon and even possessed the innate divine power of the spirit turtle shield. He discovered right away that there was something strange about the patterns on the turtle shell. Su Zimo stared at the patterns on the turtle shell for a long time without even realizing that night had fallen. Yu Hao had to push Su Zimo gently to wake him up. Fellow Taoist Su, the night marketplace has already opened, Yu Hao reminded. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xin Fei asked, "What's so special about this turtle shell that you're so engrossed in it, fellow Taoist?" Su Zimo smiled and did not hide anything. The patterns on the turtle shell were actually etched by later generations. There's a formation diagram recorded on it. The formation diagram recorded on the turtle shell was far from the formations of the lower world and was extremely mysterious. Even with Su Zimo's attainments in array formations, he had some difficulties understanding it. That was the reason why he was immersed in it and forgot about the passage of time. Let's go to the night marketplace. Putting away the turtle shell, Su Zimo rose with a look of joy in his eyes. The value of this turtle shell was more than 2 million essence condensation pills, even 20 million. Everyone followed the crowd, and before long, they arrived at an extremely ordinary-looking residence. However, after entering the residence, they saw a gigantic underground entrance. Everyone walked down the stairs, and after a while, they heard a commotion. After turning a corner, the path ahead opened up and a gigantic and luxurious palace stood not far away. It was brightly lit and filled with figures. There were many guards guarding the surroundings of the palace, and their cultivation realms were not low. If anyone dared to cause trouble here, the guards would attack immediately. Su Zimo and the others paused for a moment before heading towards the entrance of the underground palace. Yu Hao and the others had only heard of the night marketplace before. This was their first time here, and they surveyed the place curiously. After entering the palace, there was a commotion. Although the palace was built underground, it was spacious and could accommodate at least tens of thousands of people. In the middle of the palace was a gigantic raised platform. At the top of the palace, there was a circle of resting areas with various spirit fruits and immortal peaches in front of them that emitted fragrance. Those seats were above the many cultivators below and had the best view. Only those with noble statuses could take the seats. Many cultivators were already seated and chatting among themselves. Su Zimo could clearly see that there were even a few grade 8 black immortals among them. Yu Hao whispered, "Those who can sit on it are usually the exalted immortals of Dragon Abyss City. They call the shots in the city and are famous. The 8 major factions are nothing in the eyes of these exalted immortals. Look at the young masters of these factions. They can only stand below." The high platform was already filled with people. Su Zimo swept his gaze. Before long, he caught sight of some familiar faces in the crowd below. Ding Yu of Black Een Mountain and Zhang Li of Heavenly Fire Palace each occupied an area. The two of them stood at the front with many cultivators guarding behind them. At the same time, Ding Yu caught sight of Su Zimo. Ding Yu sneered at Su Zimo and placed his palm beneath his neck, making a beheading gesture in a provocative manner. Su Zimo retracted his gaze and ignored it. Another group of people stood in the area beside Ding Yu. Their leader was a young man with a menacing expression. He was the young master of one of the 8 factions, Heaven Bane sect. "Brother Ding, to think that this lad would dare to accept the challenge." The young master of Heaven Bane sect gestured with his hands. Ding Yu smiled. "He has no choice. Commander Lu gave the order personally. If he dares to disobey, he's courting death." The young master of Heaven Bane sect held a huge pork joint in his hands and grinned, his mouth filled with grease. "I'll wish you success here then, brother." The moment Su Zimo entered the palace, Many people on the raised platform looked over. Apart from Blood Sun Valley, the other 8 major factions of the Dragon Abyss Star, Heavenly Scorpion Stronghold, Thunder Shock Hall, Twin Dragon Sect, Heaven Bane Sect, Blackey Mountain, Heavenly Fire Palace and Black Light Sect were all present. Fellow Taoist Su, this way. Right then, a soft cry sounded from the crowd. Not far away, Su Wan of Twin Dragon Sect beckoned to Su Zimo. Although the people from the major factions were also standing below, they were all close to the raised platform and occupied an area each with a good view. Hesitating slightly, Su Zimo still walked over. Ding Yu and the others sneered when they saw that. A look of surprise flashed through the blue-dressed woman's eyes as well. In the eyes of everyone, Su Zimo was already a man on the brink of death. Nobody expected Twin Dragon Sect to choose to befriend him at this moment. At that moment, everyone was gathered in the hall. However, the auction for the night marketplace had yet to begin. Before long, a group of people walked in slowly from the entrance of the palace. Their leader was Commander Lu. At that moment, Commander Lu had already changed out of his armor and wore an ordinary brocade robe, heading towards his seat at the top. "Brother Lu, you're late. We've been waiting for you." A square-faced burly man greeted Commander Lu from his seat. Su Wan whispered, "This is another commander of Dragon Abyss City, Yan Fei. His status is similar to Commander Lu." Yan Fei said, "Brother Lu, I heard that you've arranged a fight today?" Commander Lu smiled faintly. "I'm just playing around. Do you want to make a bet with me, Brother Yan?" "Oh? With what?" Yan Fei asked. Commander Lu said, "Let's bet on your rainbow sword art. If I win, can you lend it to me?" "Ha ha!" Yan Fei burst into laughter. "You've been coveting my sword art for quite some time now. You've sure planned this well. I heard that there's a difference of a cultivation realm between the two of them today." Commander Lu said, "We can change the way we gamble. We'll bet on how many rounds Ding you will take to kill that person." "That's interesting." Yan Fei rubbed his chin in deep thought. Both of them did not conceal their conversation given their high statuses. Although Su Zimo and the others were in the crowd, they heard their conversation clearly. Su Wan smiled bitterly and sent a voice transmission secretly. "Fellow Taoist Su, those of us who ascended from the lower world are merely toys in their eyes. These exalted immortals often arrange for such fights and gambles. This is one of their joys." Su Zimo was silent. To be precise, Commander Lu and the other exalted immortals did not take them seriously at all. "Everyone, please be silent." Right then, a pleasant voice sounded from the raised platform. Unknowingly, a woman had already arrived on the raised platform. Wearing a thin veil, her alluring and graceful figure was faintly discernible. Her red lips were flirtatious and charming to the bones. Shenfei was stunned and could not help but gulp. "Exalted immortals, please take your seats. Today's auction shall officially begin." The veiled woman smiled gently. Su Wan said in a low voice, "Typically, fights between cultivators will only begin after the auction is over." Su Zimo nodded. On the raised platform, the veiled woman waved her hand gently. Not far away, a young girl walked over and ascended the raised platform with light steps. She held a tray with both hands that was covered with a black cloth. The first item up for auction is a cultivation technique, the Heavenly Thunder Dragon Tiger Sutra, a high-quality light-grade technique. The veiled woman lifted the black cloth and revealed an ancient book within. There were 4 grades of cultivation techniques: heaven, earth, black, and light. Each grade had different qualities. Right now, most of the cultivation techniques cultivated by the cultivators of the Dragon Abyss Star were low quality and could not even be considered as low-quality light grade. Now that the Heavenly Thunder Dragon Tiger Sutra appeared, it attracted the attention of many cultivators. The blue-dressed woman from Thundershock Hall was invigorated as she glared at the ancient book with a burning gaze. The starting price of this cultivation technique is 500,000 essence condensation pills. The veiled woman said slowly, "Good Lord, the starting price is 500,000 essence condensation pills." Duan Tianliang shuddered and almost bit his tongue. Su Zimo frowned slightly as well. Even the number of essence condensation pills in his storage bag was less than 500,000. Of course, he was not interested in the ancient book. Although he did not know the grade of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, it was definitely above Earth grade and might even be a heaven-grade cultivation technique. If that was not the case, he would not have been able to subdue Yin-Yang and fuse the Dragon Phoenix and Green Lotus essence spirits. The auction continued, and after an intense fight, the blue-dressed woman from Thundershock Hall spent 3 million essence condensation pills to obtain the Heavenly Thunder Dragon Tiger Sutra. Thereafter, the auction displayed some immortal pills, talismans, dermic treasures, and other items one after another. Every single treasure was sold for millions of essence condensation pills. Many cultivators of the major factions placed bids as well. However, it was clear that the major factions had restrained themselves and were waiting for the final treasure, the Sal tree leaf. Right then, another item was placed on the table. The item looked dim and dull, like a shard that fell off an ancient bronze mirror. Initially, Su Zimo did not feel anything towards the mirror shard. However, the moment the mirror shard was displayed, the bronze square tripod in his consciousness stirred. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly. Previously, the bronze square tripod had only reacted this way when a broken sword was discovered in the storage bag of the commander of the evil wolf army. Later on, the bronze square tripod smelted the broken sword. Immediately after, the divine dragon on the outer wall of the bronze square tripod awakened and imparted to him an extremely powerful movement technique, the true Dragon 9 flashes. It was clear that some dermic treasures and weapons were required to repair the bronze square tripod. However, no matter the quality of the dark-grade dermic treasures that Su Zimo collected, there would be no reaction when they were placed in the bronze square tripod. He did not know what type of dermic treasures and weapons the bronze square tripod required. What's that? It's just a shard. What's so special about it? Some cultivators below could not help but ask curiously. The veiled woman smiled charmingly. Everyone, please calm down and answer me first. Do you know what's the realm above the heaven immortal realm? Instantly, the crowd went silent. Many cultivators exchanged puzzled glances. They only knew about the black earth and heaven immortals. They had not even seen an earth immortal expert before, let alone anyone above that. I heard that it's perfected immortal? Before long, a voice sounded from the crowd. It was the young master of Black Light Sect who probed. That's right. The veiled woman nodded slightly. Perfected immortal experts are above heaven immortals. Everyone, do you know what grade of dermic treasures perfected immortal experts use? Everyone shook their heads and discussed softly. A thought flashed through the mind of the young master of Black Light Sect as he declared, everyone knows that black immortals use black-grade dermic treasures. Earth immortals use earth-grade dermic treasures. Heaven immortals use heaven-grade dermic treasures, and so on. Perfected immortals should use perfect-grade dermic treasures. Foo! A stifled laughter sounded from the seats high above. How ignorant! Commander Liu and the others looked at the young master of Black Light Sect as though they were looking at an idiot with disdain. The young master of Black Light Sect flushed red from being mocked in front of everyone and felt utterly humiliated. However, the other party was a commander of Dragon Abyss City, and he did not dare to get angry. He could only lower his head and grit his teeth in frustration. The veiled woman said in a deep voice, the weapon used by perfected immortals is a sentient dermic treasure, also known as a spirit treasure. A sentient dermic treasure. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he recalled that back in Tianhuang mainland, when Dai Yu fought against many experts of the upper world, an ancient bell descended. Dai Yu had once scolded that this person did not dare to descend with his true body and merely used a sentient dermic treasure to test the waters. In that case, the person who attacked should be a perfected immortal expert. The veiled woman continued, the so-called sentient dermic treasure means that it has gained sentience and consciousness. The power of such a dermic treasure is increased tremendously and contains many unexpected mysteries. This mirror shard is none other than a fragment of a spirit treasure. The other dermic treasures were just weapons and were dead objects. However, a sentient dermic treasure was a living being with life. Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he suddenly came to a realization. The bronze square tripod should be a sentient dermic treasure. That was because without Su Zimo's control, the tripod could smelt weapons to repair itself. Wasn't that a form of sentience? Wasn't that the same sentience described in the legends? At the same time, Su Zimo vaguely deduced something. If he wanted to repair the bronze square tripod, he would require at least a sentient dermic treasure. Back when he ascended, the expert who tried to kill him was clearly stronger than a perfected immortal. He was an immortal king that the mysterious woman mentioned. The bronze square tripod could only repair one of its walls after devouring and smelting an immortal king weapon. Given Su Zimo's current strength, he had no chance of coming into contact with an immortal king weapon. Even for sentient dermic treasures, he only managed to obtain a single fragment. There was still a long way to go to repair the bronze square tripod completely. Even if it's a fragment of a spirit treasure, it's crippled and completely useless now. What can this fragment be used for? It's definitely useless. If it was a true treasure, we wouldn't have had a chance. The exalted immortals in the city would have taken it a long time ago. The crowd below broke into a discussion after the veiled woman's explanation. The veiled woman smiled gently. No matter what, this is a fragment of a sentient dermic treasure. If there's anything mysterious about it, we can only leave it for the person who bought it to explore. How much is this thing? Someone asked. The starting bid for this spirit treasure fragment is 1 million essence condensation pills. Every bid increment must not be less than 10,000, the veiled woman said. Everyone shook their heads. Nobody wanted to spend 1 million essence condensation pills to buy a useless fragment. After the veiled woman said that, no one started bidding. I'll bid for 1 million. Right then, a voice sounded from the crowd. Everyone turned towards the voice. It was the green-robed cultivator who wanted to fight Dingyu. Suwan looked at Su Zimo in surprise as well. She had not expected that Su Zimo would want to buy such a seemingly useless spirit treasure fragment after a night of silence. While the spirit treasure fragment might be useless in the hands of others, it was extremely useful to Su Zimo. This person sure is ambitious. He's even taking part in the auction when he's about to die. That's right. Why doesn't he spend the time thinking about how he's going to leave this place alive later? Many cultivators shook their heads and mocked. This fellow Taoist is bidding 1 million. Are there any higher bids? The veiled woman surveyed her surroundings and asked loudly. 1,010,000. Right then, Dingyu spoke and smiled at Su Zimo. Raising his head slightly, his eyes were filled with provocation and mockery. He had no intention of getting his hands on that spirit treasure fragment. He was merely raising the price deliberately. He did not add much, just 10,000. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he said indifferently, 3 million. Whoosh! Commotion broke out in the crowd. Nobody expected that this unassuming green-robed cultivator would be able to produce 3 million essence condensation pills. This person was only a grade 5 black immortal. How could a grade 5 black immortal have so many essence condensation pills?